FN HD1 Longmont, Denver. Powered by Regen RX. It's The Drive with Zach By and Philip Lindsay. It's the Fan Draft Party, powered by Carrier Colorado. Live from the Sportsbook Bar and Grill in Parker, here's John Davis, Cecil Lammey, and NFL insider James Palmer.
Sportsbook Bar and Grill in Parker. A lot of energy. Cecil Lammey, you are jumping up and down.
Oh.
James Palmer ready to go. Guys, right now, is this draft exciting because nobody has any idea what's going to happen tonight?
I think this draft is over the moon excited. That's why I'm jumping up here in Parker. I got two of my brothers right here, JD, JP. Got the hair crew going. Man, we are going to have some fun tonight, even without a Broncos pick. Perhaps 1% chance, James. Just lie to me if you have to. 1%, 0.5% chance the Broncos trade back into the first. Hold on.
Wait, you got me now?
Oh,
okay.
now you're
there we go.
I saw a headset. I put it on. I didn't know if it was the right one. I'm just more nervous if it affects the flow. Listen, I think there might be a 0.5% chance they move in. I mean, they're so far away. I think, I think this is the type of draft where, and we'll get into the Waddle deal and why we're in this situation without a pick. But when I was texting people in the building after they made the trade for Jalen Waddle, it was, man, we're stoked and we worked hard to get that extra fourth and flip that fourth because we think there's so many good players in the third and fourth rounds of this draft. And that's where there's a big meet that I feel like a lot of teams are going to possibly, if they pick right, get starters. The point I'm making with that, Cecil, is right. You don't want to you fought for those picks.
Right.
You don't want to give them up now for where you're at.
And with that, the Waddle pick, had this been a different draft, do they still make that pick, Cecil? Or to make that trade, excuse me.
Had this been a different draft, I'm of the mind that this is not a bad draft. It's just not a sexy draft, right? There's a lot of defensive tackles that are really good. There's a lot of corners, a lot of safeties. This is, and being on the air 23 years, because I'm old, I have never seen an inside linebacker class like this.
Yeah, this is outstanding.
This is an outstanding inside linebacker class. So because we're talking about the big uglies and some ILBs, there's people that say, oh, it's a bad draft. Okay, it's an average draft, but it's not a bad draft, and I always take issue with that. So would the deal have happened? Yeah, this deal would have happened if it was a different draft because the Broncos, they're looking for maybe some less sexy picks like some of those ILBs and defensive tackles.
Yeah, exactly. And you look at how long they've been working this, right? They knew mid-season where this draft was at, specifically at the wide receiver playmaker type of spot. That's why George Payton was working as hard as he was at the trade deadline to try to get this done and never really gave up on it, in all honesty, because they didn't see a player like this in this draft that they knew was going to come in and make that impact right away. There's a good group of receivers, right? I host a show with Steve Smith Sr., I think one of the best evaluators of talent at the receiver position, let alone one of the best players of the position of all time. And, he's not, over the moon about these guys. There are things he likes about some of them, but in terms of playmakers that check a lot of boxes, there's not a lot of them in this. There's none of them, really, in all honesty, that check as many boxes as Jalen Waddle.
And so with that, the Broncos not picking tonight, but that doesn't mean there's not going to be fireworks of some sort because there is a lot of unpredictability.
Yes.
Kind of like you're talking about, James, when there's not that solidified, you got to get a left tackle. You got to get a quarterback. Here's the Penei Sewell. Here's the that's not necessarily there. We talked about safeties. Jeremiah Love is a lot of people's top guy. Where in the draft, I'll throw it to you first, James, is there a player, a pick, or a team that you think could be the point in this draft that everything kind of takes a new direction?
I think 5 and 9 might be very interesting for sure. I think I know what's going to happen at the top. I don't know if anybody's getting up to 3 or 4. I'm not sure, Cecil, if anybody's going to have that. Just making some calls here, talking to some general managers before we jumped on while I was watching, Stoke just scream at everybody up here. Honestly,
that's what the show was.
It was great. I was highly entertained. But as I'm making calls and actually doing real work, it seems like around the league, I don't think it's too rich to get up to 3. And it's too rich to maybe get up to 4 for some of these teams. It looks like you might be having the Cardinals picking at 3, the Titans picking at 4, and talking to people in those buildings, it's because, guys, the premium talent at premium positions, the players that you would move up for, whether it's a tackle, whether it's a quarterback, they're just not there. Okay, so then what ends up happening after 4? That's why I think 5 is an inflection point. Where do the Giants go at 5? They could go with either side of the ball. The first receiver could come off the board.
Right.
Maybe unlikely that happens. They could go with Sonny Styles. They could.
Best player in this draft.
That's a lot. Well, he's a Buckeye. So then, and then I do believe, talking to enough people in Kansas City, that they're sitting there waiting. They're going to maybe try to move up a handful of spots if possible, like say the Saints are thinking about as well. But I know Brett Veach is sitting there going, I might be going with the first corner off the board. I might be going with an edge rusher. I might be going with a tackle.
Yeah.
I might pick a receiver. Like, he's in a mode that, to my understanding right now, that he's going to have to pivot. That's because we don't know what's happening. And then 5 and 9, and when he picks at 9, I think that also changes things.
Yeah, there's a couple of stumbling blocks. As I was doing my one and only first-round mock
Integrity,
last night,
I like it, Cecil.
I almost texted my man James Palmer
What?
because my mock draft is done a little bit differently. It's what some of the stuff that I've heard. Mm-hmm. It's players that I like that fit what these teams need. But there's one team that, ironically, I'm pretty close to. It's the Dallas Cowboys.
Okay.
I have no idea what Jerry's going to do. The people I talk to around that building either aren't telling me or have no idea either, because it's Jerry Jones. And when I look at my first-round mock draft, I feel very confident. Mm-hmm. Maybe not as confident as last year when I got 14 picks, right, out of the 32.
But who's counting?
But I get to Dallas, and I go, okay, wait a second. Dallas, I don't know if they're going to go with Jamon McCoy, the cornerback of Tennessee, at 12. And then further on, you get to Dallas again, and I'm like, okay, I've got Keldrick Falk there, the edge from Auburn.
I like that.
I don't know if either one of those selections are going to happen with the Dallas Cowboys. That's one of the teams that I couldn't figure out, read the tea leaves, whatever, of what they're going to do.
I have a strong suspicion that they stay. Just talking to people in that building, I think that they need bodies. I think Christian Parker understands that they need bodies on that defensive side of the ball. I know they've made calls, but honestly, Jerry's kind of refuted that. Jerry's like, I haven't really called too many people. I'm hoping people call me. I think that they do know that they can get a player at 12 and they get a player at 20. They're a little bit, and I was just on the phone with somebody from Dallas earlier today who was like, we're kind of in Kansas City's boat. Like, we're kind of waiting to see who falls to us. In that building, my understanding is they're all sitting there going, if Caleb Downs somehow falls to 12, I think that's kind of where that group is. And honestly, if you remember, Christian Parker, their defensive coordinator, was an outstanding position coach here in Denver under Vic Fangio, and was a big part of the growth and development of Patrick Surtain and other guys in that secondary. That's like your Justin Simmons type. That's like your guy that's going to change the course of your entire defense on the back end. They're praying that maybe Caleb Downs falls to them at 12. I don't know if that's going to happen.
Well, and if they know Adam Peters with the Commanders, Adam Peters and the Commanders love Caleb Downs, and that's why I had Washington taken at 7.
I could see them if Styles is available at 7.
Styles can't fall that far.
I could see DQ
he's the best
being
player.
I think he's. We'll have this kind of debate throughout the course of the draft.
We're gonna have to debate about Buckeyes because it's all Buckeyes.
They're all in the green room, guys. They're all. It shouldn't be a green room. It should be a scarlet and gray room. That's all that's in that green room there in Pittsburgh. But the reason that we're having this conversation is who's going to pull the trigger? And I was talking to a general manager about this the other day. Are we going to just take the player on our board that we think is the best player on the board, Sonny Styles or Jeremiah Love or, Caleb Downs, guys that are not at premium positions, and make them instantly one of the higher paid players at their position? Part of our roster building is the financial aspect of roster building. You look at the way the middle linebacker position went in free agency. It went way under than what we thought it was, Cecil, right? We thought a couple of those top inside linebackers were oh my God, they didn't get what we thought they were going to get.
Right.
And now that top coincides with
this. And real quick, we got the pick is in from the Raiders. We will go to the podium when they get up there. I think I don't think this is going to be too much of a shocker who they're taking. This may be the only thing in this draft that we know for sure. But do we have the pick? Not yet. Okay, whenever they announce it, we know who this is going to be. Talking about that, though, you talk about Sonny Styles, and you're talking about him at 7. You're saying he's the best player in the draft.
Yeah.
How does a guy like that slide? How does an inside linebacker, is it that you're talking about positional value to where teams start to overthink it? Because I'm of the mind everybody's sitting there saying we can't take a guard at 6. I'm like, well, Quentin Nelson's the best guy right
exactly.
here. And
I don't think it's overthinking it. And I'd like Cecil's opinion on this because I do think team building this is why general managers get paid what they get paid, and this is why they get scrutinized the way they get scrutinized. There's a couple different ways to skin a cat with this. And the main part that people are looking at is going, all right, how do I take advantage of the rookie contract compared to what the contract would be when I'm going to give him his second deal? Most of the time, picking in the top 5, what you're looking for is getting a player that you are eventually going to give a $100 million contract to. That's the way you should be thinking in the top 5. Now you take advantage of that first initial contract and go, we'll give him $100 million on contract too. That's our hope. But for right now, we're going to have him paid 30th best edge rusher in football. That's what we're going to be paying him.
Right.
If you look at Jeremiah Love when he goes 3 in this draft, which I think he's going to go, he's going to be like one of the highest paid running backs in terms of guaranteed money in football immediately. You don't take advantage then of the wage scale. And that's not like not valuing things. That's just valuing the way you build your roster out. And some teams are into it.
Sorry to cut you off, James. We've got the pick, the first pick in the draft. Oh, okay. We're still waiting for that to come in. They will have it.
Wow, you're really teasing this number one pick, John.
It is.
Really
well,
we have no idea who it's going to be.
Behind it on who it's going to be. But right there, the safety and kind of what you're talking about with the contract there is why certain things are so important in the terms. Why the Bo Nix clause is so important.
Well,
okay, we got it. We've got the first overall pick, 2026 draft. Here it is.
First pick in the 2026 NFL draft. The Las Vegas Raiders select Fernando Mendoza, quarterback, Indiana.
All right, Fernando Mendoza, shocker.
Right.
Goes number 1 to the Raiders. We're going to stick with that contract talk that you started there, though, James. This is a rival of the Denver Broncos. This is within the AFC West. This is a team that suddenly kind of has some talent they've built up. They've got Brock Bowers. They've got Ashton Genty. They've got Max Crosby. And they've got the other 30 guys they paid. But this is now a team that's got a guy on a rookie contract. But before we get there, Fernando Mendoza, what do they have in him?
I think they have a really good decision maker, a really, really tough player mentally and physically, and I think it's extremely important with the amount of hits he's most likely going to take whenever he hits the field. I do think that Kirk Cousins is going to start the season. I fully believe that he will start. I covered Gary Kubiak as a beat reporter in Houston before I was at NFL Network for a decade, and Gary insisted that quarterbacks sit and wait and develop. His son thinks the exact same way, and they're not going to play him before they feel like they have to. I do think, and this part is maybe – I don't know how much of this is out there. I think if you, Cecil, put truth serum on a lot of people in that Indiana Hoosiers building, they would say they're not sold on Fernando Mendoza as an NFL starting quarterback.
Yeah.
I swear, that is honestly the way they feel. There are some questions about in terms of going through his progressions when he gets pushed off his spot. His eyes drop, and there's things that need to be corrected in terms of that part of his tape. He's taken 3% of his snaps under center. That's where he's going to be living in this offense. So there's a lot of adjustments that need to happen. I'll just say this. They didn't think he was a perfect player at Indiana, but I do believe they know he's very tough, and at big moments, he makes big plays in big moments.
Right.
And that's huge, especially in the red zone. Outstanding in the red zone.
Anti-Dan Orlovsky, like, what big games did he play in? He played in them all.
With Indiana.
And he was outstanding in them with Indiana. With Mendoza, I called him at the initial part of my draft prep. I was like, okay, I see Brock Purdy at his height. I see, like, the best version of Brock Purdy. Then I think of a Kubiak system. I think of a Mike Shanahan, West Coast play action. I think Mendoza is perfect for that because of his rushing ability, because that he's going to make that right choice with the ball.
It's just a growth he's going to have.
Even if that's a short throw, he's going to see that field, half the field, and then he's going to make that right throw. So, again, maybe not dicing guys from the pocket, full field reads, and then making the throw downfield. This is more bootleg, rollout, little Jake Plummer-esque, but really Brock Purdy to me. Then one of my favorite evaluators who authored a 1,200-page book on the skill position players. His name's Matt Waldman. He's a dear friend of mine. He said, I haven't seen a guy like this since Andrew Luck. And Matt was a guy that was high on Pat Mahomes when I was high on Deshaun Watson.
High, all right.
He was high on Pat Mahomes. He was high on Russell Wilson when others ignored the talent that Wilson did have. So when someone like that says to me, Fernando Mendoza is not Andrew Luck, but like he hasn't seen that sort of player, that level of potential, like mind-sharpening quarterback.
Because Luck is...
We should not put... And I don't want to do that to Fernando Mendoza, putting him anywhere near
and that's
Andrew
why
Luck
I say
as a
Brock
prospect.
Purdy, and I feel really good about that Brock Purdy comparison.
See, so here's a question I ask you every draft, and I modify it every year. If Fernando Mendoza, and James, you can get in on this too.
Are we not tipping picks, by the way?
Do you got
one? Are we following the Peter Schrager model?
No,
do you got one?
Yeah, Bailey's going to the Jets.
Bailey's going to the Jets.
All right.
Okay, we got James Palmer had it.
I'll just tell you.
Yeah, if you've got it. But if Fernando Mendoza's coming out 2 years ago, with Caleb Williams, with Jaden, with Drake May, with Penix, with McCarthy, and Bo. Where does he fit based on how you had him evaluated then?
I would have personally graded him above Penix and above McCarthy, but behind Bo. So he'd have been my number 5 quarterback if Mendoza would have come out in that class. Maybe Penix would have beat him out because I did appreciate what Michael Penix could do at Washington. And I had a second-round grade on J.J. McCarthy. I like J.J. I love his mental side of things, but he was never a first-round pick to me. So I would have Mendoza slated somewhere there.
Behind the big 3 of that year, certainly.
Okay, and behind Bo for me.
Yeah, so 4 for you. I certainly had him behind the 3. Like I mentioned, we do have a 1-year sample size. You can go back to Cal. He took a boatload of sacks at Cal. And if you're following the Sean Payton model, a lot of sacks fall on the quarterback. But listen, I do think there's plenty for that group to work with, that Tom Brady is in that building, that Kubiak, the way he works with quarterbacks, is in that building. I think that, look at what they kind of built around him as well, with Sullivan comes in to work with quarterback. I think this is a great incubator for him to learn and grow in. And he was in, as we talk about how quickly he has to develop, he was very much in the Caleb Williams world that he went through, where your Zoom meetings with the organization, I'm told they were literally installs that he was going through and getting a jump on this offense while he was having his visits with the Raiders.
His quote unquote visits. We've got it. We already know what it is, but we've got the podium right now. Send it to us, Colin.
The New York Jets select David Bailey, linebacker, Texas Tech.
Okay, so
there we go. David Bailey.
Real quick, I want to wrap up on Mendoza. This is the top guy. He is going to a rival.
He could be a problem for the Broncos in the future.
And that's the thing. And I agree with you, James. You talk about Kubiak. Remember, he took over in Houston where their top pick had got just absolutely demolished, a car back in the day behind a line. And then when he came here, Paxton Lynch, we know that ended up becoming a sticking point at the end of the year, specifically where he wouldn't even put the rookie in at the second half of a meaningless game.
Yeah.
So that is very much within the Kubiak to just say, no, I don't care what the media says. You're going to have a seat now. But with Bowers, with Genty, the old line needs to come along. We've already got 3 playoff teams in this division. Are we looking at a potential problem? Maybe not this year, but 2 to 3 years down the road for the Broncos.
I think they're on the right track. I think the Linderbaum move was outstanding. I think you overpaid for a reason. I think it makes your top pick from a year ago better in the way that he is against the run in the middle of your offensive line, and that makes Genty better. He exponentially makes your quarterback better. In this offense, the center can make a lot of calls and help out your quarterback quite a bit. And so he can do a lot of different things. I think that was a really, really big pickup for what Vegas wants to do. When I talked to John Spytek at the Combine, he was very clear to me about we need to be very sober with where we are. And since saying, I told Clint that this is a slow burn here. This is a couple-year build that we're a part of. They're going to try to do it the right way, and usually when you do it the right way, it takes maybe a minute or 2 longer perhaps. But I do think they are kind of going in the right direction. Are they a concern right away? I think in the division, I think you're much more concerned about the Chargers and what they are and where the Chiefs are.
Concerned about the Chargers and what they are, and also concerned that when Mendoza is at his peak, is Genty still a factor? Now, full disclosure, I love Ashton Genty. I had some comparisons to Marshall Falk. Yes, I went Hall of Fame on Genty. I love his game. Absolutely love his game. But we saw last year the struggles. Running backs just don't last that long. Christian does. Hopefully Bijan Robinson does. That's another comparison I have for a guy like Ashton Genty. So you'd have to see life in football is about timing. Is Fernando Mendoza going to be ready, and is Genty still playing at his peak? He's still in his prime
Well, he got
years.
beat up last year, too.
He did.
He was getting hit
Brock
behind the
Bowers,
line.
we know, with the tight end, that guy's going to be there a long time, being a problem for a long time. So how quickly can Mendoza get up to speed? And then how much does Ashton Genty stay in that stud level? Does he become more studly as the years goes on? Yes, but there's a cap. It's probably about 5 years where he's starting to dwindle.
And Broncos fans hope maybe Mendoza's just Jamarcus Russell all over again, but I highly doubt that's going to happen.
You mentioned Kubiak in Houston. There were some comps I heard, Cecil, of and no slight to this man. I thought it is prime. I covered him, and he was a pretty good NFL quarterback. He has some Matt Schaub to him in terms of the play. Right. He can run the play action.
Yep.
Kubiak always told me was the best play action quarterback he's ever worked with.
Well, he didn't want to get Didn't he not want to bring in Peyton Manning because they liked Schaub? Wasn't that the story?
That was the story back then.
Yeah. But Schaub threw for over 4,000 yards a couple of years players down there in Kubiak's system.
They were 12 and 4.
And Schaub, it's all about fit in this league. Schaub was with Atlanta, and he wasn't a fit. He goes to Houston with Gary Kubiak. He's a fit.
So play action rollouts.
Mendoza has the best fit, so automatically he's got a jump start on the competition.
Didn't Joe Mays rip Matt Schaub's ear off?
He did.
With the replacement refs. Yes. Matt Schaub, I just remember, before we move on from Matt Schaub, at one point they said
it's a sentence you didn't think you'd say today.
They said there was 3 QBs that had thrown pick sixes in 3 consecutive games: John Elway, Peyton Manning, and Matt Schaub.
How about this? I was at every single one of those Matt Schaub pick sixes, and I think it was 4.
There you go.
4 straight.
The Jets, pick number 2, they take David Bailey. The Jets rarely get anything right. Arizona's on the clock. That's going to be interesting. James, if you get the pick, let us know.
James is on that Jeremiah Love tip.
What do you got for the Cardinals?
Jeremiah Love will be the 3rd overall pick by the Arizona Cardinals.
Wow. So we're going to get to that because that's one of those inflection points that we're talking about this draft. David Bailey to the Jets. I like this pick for the Jets. Talk about tearing it down, starting where you need to. Von Miller, second overall pick. That's an edge rusher. I'm not saying he's going to be Von Miller, but sometimes not trying to do the sexy thing, just doing the smart thing, building those important positions. I don't know if Glenn's going to be the coach for this guy long term. Probably not. But the Jets, who rarely do anything right, not to be mean, I think this is a great pick for them.
Yeah, you get a number 2, you get a guy like David Bailey, and we're going to talk a lot about Buckeyes. As the draft goes on, we're going to talk a lot about Red Raiders as well. Those Red Raiders are pretty thick in this draft, and Bailey, the top of them there, because of multiple moves to get after the passer. It's very rare for a young player to come in. Guys come in with speed, guys come in with power, guys come in with like a move or 2 moves. David Bailey has 5 moves, and he knows how to stack moves. A lot of young guys don't yet know, okay, if my rip doesn't work, what's my second move I have to go to? Someone like DeMarcus Ware, even when he came out of Troy, he knew how to stack, so if that first move didn't work, he was immediately going to his second move. So with Bailey, you see that ability to stack moves just like that, and it's a rare attribute for these young pass rushers. It's a nice pick by the Jets. And then Jeremiah Love.
We'll get to him. James, real quick, you watched David Bailey quite a bit. Ready to go day one?
That's the reason they made the pick, I believe. I think that's really the reason they made the pick. If you mentioned, and you guys kind of joked about it, where how long will Aaron Glenn be there running the show? I think his leash is obviously much shorter than Darren Muji's, and we know Muji's connections here to Denver. With what they're looking for in terms of a quarterback in 27, you need to sell the locker room this year. That's what I was told was the plan with the Jets. We need a quarterback to come in that can maybe give the locker room a little bit of hope, but maybe doesn't win too many games, Cecil. That's Gino comes in, he's that guy. You have a professional at quarterback, but you know at the same time your quarterback is going to be picked in the 27 draft most likely. The other part is we need to make sure that this defense starts coming together as quickly as possible. Bailey gives that to you. With everything Cecil mentioned, with the professionalism, the moves he has, the variety of ways he can attack, and the get-off is just, it's next level. So this was the pick in a lot of teams around the league that I talked to, because this allows them to go and maybe turn things over defensively very quickly. You need a more specific plan for Arvell Reese. That's why everybody was piecing it together with Bailey and the Jets.
The potential best player in this draft just came off the board to a team that a lot of people didn't think. Jeremiah Love goes to the Cardinals. What do we think of that? We get into that. It's the fan draft party powered by Carrier, Colorado. We get into that next.
Avs playoffs. Nuggets playoffs. It's beautiful. It's brutal. The ups, the downs. We're here to help you through it because we get it. We're just like you. You're going to yell at your TV. You're going to text your group chat in all caps. You're going to have opinions. Well, guess what? So do we. Lots of them. We're here to tell you the truth. Real talk. We're saying what everyone's thinking out loud. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver's playoff headquarters.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. You know, the big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55. But unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers the phone. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details. This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Hey guys, boy Steve here today about my long-term buddy Troy Hansford. And if you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now might be the time to sell, still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my guy Troy is still offering his $5,000 guarantee. What is it, you ask? Well, if he can't sell your house at your price on your timeline that you agree upon beforehand, bam, going to cut you a check for $5,000. Who else makes the offer? Nobody I've ever heard of. And he makes that offer because he continues to spend a ton of money marketing his listings, has about 100 families approved and ready to buy right now. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house all cash and he can close in as little as 7 days. You have a house to sell, Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. That's 720-900-4433, 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. You want to sell your house? Then call my buddy Troy, 720-900-4433.
Hi, Dan Cicchini. For custom kitchens or cabinetry facing done right, go to drhi.com. Great cash incentives or a special financing rate of 0% APR with 72 equal monthly payments with approved credit. Call for details, 800-362-8370.
Are you one of those people who dread going to the dentist? If so, have you tried sedation dentistry? Learn more about sedation dentistry at coloradosedation.com. Sit back, relax, and dream with the most experienced sedation dentist and staff at Clarkson Dental.
For many of us, it's happened before. Your hair is thinning, crowns disappearing. Maybe the hair loss has you feeling your identity is lost altogether. The solution that worked for me, it's an incredible yet simple one-day treatment that starts growing your own natural hair the very next day. And it's guaranteed to grow for life. It's the Advanced FUE from Advanced Hair. We've all seen the pills and lotions that come with monthly subscriptions. They help retain what you have, but what if you want your own natural hair permanently in specific areas? From Advanced Hair's state-of-the-art facilities to world-class Dr. Tanya Paul's, it's not maybe your hair will regrow, it's guaranteed that your new hair will grow. You decide how much, how thick, and where. It's why Advanced Hair is the winner of Westward's Best of Denver. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts, call 720-459-HAIR. That's 720-459-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
Draft weekend is here, and there's zero time to mess with your lawn. At Waterloo Turf, they help Denver homeowners trade yard work for game time. No mowing, no watering, no mud on game day. Just green, championship-level lawn all season long. Perfect for watch parties, pets, and backyard get-togethers. From backyards to putting greens, Waterloo Turf installs premium, artificial turf built for Colorado. Visit waterlooturf.com/Denver and book your free consultation. Waterloo Turf. Get your Saturdays back, and don't miss the pick.
The cost of living isn't just high, it's exhausting. If you've been leaning on credit cards lately just to cover the basics like groceries, gas, and utility bills, you're essentially paying a survival tax of 20% interest or more. Why keep handing your hard-earned paycheck to the big banks when you could keep it for your family? My friends at American Financing have a better way. They're helping homeowners tap into their equity to pay off high-interest debt with mortgage rates currently in the 5s. On average, American Financing is saving their customers $800 a month, nearly $10,000 a year back in your pocket. It's not just a loan, it's a total financial reset. It takes just 10 minutes to find out what you could save. No upfront fees and no obligation to talk to a salary-based mortgage consultant. Here's the kicker. Start today and you could even delay 2 mortgage payments. American Financing, America's home for home loans. Call them at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000 or visit them online at americanfinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSconsumeraccess.org. APR for rates in the 5 start at 6.327% for well-qualified buyers. Call 303-695-7000 for details about credit costs and terms.
It's the Fan Draft Party, powered by Carrier Colorado. Live from the Sportsbook Bar and Grill in Parker, here's John Davis, Cecil Lammey, and NFL insider James Palmer.
And the unpredictable draft, and it's kind of becoming more unpredictable. Number 3, the Arizona Cardinals, just to catch everybody up, the Tennessee Titans just took Carnell Tate, wide receiver, out of
the
Ohio State University, proud grad, twice over, guys. No big deal. Spent the better half of a decade in Columbus. Listen, this one is a bit of a shocker for some people. A lot of people were doing a toss-up between Jordan Tyson or Carnell Tate, who was going to go first. In that conversation about which one was going to go first, nobody was having the debate, Cecil, if one of them was going to go at number 4.
Right.
But I do like the pick, and I'll tell you exactly why. What you need to do with a young quarterback with Cam Ward is make sure that he's the guy and give him as much around him as possible. The 3 Ps are what everybody in the NFL always talks about. You got to give him a good play caller. They've done that in Brian Daboll. You got to give him good protection. They're working on that. And you got to give him playmakers. That's what you look for when you have a young quarterback. This is a proven playmaker. I think this is one of the safer picks in the draft.
Okay.
You know exactly what you're going to get when guys come out of Ohio State, and I'm not just saying this as a biased individual. We'll see if it continues with the departure of Brian Hartline, no longer in that wide receiver room. When I talk to teams, it's the guy walked into our building as an NFL receiver. He's smart. He understands ball. He knows what he needs to do to succeed. He knows how to play a role. That's Carnell Tate checks every single box. He might be the only receiver in this draft, Cecil, that there's not a single question mark about him. The character might even be better than the player. And so everything about Carnell Tate is something that you would like. There's no questions. And if you're going to make a pick in an unpredictable draft, maybe you take the safe player to help your young quarterback.
Well, and what you get also with Carnell Tate and Cam Ward is you get more precision. Cam Ward is a guy that'll throw it up, say it, don't spray it. Right? Got a little Jameis Winston to his game, which isn't necessarily a good thing as much as we all love Jameis Winston. You get Tate, he's a technician. In fact, that was my nickname for him. It's like Carnell Technician. Rookie receivers don't know how to run routes.
He does.
Tate knows how to run routes. He knows body control at the sideline in the back of the end zone.
Which is outstanding.
It's outstanding. He knows how to read his soft spot in his zone. He has route intelligence, so you could actually run choice routes. Don't think that they'll do that in Tennessee, but you could have a choice route of like, there is no play, just go get open. Tate's that sort of player, and Ward's the type of guy, he's got 150 targets as a rookie right now from a guy like Cam
And the
Ward.
one thing that separates him with Tyson, obviously there's the injury side of things, and there's a couple of makeup things with Tyson that Tate doesn't have. He's an outstanding blocker as a wide receiver, Carnell Tate, Cecil. He is outstanding. And we're going back-to-back Buckeyes, by the way. It's going to be Arvell Reese going to the Giants at 5.
So Arvell Reese, so all Buckeyes, so Jeremiah Love goes at 3.
Yes.
So Arvell Reese is off the board to the Giants.
And the Kansas City Chiefs are trading up right now. I'm being told that the Chiefs are trading up right now to number 6.
Number 6.
The Chiefs are trading up to number 6 right now.
They're trading the pick with the Cleveland Browns.
Let's, real quick, before James does the Buckeye fight song, because why wouldn't you? That's all. That's all.
I don't know if we have the copyright situation.
But so let's jump into this. The Kansas City Chiefs make a trade. Who do you think this is for? This can't be Kenyon Sadiq this early, right?
No. I don't think so at all.
Sonny Shields?
Sonny Styles?
Sonny Styles, Sonny Shields. Sonny Styles? I knew somebody named Sonny Shields.
Well, you want to get the best player in the draft? Mm-hmm. Chiefs just might have done that. If, in fact, it is Sonny Styles.
Because who did they – the Chiefs once upon a time had really good players. They just didn't win anything. Yep. But they would have guys good in the middle of the field, Tamba Ali. And it was always a problem for the Broncos, but they haven't had to fill that need because of all their offensive power. Are they maybe looking to go back to how they were maybe 15 years ago, dominant presence in the middle of the field?
Well, I will say this. I'll give you the terms real quick. Cleveland gets 974 and 148. Those are the terms, and Kansas City moves up from 9 to 6. They made a lot of calls. They were trying to figure out where they're at. I mentioned that 9 was an inflection point because Veach was sitting there going, I'm not sure which one of these guys I'm going to get. He's going to go up and get the guy now, instead of having to play the game where going, well, maybe when. So I think you can still have and play, and I don't know it yet. Sonny Styles, and you look at Steve Spagnuolo's defense, where guys come and blitz from everywhere.
Yes.
I know Broncos fans don't want to hear it, but that's DC to player, Cecil, is outstanding.
When you can get that sort of football intelligence on the field, like Sonny Styles brings to the field for you, when you can get a guy that could be your green dot guy and come in and be the leader and the commander, just like he was for the Buckeyes, I mean, this is – I said it on the air today on Dover and Cecil, and I said the Chiefs catch the Broncos today, and it seemed hyperbolic. I'm emotional and opinionated. If it is Sonny Styles, I mean, you almost did it in one move. They've got 2 picks, but you almost do it in one move where you can get that sort of impact playmaker to just strengthen your defense in a way that I didn't see coming in this. I had the Chiefs going corner at the number 9 pick. They're moving up, and if it is Sonny Styles, Broncos, you could be in trouble here.
And just to catch everybody up, the Kansas City Chiefs have traded up from pick 9 to pick 6. One thing the Chiefs need, and we're speculating it could be Sonny Styles. Regardless of who it is, they don't have a lot of guys on their roster right now that can just take over the moment. That's really kind of gone away in the past year. So I think they came into this draft, and it's odd because they traded the one guy that did it. Got it?
I got it, and it is on defense, and it is not Sonny Styles.
Okay.
And it is the maybe, Cecil, one cornerback that goes in the first round.
Okay.
They are trading up for Mansour Delane.
Okay. There you go. And that's who I had him picking at number 9. So I'm going to take that as a win.
You can take that as a win. I think Cecil gets a W for that, or maybe like this is in soccer where they tie and then they both get a
or
point
hockey,
or something.
where
Hockey
I get a
in
point.
regular season.
Yeah,
I think we'll give you a point, not the full 3 for the win, but we'll give you the point. Listen, I do think there was 2 schools of thought here with the Chiefs. It was one, we're never picking in the top 10. We may never pick in the top 10 again with Patrick Mahomes. Let's go and get the best player that we feel like we can get up here. But there was a lot of thought around the league when I made calls of, but we have Steve Spagnuolo. We have Dave Merritt coaching our secondary. We can find guys. They've found guys, Cecil, that have become starters lower in the draft. Why don't we rely on our coaching staff to handle that part of it, and maybe we go with the tackle up here to help out protecting our the best player on the planet. But they end up going and getting a cornerback when they maybe feel there is scarcity between Delane and maybe your guy because of injury concerns.
Right.
And then the rest. Maybe they didn't want to wait.
Yeah.
Cecil, question for you.
Yes.
Does Jalen Waddle put the Chiefs in a position to make this pick?
That could be part of the conversation, is where I was going to go with the Chiefs defense, because you look at the AFC West in general, you got to deal with Justin Herbert. Right? You're going to have to deal with what the Raiders put together, and, at least with Kirk Cousins, a better quarterback, an upgrade, and then, of course, with Fernando Mendoza. And having Jalen Waddle in this division changes the math for what Kansas City needs to do. They do have Steve Spagnuolo, but what do we know about Bo Nix? You're not going to get to him. You're not going to rattle him. You're not going to pressure him. What do you have to do? You have to cover. Because Bo Nix's favorite guy is the open guy, and I guarantee that Jalen Waddle's going to get open. And that's why this move for Delane moving up in the draft to secure his services, I had him picking him at 9. They move up, they get him at 6. This is a big move because they see what's developing in this division.
You're a smarter man than I. That's why you do the mocks and I don't. I looked at the Chiefs taking a corner in the top 10 like if Mike Shanahan took a running back in the top 10.
Okay.
Why do it?
Right.
You know how to find them later. You know how to develop them. So I am a little surprised that, given kind of the confidence the Chiefs had in developing corners, that not only did they take one in the top 10, they traded up to get one.
Yeah, but at the same time, if you think about taking positions in the top 10, Cecil, this is a position, and what did I say earlier? If you're picking this high in the draft, you're thinking you're giving this player a $100 million contract and a contract too.
Right.
You do that with top-tier corners. You do that with top-of-the-draft corners. They're difference makers for sure because they slow down players like Jalen Waddle, and they slow down players across the league that are paid in the $40 million range. So you are looking at Brett Veach looking into this draft going, I'm looking at the financial aspect of how I'm going to build this team as well. If I'm going to take a corner and pay one, because I just traded one away that I was going to pay, so he in place takes Trent McDuffie, who's an outstanding player, and goes, I'm not giving you the second contract. I'm trading it in for the cheap contract now, and I'm turning it over.
Yeah, and turning it over when you have that salary cap problem that they've had because they're playing the best player on the planet. So I think this is a spectacular move for them. We'll see what they have next.
And the Kansas City Chiefs, so the Kansas City trade up from 9 to 6. They took who Cecil had him taking, Mansour Delane, quarterback LSU. It's the fan football draft party powered by Carrier Colorado. What more is going to happen in this draft? It's already going different than we all thought. We'll get into all of that next.
Colorado comes in knowing exactly what this matchup demands. Patience, precision, and a willingness to fight through LA's defensive dragnet. The Avs have generated chances, but the Kings have been committed to slowing the game to their pace. Incredible! Can special teams swing momentum on the road? Will the goaltending stay elite? Game 3 is where the series tilts. It's where the road team can steal control, or a home team can seize momentum. What a save! Avalanche, Kings. Game 3 in LA. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver's playoff headquarters.
On top of home and auto, Progressive protects your boat, RV, and motorcycle so you can explore the unknown.
Actually, we just take the RV to the same campground every year.
Well, maybe you can catch your own dinner on your boat.
Oh, we can actually get pizza delivered there from this brick oven place we love.
Will you at least try a new topping?
Honestly, probably not. We kind of have a go-to order.
Fine. Just bundle home or auto insurance with your outdoor vehicles with Progressive and stay protected when you go, I guess, where you've gone before. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Progressive knows you think the grass is always greener. Like maybe you ride a motorcycle. But today, it's raining. So you wish you had an RV. But if you did, you'd have to listen to some guy parked next to you at a campsite play his acoustic guitar. Now, before you start wishing you had a boat, remember, your brother-in-law would invite himself every weekend.
Permission to come aboard, Captain?
But one thing that is greener is the money you could save when you bundle your RV, boat, or motorcycle with your home or auto with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime.
Our entry-level data plans start at just $20 a month. And for a limited time, switch and get your second month free. Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com or a store near you and get your second month free today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional details.
Keep cool this summer and save on your energy bill with a high-efficiency Carrier system. With a range of innovative cooling solutions like the Carrier Infinity Heat Pump that delivers premium home heating and cooling performance. You make it a home. Let Carrier make it more comfortable year-round. For a limited time, take advantage of 0% financing for 60 months on select Carrier systems. Don't sweat out the summer. Find your ultimate home comfort solution today. Learn more and find a Carrier home comfort expert at CarrierColorado.com. Carrier, turn to the experts.
How was your break?
It was great until I stopped for gas. Prices have gone up almost $1 with no end in sight. I might have to start watching how much I drive.
That's exactly why I use Upside. I never pay full price for gas with the free Upside app.
Upside?
Yes, Upside. It's the free app that gives you cash back just for buying the gas you're already buying. So even with the rising gas prices, I'll never have to limit how much I drive.
Does that actually add up to anything?
Just last year, I made over $200 with the Upside app.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app right now.
Download the free Upside app to earn cash back on the gas you're already buying. Use promo code FUEL for an extra 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FUEL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first fill-up. That's FUEL.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Imagine all that could happen in 5 years. Jobs may change, kids will grow, new memes will come out. But what if you had reliable, intelligent Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Thanks to Xfinity 5-year price guarantee, you don't have to worry about that part of your future. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to your devices that need them the most, that finds and fixes any issues before you even notice them. It's like a super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats. You'll get incredible gaming speeds on multiple devices and no battling for bandwidth. For the next 5 years, all your devices will be working in perfect harmony, and you get our best equipment with no annual contracts, no fees, no strings. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. All with Xfinity's 5-year price guarantee. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. To get started, call, visit Xfinity.com, or drop into an Xfinity store. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Select plans only.
The biggest savings of the year from the oldest family-owned Toyota dealership in the Denver Metro, Groove Toyota. Limited time during the Over and Above sales event. Over 300 Toyota Tacomas. Only $329 a month lease. Visit GrooveToyota.com. Find your groove with $329 Tacomas at GrooveToyota.com. Start here, go anywhere.
Closed end lease for 36 months with $35.99 to its signing. 0 security deposit on approved credit. Call 720-961-4465 for complete details. Offer expires 5/4/26.
Start the clock. The Denver Broncos traded their first-round pick, but they could surprise us all and trade their way back into day one action. Join us at the Sportsbook Bar and Grill in Parker Thursday, April 23rd for the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan Draft Party, presented by Carrier Colorado. Zach Bai and Philip Lindsay will broadcast live starting at 2 p.m. Brandon Stokely and Mark Schlereth join the action at 4. Then John Davis, Cecil Lammey, and NFL insider James Palmer take you through every first-round pick. We'll see you there. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. It's the Fan Draft Party, powered by Carrier Colorado. Live from the Sportsbook Bar and Grill in Parker, here's John Davis, Cecil Lammey, and NFL insider James Palmer.
It's been exciting so far, guys. And right now, if you've been watching on TV, you're following along online, Mansour Delaney has come off the board, but we knew that because James had it. We had the trade. The Chiefs traded up to 6. I
love having James here.
It's so good having James here. Well, what's crazy that people don't know is the NFL called in and they said Palmer can't have another Ohio State guy off the board consecutively. So give us a breather.
By the way, there's two more Ohio States coming in the top 10.
But the breather happened. James, pick 7, Washington Commanders.
Yep, Washington Commanders go with Sonny Styles, an Ohio State Buckeye, a perfect fit for Dan Quinn. I mean, just an absolute perfect fit for what DQ wants to do on defense. This guy is unbelievable. I'll tell you this, the next pick is not a Buckeye. The Saints are going to go with Jordan Tyson, the next receiver off the board. A lot of people comp him to like Odell Beckham Jr. movement,
CeeDee Lamb,
like Justin Jefferson type movement. But back to Sonny Styles, like this is a guy that I thought would have been terrifying for Broncos fans if he was playing in Steve Spagnuolo's defense in Kansas City. He is so versatile. He can blitz from a variety of spots because he is so athletic. He is one of the longest players you're ever going to see in the middle of a defense when you're trying to play the middle of the field with the immeasurables that he has. But the other part that I was talking to a defensive coordinator about him was, man, like, he just knows ball. Obviously, his dad played. His brother was on his team. When you talk to him, he talks like a middle linebacker. He understands the game. You can use him so many different ways, not just because of the athletic ability, because he understands things on a level of you can put me in a lot of different places. He'll wear the green dot. He'll be the leader of your defense. He'll walk in and be one of the best character guys of your entire building.
Yep.
I was told by somebody, like, there's a chance he runs a Fortune 500 company after his NFL days. That's the type of person that Sonny Styles is. Really, really, I think perfect fit, in all honesty, as we talk about these draft picks that have happened.
Yeah,
so
and it's
far.
a perfect fit because Sonny Styles comes in with that nasty intention with high football intelligence. A lot of the times when you see linebackers or you scout players, it's like, that guy's really mean, he doesn't know what he's doing. Or that guy's know what he's doing, but he's not as physical or as violent as he could be. Styles almost embraces that as part of his role. So this is Dan Quinn. He's going to sleep well tonight. Let's just say that.
This was certain players you're
He's
hoping
Bobby
fall
Wagner.
to
They
you.
just got a new Bobby Wagner.
They just get a new.
That's who he is.
Bobby Wagner.
And that's to show how much Dan Quinn relies on a guy he needs to trust in his middle linebacker. He had Bobby Wagner in there, and Bobby Wagner's, 62 years old? And he was back there playing with him
He's
last
getting
year.
like master's degrees, doctorates, and everything while he's still playing.
Back there. So really happy. I mean, truthfully, not to disrespect Delaney, but I am thrilled that Styles is not in the AFC West for the Broncos. I think the Broncos got lucky here. We may only have to see this guy every few years.
Here's the thing you have to remember. How good is Bo Nix scrambling? How good is Bo Nix outside of the pocket? How good is Bo Nix getting from one sideline to the other and maybe running on third down when nothing's there for a first down? That's not happening if Sonny Styles is on the field.
Right,
Cecil? That's not happening if he's in the middle of the
break out.
He's running you down.
Exactly.
Easy. Running you down.
You got
easy.
the length to make up that ground, and with Delaney on the Chiefs moving up for Delaney out of LSU, when you have 4 elite positions, you have left tackle, quarterback first, of course, left tackle, pass rusher, corner's the 4th. Corner's the 4th, and Brett Veach is, I always call him the best GM in the league. Howie Roseman is my favorite GM in the league because I love Howie Roseman. But Brett Veach, best GM in the league. He sees what he needed to see for the secondary and maneuvering that salary to get Delaney here, moving up to get him. I think it's a great pick for them.
He still has another pick in the first round.
Yeah.
He's fine.
Yeah, they've still – and that's what's –
And I believe I had him doubling up on corner.
You had him doubling up on court.
I believe I might have.
So right there, and then at the Saints, we had that pick come in. They took Jordan Tyson, wide receiver. Low-key, the Saints might have nailed it on quarterback last year without anybody even knowing with Tyler Shough.
With Tyler Shough, right.
He came in, and that's a real deal. Jackson Dart got a lot of the attention for how well he kind of
back end of the year?
But back end of the year, Tyler Shough. Obviously, the Saints aren't a team that's going to be threatening probably anytime soon, but that is a winnable division. And they just got a guy. Is Tyson, much like Carnell Tate, is this another day one guy that's going to come in and contribute?
That's a day one guy. That's a Pro Bowl caliber player immediately that steps onto the field with Shough back there, being able to distribute the football down the field. So you have a down the field target that can make crazy catches. Like circus catches are Tyson's middle name. That's what he does almost religiously. That's how good he is at making those crazy. He's never going to catch that sort of catch.
Yeah, he's the wow guy. I think Tate's the steady, check every box guy.
Yeah.
Jordan Tyson's film, like, he flies off the tape. And when I'm talking to coaches about him and scouts about him, I had an assistant general manager go, man, I don't want to say it, but he's like Justin Jefferson and the looseness in the way he runs routes. Don't quote me on it. Well, I'm quoting him on it. But he's like, I don't want to say it, but I have to. That's how he moves. The way he gets in and out of breaks, the body movement stuff. A lot of people around the league I talk to is like, this is Odell Beckham Jr., the way that he can move. But there are major injury concerns from some teams. That was not universal across the board. There's some media reports out there like, everybody's comfortable with Jordan Tyson. First off, the league's not had a consensus on anything other than Patrick Mahomes is awesome. Like, they don't agree on anything. There are a lot of injury concerns with some teams. And the main reason I was told is there are teams that think he's just not strong, Cecil.
Yeah.
He's weak, and that plays a factor in the middle of the field. That plays a factor in some of these injuries. Steve Smith and I breaking our receivers down. Steve brought up a great point. He doesn't know how to go down. Like, he doesn't know how to get tackled.
Right.
And that's where a lot of those injuries kind of happen with Jordan Tyson. So there's definitely a thing or two to be concerned about. But, man, the wow plays are wow
you
plays.
Get him in an NFL weight program, and you imagine that Tyson will get stronger, but it's that learning how to fall. I'm glad Steve Smith pointed that out because you got to know how to do that in this league so that you aren't getting injured from landing on the turf awkwardly.
My favorite part about that is Steve did not know how to go down.
No, Steve wouldn't go down.
Exactly.
He wouldn't go down, but he knew, like, if I'm going down, I got to.
He had some size.
Oh, he had a lot of size to him. Yeah,
kind of
for
with
sure.
that, going back on another draft, you got the guy that checks the boxes, then the wow guys. It's kind of like A.J. Green, Julio Jones was years ago, where A.J. Green was a little more
That's a good
smooth
pull.
operator.
Good pull.
Julio was the one-handed down the middle type comparison. And this is kind of reminding me of that draft in a sense where the quarterbacks are not really what you're focusing, but it had Patrick Peterson, had Von Miller. Now those are all super duper guys, but you're getting some really quality guys. But we've already had some surprise picks. We're going to run down all the picks. It's the Fan Draft Party powered by Carrier Colorado. What surprised us? What do we like? And James will break more picks. We'll do it all next.
Got another one right now. Okay, never mind.
Game 3 in Minneapolis. Series tied, and everything Titans now. Can Denver walk into a hostile building and finally crack the Wolves' length and physicality? Can Jamal Murray find that road game edge that flips momentum? Can Nikola Jokic control the pace before Minnesota turns it into a street fight? And can the Nuggets' depth deliver the kind of minutes that swing a playoff game? On the other side, can the Wolves keep defending at this level? Can Anthony Edwards carry the load without wearing down? And can Minnesota keep Denver out of rhythm for 48 more minutes? Nuggets, Wolves, Game 3. And the answers tonight could reshape the entire series. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver's playoff headquarters.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here. In a world where dealerships come and go, one name has stood the test of time. Bozarth and Celebration Chevrolet, proudly serving Colorado since 1987 as the longest owned Chevy dealer in the state. From a huge selection of new Chevys to quality pre-owned vehicles, plus a team committed to treating you right, it's no wonder generations of Colorado drivers keep coming back. To see all the specials, visit BozarthAuto.com today. Again, that's BozarthAuto.com. Bozarth and Celebration Chevrolet. Experience you trust, service you deserve since 1987.
Hey, Broncos country, I'm Terrell Davis, and I'm here with Donnie, owner of the Fitness Gallery. There is nothing more important than your health. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on.
You're ready to make fitness fit your schedule. Don't wait. Secure pre-tariff pricing today.
You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store, Fitness Gallery, and get started on your goals today.
When the Nuggets are knocking down threes, you score too. If Denver hits 15 or more three-pointers, you score a free 28-ounce Gatorade Lower Sugar the very next day at your friendly King Soopers. Gatorade Lower Sugar is scientifically formulated with Gatorade's #1 proven electrolyte blend and has 75% less sugar than Gatorade Thirst Quencher and no artificial flavors, sweeteners, or colors. Big shots deserve next-level hydration. Only at King Soopers.
Cecil Lammey here from my friends at WindowNation.com. Listen, in Colorado, we get different types of weather all the time. So whether your cold air is escaping or your warm air is escaping, your windows are likely to blame. And getting top quality custom fit windows from Window Nation is easy and affordable. And during the More You Buy, the More You Save sale, you could save up to 50% off. Plus, you could get them with 0 interest for 5 years. During these uncertain times, one of the best investments you can make is in your home. So visit WindowNation.com now to book a consultation.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BACK5 to get up to a $5 bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BACK5 to get up to a $5 bonus on your first tank. That's code BACK5 to get up to a $5 bonus on your first tank.
If you miss the filing deadline again, the consequences can be substantial and the penalties huge. After 5 months, you'll owe late filing penalties of 25%, not to mention interest. The recent IRS tactics include prosecuting more non-filers, often criminally. So call the people I trust, Advanced Tax Solutions. They will help you get back into the system and off the IRS's radar. 303-753-6040 or visit advancedtaxsolutions.com.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. It's the Fan Draft Party, powered by Carrier Colorado. Live from the Sportsbook Bar and Grill in Parker, here's John Davis, Cecil Lammey, and NFL insider James Palmer.
We are having a great time here at the Sportsbook. If you're around, come to the Sportsbook Bar and Grill here in Parker. John Davis with Cecil Lammey and James Palmer. James, this is how good you are. You teased it before the break that you had a tip on the next pick. It still hasn't been announced officially. So what do we have? Cleveland at 9.
God, I'm always confused because I have like 2 picks ahead, actually. I think I have the next 2 picks if
let's
you want
do them both. Yeah.
Okay, let's through the text here. All right, Cleveland played this right, guys. Played it perfectly. Who they were going to pick at 6, they end up trading back. Obviously made the trade with the Kansas City Chiefs. They trade back and still get Cecil, the player that they wanted, in Spencer Fine.
Yeah, it's still getting a powerful, dominant player at the point of attack, a guy that's a mountain of a man, difficult to move, but while he's a good mover as well. Scouts call earth movers for basically guards and very rarely tackles. But you have a tackle that's an earth mover in Fano. So a great pick that for whoever quarterback they're going to have out there in Cleveland, help protect him.
And it goes back, it's kind of similar to the Jets taking an edge rusher. It's like you are in such a rebuild right now. Get one of those cornerstone positions. James, to the point you talk, a position you're probably willing to pay when that contract comes up because it's hard to come across a franchise-type player. And for everybody just tuning in, the reason the Browns picked at 9 is because the Kansas City Chiefs traded with them up to 6. They took cornerback Mansour Delaney out of LSU, not Sonny Styles, who went 7th. But, guys, Jeremiah Love, in many people's minds, the top player in this draft, in some people's mind, to the Arizona Cardinals. This was something that kind of wasn't talked about, and then this week kind of floated out there. They've got some weapons on offense. They got the best tight end in football, Trey McBride from
Colorado State and Fort Morgan.
I
didn't know which one you wanted.
And they got Marvin Harrison Jr. from, obviously, Ohio State.
Yeah, the Ohio State.
The Ohio State. So what are the Cardinals doing?
They're trusting that Jeremiah Love, who has his own comic book, by the way, Jeremonstar, and I got it in the mail this last week.
He had it on the inside of his coat today.
Yes.
It's pretty cool.
He had a deal with Sharpie, and they drew his whole comic self inside his jacket. Cecil might, if we were in Pittsburgh, he might just attack him on the street.
Just take that
steal
coat.
the jacket.
Go take that coat, get it graded, and hang it up in my man cave. But what you're hoping for and what they're banking on is that Jeremiah Love is not just a running back. They've already spent how much, James, on the running back position?
Roughly $25 million on the running back position. Here's the wild aspect of it. Now, do they need somebody to put butts in seats in Arizona? I would say so.
Sure, yeah.
Will Jeremiah Love certainly do that? Can he go to the house from anywhere on the field? Are you getting an offensive weapon, Cecil, right? Not just a running back.
Right.
This guy would have been ranked relatively high as one of the best slot receivers in this draft. That's how good Jeremiah Love is. But they've already committed the amount of money I just mentioned to their running back room. He is going to get a $52.5 million guaranteed contract as a rookie. The highest guaranteed contract in the NFL for a running back, I believe, is Saquon Barkley at about $35 million. So when we're talking about positional value in terms of dollars, he automatically has more guaranteed money than any running back in all of football. And obviously we know how good Saquon Barkley is, or Christian McCaffrey is, or Jahmyr Gibbs is, or Bijan Robinson is about to get a deal. Those guys are ultra talented, and they are all weapons that I mentioned as well. But that's the financial side of it of picking Love at 3. But at the same time, you're probably banking on your quarterback in 27, and you're in a very similar situation to the Raiders are in this year.
Yeah, well, look at what Arizona can do to stretch the field, because we talk about Marvin Harrison and how great he is and still can be, by the way. Trey McBride is the best tight end in all of football. You throw in Jeremiah Love there with all of the things they can do with him.
Because they have Algier and Connor.
And don't forget about Michael Wilson as well.
Yes.
So you have power in Connor, power in Algier. You've got dangerous OW capability in Jeremiah Love and Michael Wilson to stretch the field.
One small note on this, and this was a little, I don't know, maybe something I'm only interested in, Cecil, but everybody was curious about who was going to have the power in that room. Was it going to be Monty Ossenfort, or was it going to be the new head coach and Mike LaFleur? I got a text from somebody in another building going, this might show that Mike's got a little more juice than we thought he was going to have in the building. And I know from talking to Mike at the Combine, Mike was like, I don't care what the position is. I'm going to take the best player available at 3.
Well, and you mentioned LaFleur.
They went and did that.
Guess what system that is for Jeremiah Love? That's a Shanahan system.
Yep.
That is an awesome system for a back that can do everything like Jeremiah Love.
And, James, I got one more point on Love, but you got the Giants pick at 10.
Mal Noah's going to the Giants.
We're
going offensive line. And what did we talk about with a couple of these picks? Helping out your young quarterback is a big part of this process, and getting another guy to go out there and protect Jackson Dart and help give him some protection as you're going out there to see him grow in year 2 is really, really important. And I think we know the way that John Harbaugh thinks about things. The trenches are extremely important.
Right.
Making sure you're a physical team, Cecil, is very important. We'll never know if they wanted Fana, but they do get an offensive lineman.
Yeah, they get an offensive lineman there, and when you're building in the way that the Giants are building, you have a running back that's probably going to end up getting himself hurt again in Cam Scattaboo. But you have Jackson Dart. And much like here in Denver, it's all about what's best for Bo Nix, what's best for Jackson Dart. Protection. Get him some protection, and that's what they've done so far with pick 10.
This is the Dexter Lawrence trade. That was originally the Bengals pick. They traded it a week ago. You like what they're doing. They go edge, and they go offensive line. And where did the Broncos start their kind of rebuild process? They started it in the trenches. They didn't have the picks, obviously. One last point, I want to loop back to Jeremiah Love just because it relates to the Broncos. I have been yelling all offseason about middle linebacker in the draft, and their pick just added to it because the Broncos struggle to cover the running back out of the backfield. and the Arizona Cardinals are on the Broncos' schedule this next year. So this Jeremiah Love pick, you're thinking Cardinals, they suck.
Yeah.
No. They're on the Broncos' schedule.
Yes.
They've got multiple guys that are going to be running out of the backfield to catch passes.
And we remember that Falcons game. We remember it for other reasons, but we remember a few years ago when they couldn't cover back.
They couldn't.
All right, the two teams I told you were scared about staying where they were at because they didn't think they'd get their guy. One was the Chiefs. What was the other one, Cecil? The Cowboys?
It was the Cowboys.
The Cowboys have now moved up to 11 from 12 to get their guy, who I said they were going to pray falls to them at 12. They're going to get Caleb Downs at 11.
Wow.
They're going to give I'll get to that. They're going to give Miami 12, 177, and 180. So they still remember they didn't have a second-round pick. They still keep that other first-round pick.
Yep.
But they end up giving up 12, 177, and 180, which we know Miami needs just players, period.
Everywhere.
And they move down one spot. And the Cowboys are going to get, like I mentioned, the player that they were dreaming was going to fall in their lap at 12. They end up having to move up a spot, but they get Caleb Downs to change that Cowboys defense. I swear, if in Dallas, if they play mediocre defense, this team is very dangerous.
Right, right.
I mean, this could be, they have a chance to be the best offense in all of football this season. They truly do.
So long as Dak Prescott stays healthy. And then the George Pickens things, you know everything, James.
I know everything about George.
There's not been a lot of calls about George. Correct me if I'm wrong.
There have not.
But there's not been a lot of activity
Are
on
they
the
shocked?
whole.
Are they
could they
shocked?
trade George Pickens?
I have been told for some time that their plan was to have George Pickens play on the tag this year.
Mm-hmm.
That they were not going to give him in a contract extension. They weren't going to pay three players top of market value. They were in that conundrum a year ago, and that was part of the discussion they were having with Micah Parsons going, man, we got so much money, like, a third of our salary, or more than that. I think 40% of our salary is in Dak Prescott, CeeDee Lamb, and Micah Parsons.
Three guys.
They're not going to do that with CeeDee Lamb. They put themselves right back in the same situation. Are there people in that building that have had discussions going, wonder what we could get for George Pickens?
Good old George Pickens.
Certainly. But I think Jerry is thinking, if we bring in the defensive coordinator that blew them away in the interview process, and Christian Parker can work his magic in developing certain players, and we get Downs, and we get another player now here at 20, we're in a position to be contending for a Super Bowl. And I think Caleb Downs instantly becomes the leader of that Dallas defense. I mean, this guy is going to walk in and be one of the top leaders of your team in the first day he arrives.
Right.
He is one of the smartest players that is in this game. He's one of the smartest players that is in this draft. One of the things that some people had issues with was Caleb Downs doesn't make enough splash plays. He doesn't make enough wow plays for you. I had a general manager tell me, yeah, because he's already like 4 steps in the right direction, and he's already there, and the play goes another direction, and he already blew it up before half the time he doesn't even make a play.
Yeah, and that's something when you watch film, you can see the impact that he has all over this entire field. Caleb Downs, one of the best players in this draft because of that versatility. A lot of safeties, there'll be a center fielder, but they won't be a thumper, or vice versa. There'll be a thumper, but they're not really a center fielder. Caleb Downs can do both. We remember how Justin Simmons played. Downs is like that, but times 10.
And
that's
can
the type
can
of
he play in
ability.
the box then as well?
If you need it,
I don't know if I've ever seen him miss. I watch every game. I don't know if I've ever seen him miss a tackle.
He doesn't miss tackles, and he's in every play. So that's the type of guy that you want as close to the line of scrimmage as possible.
And since Roy Williams, they haven't had a guy in Dallas in the middle of the field that can kind of take care of it. But this guy's going to sell jerseys. He's going to be a popular player. He's playing in Dallas. Caleb Downs. So right now, with the guys off the board that we know are off the board, Caleb Downs, where does he rank as best football players, if that makes sense? Because it seems like he's higher than 11.
Sonny Styles, best player in this draft. Jeremiah Love, top 3 at least. Caleb Downs is right there. He's at least top 5, and that's if you're pessimistic. At least top 5.
Do you know where this gets interesting right now?
It's already been interesting.
The Giants have 2 picks. They take an edge rusher lineman. Styles goes to Washington. Downs goes to Dallas. Howie Roseman is sitting back watching his division get better.
Yes.
Are the Eagles lurking at
Howie's
some point?
Move. Howie's always going to move, right?
I heard Howie has contacted the Jets at 16. He's contacted the Bucks, I'm told, at 15. He'd like to get up into that range where we're going to see a lot of tackles go.
Yeah, and we got a tackle run that was coming in this first round. I had 4 going off the board in my first round mock draft, so expect that to happen here with the next few picks.
Overall,
See
right
why
now,
people said this was a bad draft? Because we're going like tackle heavy. We're talking about inside linebacker. it doesn't have the sexy, but it's got the playmakers. It's got players, especially in this top round.
And when we look at who's come off the board so far, Fernando Mendoza, number one, obviously. Edge rusher David Bailey to the Jets. Jeremiah Love, running back to the Cardinals. Carnell Tate, wide receiver. And just to stop, and then Arvell Reese, edge to the Giants. And just to stop there were players outside of Ohio State drafted.
Strange.
Mansour
I
Delaney,
don't know how we
LSU.
lost the game or the national championship. I'm still upset about it.
How did that happen?
It's actually, this draft process has actually made me feel worse about how the college football season went.
Who's the best fit so far?
I think Sonny Styles with Dan Quinn, I think is a really, really good fit. But I also think Caleb Downs with Christian Parker in the way that he runs a defense. I think he's going to – remember, this is the guy in Philadelphia that went to Howie Roseman and said, I have two players I think you should draft. If we draft guys that I believe, Howie, we should pick, I think we should pick Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean. Howie picked both of those players.
And Howie was looking to move up last year to do that, and he didn't need to.
And so when you look at both those guys, and Christian has spent so much time with Cooper DeJean, and the flexibility that DeJean gave that Eagles defense made them who they were on the back end. Now he goes and is going to work with Caleb Downs. He's already been with Justin Simmons. Like, he's going to know how to work a guy that can do a lot of different things. I would say Caleb Downs, no slight to Justin, but is going to go stick his nose down there and make plays at the line of scrimmage much more than, say, Justin Simmons, but at the same time controlling the whole back end of your defense.
Right.
That is Caleb
when
Downs.
You have
those are the
range
two fits to me.
And thumping ability like Downs does, it's very, very rare. Best fit to me, I'm still stuck on Fernando Mendoza because I really appreciate Clint Kubiak. It wasn't that long ago, 2010. It was Emmanuel Sanders' year when he came out of SMU. I scouted, quote-unquote, Clint Kubiak is a safety coming out of Colorado State. He was at the Shrine Bowl with Emmanuel Sanders was there, and that was the year before Julius Thomas. But it's like, I remember Clint Kubiak coming out of college. I love the kid. I love his mind for this game, and certainly don't want him to have much success because it's the Raiders, and screw the Raiders, but that's a great fit for Mendoza right off the top.
I attended Clint Kubiak's pro day. He didn't participate, but he was there. He was hurt, I think. I think he was hurt.
Okay.
And he didn't participate in the pro day, but he was there. I think he was already getting in the coaching thing.
It's funny how when you do this long enough, you'll see guys like that.
It's not cool, Cecil.
It's just it's a sign, right?
Yep.
I look at the Giants. They were a team a week ago. They get the 10th pick, so they take Arvell Reese, edge, and then they take Francis. Say it for me. Thank you. I always get nervous on the air. These were not really the two guys a week ago. It was supposed to look, it was going to be Carnell Tate or it was going to be Sonny Styles.
Jeremiah Love was some mocks out there for the Giants.
A lot of the sexier names were supposed to go to the Giants.
Right.
But I think it's not the sexier names, but it's low-key especially with
who's
picks,
running the Giants right now, though?
It's Harbaugh.
Yeah.
So
I think Harbaugh wants to make
better.
a statement with the first draft, right? Hey, we're going to be physical. We're going to play in the trenches.
Right.
Remember, these guys are set, by the way, for like practices that they've never had in training camp. Now that Harbaugh's there with the Giants, we have the next pick in, and our run on offensive line is moving.
Here we go.
The Miami Dolphins are going to pick Caden Proctor, who's been a very intriguing player in this draft process, right? Cecil, coming out of Alabama, a mountain of a human being.
Oh, yeah.
Just a monster. And if anybody's benefited from not playing football over the last couple of months, it might be Proctor more than anybody. He is skyrocketing in a lot of teams' minds because of potential.
Right, and I had the Lions getting him at 17, so he goes off the board, but I also had the Dolphins getting Fano, who was already gone by the time they pick in this draft. So you look at what they're doing up front and how they're trying to build things. It's with Proctor, it's strength and it's tenacity. That's what you're looking for with Miami, and they need so much. They need everything. It's why I had them taking a tackle, Fano, with their first pick. It's Proctor instead, but you still build that offensive line. Huge prospect up front that you can push people around. Earth movers again. Where are your earth movers at? Miami just got one in Proctor.
So he seems a little more potential driven. So is this a player, Proctor, that the Miami Dolphins fans are going to have to be patient with, like we were with Garrett Bowles? Because he came in – now, he was real raw when Garrett Bowles came in. But it's Proctor, not so much stylistically, not so much physically, but there was some patience needed from the Broncos fans. And the Dolphins fans are going to have to be patient with his development.
I think Dolphins fans are plenty patient right now, just based on everything they've been through with the Tua Tagovailoa situation.
But they got Malik Willis, so you're sending a message to Malik Willis here.
Right.
Like, we know we got rid of Waddle, but we're going to keep you upright. Look at how well Bo Nix did upright with a receiving core that was, not elite.
And with Malik Willis, I think that's a team that could be a little bit noisy in the AFC East. Again, not winning the division, anything like that, but just be a tough out. I think that's where you're at if you're the Dolphins right now. Don't be the pushover. People are talking about New England, not just because of the Vrabel thing. They're talking about the Bills. I'm super excited, and it kind of stings because for years and years and years I've said Buffalo can't get over the top. I think now this might be the year the Buffalo Bills actually do that.
That's terrible news. We don't. Ain't nobody want to see that. They got Bradley Chubb. They've had Von Miller. They've had Shane Ray. Isn't that funny? Bradley Chubb and Josh Allen are now teammates. After all that was talked about,
after everything that
what
we
if they
talked
win
about.
a ring together?
It could happen this year.
That would be
honestly. The Bills would be one of the most dangerous teams. They usually are, but I think this is the year they could go over the top.
With
Whoa.
this.
Whoa.
Okay, what do we got?
Uh-oh.
What do we got?
James
What do you got,
by the
JP?
way? He's working behind the scenes.
The second quarterback is off the
Rams?
board.
No way.
The Rams are going to select Ty
Whoa.
Simpson
Wow.
with the 13th overall pick. Wow.
I cannot believe it.
This was
So-
talked about, but can you believe it happened?
I can and I can't. I'm going to disclose something that I probably shouldn't say, but I was sitting with
Say
Mike
it.
LaFleur at the Combine, and we were at a certain watering hole, and Mike said to me, Les Snead told me mid-season he's picking Ty Simpson in the first round.
Oh, my God.
I swear. And he goes, I was obviously still part of the Rams staff when he told me that. And he goes, but I still feel now that they don't have 2 picks in the first round, because when Les Snead said that, they had 2 picks in the first round before they made the Trent McDuffie move. So you almost thought that the Rams thought they had a pick to play with in the first round. And
Right.
we know
Falcons,
the way,
right.
yes, and we know the way that Les feels about them picks. So once they made the trade for Trent McDuffie and only had 1 first-round pick, everybody thought, well, now Les is not going to pick Ty Simpson. Now he goes and picks Ty Simpson, 13th overall.
Wow.
For everybody tuning in, James Palmer just broke it here. The Rams, 13th overall, taking quarterback Ty Simpson. Dan Orlovsky is going to lose his mind. He's going to be so happy over this. We talk about Bo Nix
But
to
you
Sean
talk about
Payton.
fit, yeah.
That's the thing is, Bo Nix anywhere else, that's a little bit different. Bo Nix with Sean Payton. If you're Ty Simpson right now, you're Ty Simpson's agent, you're Ty Simpson's family, you're going, it could not have gone better.
You got it
Ty
perfect.
Simpson.
You
He
got it perfect with Simpson because you get to learn behind Matthew Stafford and you get to learn from Sean McVay. And if you're a Rams fan, you've got to be excited because now there are always some rumblings, James, and you can tell me how much water these rumblings ever held. Of
I'll give it to you.
Hey, McVay wins another Super Bowl, he might call it quits. He might hang him up, and we know that Stafford is closer to retirement. Now, if you're Sean McVay, you're energized by Ty Simpson, whereas we talk about the tools of Fernando Mendoza, and they don't blow you out of the water. Tools for Ty Simpson do. They blow you out of the water completely, and it's a bad comp because he didn't turn out well. But like when Zach Wilson came out of BYU, and you're like, he's got a ton of tools. And unfortunately, Zach Wilson got some Pat Mahomes comparisons. You don't see that with Ty Simpson, but you definitely see that athleticism comes through. He's a guy that has limited experience, of course, with less than 10 starts. Back to the old Bill Parcells. Give me those 30-start guys.
That's rough.
It is rough, but you get Sean McVay to learn behind Matthew Stafford. If you're Simpson, you just ended up in heaven, football heaven right now.
If you're Ty Simpson, you're looking at Phillip Rivers, you're looking at Aaron Rodgers. Maybe that's me. I get to sit behind the really good player. I get the offensive tutelage, and when I come in, I'm ready to go.
I think we got to look at both sides of the coin with Ty Simpson, though, right? I mean, there are some issues with size, certainly. I had an offense coordinator tell me, he had his rib broke by a 170-pound corner. Makes me a little nervous at the NFL level.
Right.
And I think those questions are very valid. Because what does he sit, Cecil, 6 foot?
6'1" is what he's listed at, but he's not 6'1".
5 inches taller than me.
And so I think there's that aspect of it. I do know that Alabama's run offense was absolutely terrible. Their offensive line was absolutely terrible. There certainly are, I would say, more translatable NFL throws and film than there actually was with
Fernando.
With Fernando Mendoza.
Yeah, Fernando Mendoza threw a lot of wide open guys. We talked about that off air.
We did.
With Simpson, it's more pro throws,
These
not
are
because
NFL
they're
throws.
stick throws, but because he's getting hit while he's throwing.
That and
he's
they're
under
thrown,
duress.
he's under duress. They're thrown with anticipation.
Yep.
He goes through progressions very
No support
quickly.
of a ground game.
He goes through a lot of these things that you need to do at the NFL level. Now, there are some teams that do believe his ceiling is bottom third starter. like bottom third of the NFL as a starter. The comp that was used most frequently to me about Ty Simpson was Brock Purdy. Now, Brock Purdy was the last pick of the entire draft. This is pick 13. But I guess it doesn't really matter where you're picked as long as a team has a plan for you. And I think Bo Nix got a very similar reception when we were sitting, not right here, somewhere together 2 years ago.
Right.
And if you remember, my phone was sitting here blown up going from multiple teams going, we don't have a first-round grade on Bo Nix. There were multiple teams that didn't have a first-round grade on Bo Nix, and they thought Sean Payton was insane. Well, Sean had a distinct plan for Bo. Maybe, obviously, Sean and Les have a distinct plan on how this process will go through with Ty Simpson. But the main thing that you do here around the NFL, Cecil, and tell me if I'm wrong on this, is specifically if you love the quarterback, take him. Don't wait.
Yeah.
Take him.
And that's Les Snead 101. And then you look at the younger weapons, because we know Devontae won't be there forever. But look at the younger weapons, and I'm thinking of Colorado's very own Terrence Ferguson. You give him that sort of security blanket, so you have a smaller quarterback that's going to operate largely within the pocket to begin with. He does have wheels. He can scoot. He can run. But now you've got development and time together to learn with Ferguson to kind of grow in that offense and grow in that McVay system.
And everybody checking in, the Rams take quarterback Ty Simpson. This is one of maybe going to be the headline story of the draft. And there's something real quick, James. You had said to us a few years ago when we were sitting there, they shouldn't have taken Bo Nix at 12. Well, there were some teams that would have taken him had he slid. One of them was the Los Angeles Rams.
It was.
And so with that, they've been looking at a quarterback. So they saw something in Bo Nix. They see something in Ty Simpson. It's the fan draft party powered by Carrier Colorado. A lot of surprise picks. Other names going to come off the board. We continue to tell you who's drafted and react next.
Start the clock. The Denver Broncos traded their first-round pick. But they could surprise us all and trade their way back into day one action. Join us at the Sportsbook Bar and Grill in Parker Thursday, April 23rd for the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan Draft Party, presented by Carrier Colorado. Zach Bai and Philip Lindsay will broadcast live starting at 2 p.m. Brandon Stokely and Mark Schlereth join the action at 4. Then John Davis, Cecil Lammey, and NFL insider James Palmer take you through every first-round pick. We'll see you there. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Imagine all that could happen in 5 years. Jobs may change, kids will grow, new memes will come out, but also, what if you had reliable, intelligent Wi-Fi and the price didn't change for 5 years? Thanks to Xfinity 5-year price guarantee, you'll actually won't have to worry about that part of your future. You're guaranteed 5 years of Wi-Fi that boosts speeds to your devices that need them the most, that finds and fixes any issue before you even notice them. It's like super intelligent Wi-Fi that keeps you protected from online threats, all with our best equipment and no annual contracts, no fees, and no strings attached. So even though your kids will grow up, your internet stays sharp, reliable, and most importantly, the price will stay put. 5 years, same price, locked in reliable, fiber-powered gig Wi-Fi for effortless streaming. Plus, get Disney, Hulu Bundle, Peacock Premium included on us. To get started, call, visit Xfinity.com, or drop into an Xfinity store. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Peacock Premium included for 3 years. Programming subject to change in availability. Actual speeds may vary. Xfinity Internet is powered by fiber and connected to the premises by coaxial cable.
Hey, Broncos country. I'm Terrell Davis, and I'm here with Donnie, owner of the Fitness Gallery. There is nothing more important than your health. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on.
You're ready to make fitness fit your schedule. Don't wait. Secure pre-tariff pricing today.
You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store, Fitness Gallery, and get started on your goals today.
The #1 draft pick this spring is the Carrier Infinity System, keeping you comfortable year-round. With unmatched reliability, innovation, and efficiency, Carrier products deliver premium home comfort solutions for whatever the Colorado weather brings. From heating and cooling to healthier indoor air and full control with the touch of a button, Carrier is the expert in home comfort with over 120 years of changing how we live, work, and play. Visit CarrierColorado.com to find a local Carrier expert and feel the comfort. Carrier, turn to the experts.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/ground advantage to learn more.
Introducing the new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club Sandwich. With that juicy Chick-fil-A chicken on a buttermilk ranch bun, jalapeno ranch sauce, and pickled jalapenos, it's a little ranch with a lot of kick. The new Chick-fil-A Jalapeno Ranch Club with original spicy or grilled filet. Available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
Getting a little older doesn't have to mean, well, getting older. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. And if you're feeling low energy, can't sleep, can't lose weight, or struggling with brain fog, or your sex drive is off, it's time to change it up. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, our advanced medical strategies featuring TRT, GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1s, PDA, and more treat low T and other hormonal issues to help you shed pounds, have more energy, enhance your body composition, improve sleep, increase your sex drive, and so much more. Getting you back in the game again. So don't be older. Be stronger in the gym. Be sharper at work. Be better in the bedroom, and be more confident in every part of your life. So call us today and find out how our advanced treatment strategies could change the game for you. Your first visit is just $99 and includes blood work and a medical consult. And if you start on one of our advanced treatment plans on the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
If you love distinctive, unique designer jewelry that doesn't look like everybody else, you have to experience Lika Bahar. I'm Bruce Williams.
And I'm Michelle Williams, inviting you to the Lika Bahar Trunk Show, Friday and Saturday, April 24th and 25th at Williams Jewelers in Cherry Creek North.
Designer Lika Bahar will be here in person to share with you all her latest creations direct from our Manhattan design studios.
Lika Bahar's pieces are crafted by hand using age-old jewelry making techniques from ancient Greek and Byzantine times. You're going to love it.
Come discover Lika Bahar's burnished sterling and 24-karat gold collection. It's wearable art that starts at just $450.
The Lika Bahar Trunk Show, Friday and Saturday, April 24th and 25th at Williams Jewelers.
For yourself or the one you love, we'll see you there.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
The official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
It's the Fan Draft Party, powered by Carrier Colorado. Live from the Sportsbook Bar and Grill in Parker, here's John Davis, Cecil Lammey, and NFL insider James Palmer.
We are reacting to the first round. A lot of surprises, big names. Jeremiah Love went 3 to the Arizona Cardinals, and the big one, James Palmer had it. Ty Simpson, quarterback, Alabama, 13 to the Rams.
Wow.
That's one of those, you always talk about it, the rest of the league's going, well, why did they want him? Should we have wanted him? Should we have wanted this quarterback if they want him? But that's interesting. We did have a pick. James, you got the tip on a pick, Baltimore Ravens.
What do we say, Cecil, every time the Baltimore Ravens make a pick?
They're going to make the right pick
year.
because Ozzie Newsome showed them the way.
Yes, it is. And I think he still has an office there, by the way. I think they can still knock on his door if they need some guidance from one of the best executives and tight ends to ever play in this game. I'll have you do it, Cecil. This is a Baltimore Ravens pick to protect Lamar Jackson. And I put this guy in the small group of players, if you take position out of it, one of the best players in this draft.
Right, and you would say at least in the top 10, if not pushing for the top 5, and I'm going to hack his name, so I apologize.
I was going to say one of you are doing this.
Olave Vivega Iona.
There you go. That was good.
I got it close.
No, that was right.
The Penn State kid, and this is one of those, can't miss picks, and also one of those picks that was obvious to see. I think if you go and look at all mock drafts out there, almost every single one of them had to have Ione to the Baltimore Ravens because it's a perfect fit. It's interior offensive line. It's a guy that's going to move you around and not take any crap, and that's exactly who Baltimore is.
I think the funny part about this is some of these tackles in this draft are going to end up playing guard.
A lot of them don't know it yet, but yes.
Exactly. And the funny part is I don't think any of them are going to be as good of a guard as this man is.
No, not at all.
So I think this is just a classic Baltimore Ravens pick where they're one of the teams out there where you go that's just a well-run organization that knows exactly who they are and their identity, and they pick players that just make a lot of sense. And this makes a ton of sense for the Baltimore Ravens, specifically also after losing Tyler Linderbaum in the middle of that offensive line to the Raiders.
And Lamar's had injuries. That's something he's battled. You got to protect him. I look at it now, it's a pick nobody agrees with me on because this guy's gotten so good. I still to this day feel it should have been Penei Sewell, not Jamar Chase, to Cincinnati, because you got to protect your franchise quarterback.
Right.
And while that's tough to look at because Jamar is probably the best in the league, Penei Sewell, the Ravens, you talk about making the right pick. There's certain guys here that maybe might have been more sexy, but we got to protect this guy.
Right.
We got to keep the interior of the line. Great pick by the Ravens. I think everybody expects them to bounce back.
And you got to stay with what their identity is. Part of what Ozzie Newsome's greatest gift to them, besides Lamar Jackson being his final first-round pick, Ozzie Newsome gave them the identity that they've never gone away from. We were talking about it off air. It's like Baltimore's always good. Why? Because they run the ball. They run the hell out of the ball. And now with the interior of the offensive line strengthened, and I'm just calling him the Penn State kid because I don't want to try that name again. But when you add that sort of talent, you get to maintain your identity, which is, we're going to run it down your throat.
And they still have Derrick Henry. It's funny with the Ravens. You could go back to week 1 last year. Their whole season flipped on a Derrick Henry fumble in the fourth quarter of the first game of the season. And I think that really stung with them. It just started this bad momentum with them. I expect them to be back next year.
There was a big issue, if you talk to people in that building, that they felt like they lost a little bit of their nuts, in a sense, in how they were as a team. Like, they didn't feel like as tough as we usually see that Ravens team. That was a big issue. I think he comes in and really solidifies that offensive line. The Bucks are up next with the 15th pick. They had a ton of calls for this pick, and I think they're making the pick.
Okay.
And they were going to go with a Miami edge rusher, Cecil.
That's who I had in my mock.
That's who they were going to go with.
They were going to go.
Who did you have them picking?
Akeem Messidor.
Did they ever think his teammate was going to fall down to them?
No, not at all. Ruben Bain.
And that's who they're going to go with.
Oh, my God. Ruben Bain.
What a pick.
To Tampa Bay.
What a pick.
Wow. And in doing my mock, and Bain goes earlier for me, I was like, okay, Tampa'd love him, but they'd love the other guy as well. They'd love Messidor.
Yep.
But now they get the top dog from the Miami Hurricanes and Ruben Bain.
A name I brought up earlier, different position. But is this maybe almost like a Derwin James-esque pick where a guy just fell for some reason and a team picks up a really talented guy outside of where maybe they should have?
No, I don't think they're entirely similar because Bain plays a premium position. And premium positions and guys that have tape like Bain has usually don't fall. Derwin James falls because he plays safety, sadly. Kyle Hamilton falls because he plays safety. You would hope that Caleb Downs benefited from both of those guys playing as well as they played, and the Cowboys go, no, we got to stop letting safeties fall in this draft. We should just take him. Bain fell strictly because he's a Tyrannosaurus Rex. He just has short arms, right? That is literally the only knock. And when teams, they love comps. They live off of comps. General managers live off of comps. And when you go, there is no man in the history of the NFL from 2000 to now that has double-digit sacks with arm length, the length of Bain's, general managers get scared.
They get a little bit nervous because there's nothing to quantify with it or go back in history and say, yeah, short arms, but then this guy did it. The people that I talked to, James said zero concern in any sort of off-field issue. I know that was brought up briefly in the pre-draft process because of the car situation.
Teams knew about that.
Teams knew about that, so it's like my texts were always like, why are we talking about old stuff? They know about it. They're not a concern. So I think media-wise, it got some traction of like, oh, Ruben Bain, is he a bad guy? Nobody I talked to thinks so. And obviously Tampa Bay didn't think so either.
I just got a text from somebody in Tampa who just said, from every one of our mock drafts, we did not have Ruben Bain falling to us. That's how volatile this draft is. That's where guys, after Cecil, the top 10 picks, a lot of teams in this draft have 9 to 13 first-round grades. Usually it's in the low 20s for most teams.
Yeah.
So you're going to have a lot of similar grades on players once you hit picks maybe 12, 13, 14, 15. Those grades could be similar to what teams have on some guys in the early 30s, in the early 40s, which is crazy. So that's when we're seeing so much differential now in the way the boards are going to be falling, and you're going to maybe see some trades in the back end of this first because now you're going to go get the guy that you want, and it might be this tackle run that could potentially happen.
Yeah, and it gives you the maneuverability because you're not really relying on we have to get this guy. If you've got second-round grades on the rest of these picks, and as we get to the middle of the first round, that's probably what they're going to be, you can look at the board and go, you know what if we move back? What if we move back a little bit? How far can we move back and still get a similarly graded player? And in this draft, you could do it.
Mm-hmm. So Ruben Bain fell to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers at 15. That's going to be a pick. Cecil, you both, Cecil and James, you talk about the arms. GMs get scared. Cecil, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
And it's always my thing. when you turn on the film, can the guy play?
Yeah. Mark Schlereth would say, football playing Jesse.
Yeah, I mean, Drew Brees was short when you turned on the film.
Right.
He could play.
And when you look at Ruben Bain, he's a terror for quarterbacks. Absolute terror out there on the football field.
And they need that in Tampa Bay because they started off hot last year, and then it really started to kind of fall apart.
Right,
for
and
them.
Baker playing hurt. I don't know about you, James, but during the year I was like, Baker, just take the week off. Please, Baker.
He was
so hurt, yet he's so tough. He tried to play through it and didn't play as well.
Yep. All right, we got the next pick.
What do you got?
The Jets. I think there's probably 12 individuals on the planet right now that are highly watching this pick right now because there's a chance they could go to the Jets as the starting quarterback in 2027. Sadiq is off the board.
It's
the tight
Sadiq
end
to the Jets.
out of Oregon is going to be the Jets' pick at 16. Everything is in the bucket of we're taking a quarterback in 27. They have 3 first-round picks in 27. Remember when they made the Quinnen Williams deal with Dallas, they actually asked for the first-round pick to be in 27, not 26. They wanted as much ammo to move around the board to get the quarterback they want there. They're setting this roster up to hopefully have that quarterback walk into a situation that is very favorable.
Walk into a situation doesn't include Breece Hall, though.
No.
That's where my mind goes because I think the Broncos should have traded for Breece Hall last year before the trade deadline. There was some buzz about that. You have Breece Hall in his current situation where it's like, okay, did they really do that, in your opinion, James, to protect from the Broncos of going to get a Breece Hall?
I think what they did was, what's the worst thing that can happen if we keep Breece Hall on our roster until the trade deadline in 2026? Is that the worst thing in the world?
You probably raise his value, honestly.
It's actually not the worst thing. And so what I did think, though, Cecil, was take advantage of a bad running back class.
Mm-hmm.
You should have.
Yeah.
And you should have moved him when teams knew that this was a bad running back class.
Right.
That's what I would have done if I was the Jets. But they do value him in some capacity. Hell, maybe they give him a new deal, like, eventually. I don't know.
Maybe.
It could happen if they're going to try to set this thing up differently. But it has been a player that everybody has had circled for a while. And they've just kind of, like, as they've departed with everybody else, hung on to Breece Hall. He's like Will Smith in that meme on
the meme
from Fresh Prince where he's standing in the family room by himself.
Cortland Sutton thought that was himself a few years ago. He actually posted me real quick. Cecil fit. That's the dirty secret in the NFL.
Yeah, it is.
This is a highly talented player. How's it fit?
Well, we'll have to see what the coaching staff is like.
I mean,
we
you don't know if it's going to be Frank Reich in 2027.
Right.
You really don't
That's
know.
the big thing. Is this potentially, it doesn't apples to apples, Eberflus 1 year in Chicago.
Right.
Then they got it right. Or the Jets may be looking at a similar situation.
Well,
you're stacking the talent. You get the head coach
next year. And at the tight end position, like, James, I know you love JG as much as I did.
I love him.
I still love JG, but you see with Trey McBride, it's like, okay, Jonathan Gannon is not there anymore.
Yeah.
Are we seeing a similar situation with Aaron Glenn? I don't think Glenn is the coach that JG is, but still – that's how we could see this Kenyon Sadiq pick. Like, it's good for the next staff.
Yeah, I mean, you've already parted ways with 12 assistant coaches, I believe, in your first year.
Yeah.
It's out here. So, with that, there is a name with Kenyon Sadiq off the board that has been floating to an AFC West rival. It is not a draft pick, but with Sadiq off the board, is this now a very real possibility? Cecil, James, and I react to that. It's the Fan Draft Party powered by Carrier Colorado. We'll get into that next.
Avs playoffs. Nuggets playoffs. It's beautiful. It's brutal. The ups, the downs. We're here to help you through it because we get it. We're just like you. You're going to yell at your TV. You're going to text your group chat in all caps. You're going to have opinions. Well, guess what? So do we. Lots of them. We're here to tell you the truth. Real talk. We're saying what everyone's thinking out loud. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver's playoff headquarters.
Hey guys, it's Mark Schlereth. I just made one of the best decisions of my life. I got rid of my glasses. I went to Cutarelli Vision and had refractive lens exchange, RLE. I wore glasses for distance vision, but I got to that inevitable point in life where I was always needing those reading glasses just to do about anything, and half the time I couldn't find them. Seeing menus, texting, reading my computer, or studying film, it was a struggle. But now I see the world perfectly near and far without any glasses thanks to Cutarelli Vision. Vision RLE, the perfect permanent solution to spending your good active years not needing reading glasses. And here's the cherry on top. You'll never develop a cataract. Dr. Cutarelli is Colorado's most experienced with over 90,000 vision correction procedures. You can trust him to know if it's the right time for you and RLE. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at coloradorle.com. Cutarelli Vision, RLE, no readers, glasses, or contacts, or cataracts. coloradorle.com.
I remember brushing my hair and looking down and thinking, oh my gosh, do I have any hair left?
I used to look at women with thick, beautiful hair and think, why doesn't my hair look like that?
My thinning hair is making me feel so old.
If you want thick, healthy, gorgeous hair, then you need Hair Volume from New Nordic. With clinically proven ingredients like apple extract, biotin, and millet, Hair Volume nourishes your hair follicles to promote thicker, healthier-looking hair. Say goodbye to shedding, thin, and dull hair, and hello to thick, healthy hair with Hair Volume.
Since taking Hair Volume, the shedding has all but stopped.
Now, instead of being jealous of other women's hair, I have friends who are jealous of mine.
My hairdresser couldn't believe the difference in my hair. Now she's using Hair Volume too.
Available as a tablet or delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com, or find Hair Volume in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
Soda weight loss is state of the art. You've heard me say that for years and years now. Why? Because it's so true. And SodaDietNutrition.com is the website you need to go to, or call them up, 1-866-800-SODA. Listen, I lost 60 pounds a few years ago with SodaDietNutrition.com, and I'm never going back. Haven't gained the weight back. Why? Because I know how to eat, what to eat, and when to eat. All thanks to my friends at Soda Weight Loss. Soda Diet and Nutrition. You can join Soda for a short time to have results that last a lifetime. Join now, and your partner joins free. It's two people with real accountability for the price of one. Online, SodaDietNutrition.com, or call them up, 1-866-800-SODA. And just having that real nutritionist, having that program in place to help you lose the weight, it means everything. And right now, when your partner can join for free, with you get two people, real accountability, the price of one, it's a no-brainer. SodaDietNutrition.com is where you need to go. Soda Diet Nutrition, they're state of the art.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BACK5 to get up to a $5 bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BACK5 to get up to a $5 bonus on your first tank. That's code BACK5 to get up to a $5 bonus on your first tank.
How about 60 seconds that'll make you actually feel good for a change? Hey, Dan Jacobs with 303 Law 4040. You've heard me talk about the best free meal in Denver. And I had some listeners that had heard me talk about how I used to love to make brisket, but with outrageous beef prices, we just couldn't afford to do it anymore. We can't afford to feed that many people. Well, a guy, Barbecue Bob, showed up to one of our first and third Thursdays with a couple $1,000s of brisket so he could just help people. We're going to make free brisket here coming up in the next couple months for our best free meal in Denver. And then another guy, Fred, who runs the Ace Hardwares over on Gartrell Road and Arapahoe Crossing. He said, from now on, all your fuel you need for that barbecue is on me. And another guy, Bobby Hancock from IHOP. He fed our volunteers and gave thousands of dollars worth of gift certificates to our people that take advantage of the best free meal in Denver. If you want to help, you can. Just spread the word. It's the best free meal in Denver every first and third Thursday, 4 to 6 p.m. It's at Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road. And if you have any questions, just call us at 303-LAW-4040.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Powered by Advanced Tax Solutions. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. It's the Fan Draft Party, powered by Carrier Colorado. Live from the Sportsbook Bar and Grill in Parker, here's John Davis, Cecil Lammey, and NFL insider James Palmer.
We are down here. What a draft so far. A lot of surprises. If you're Kenyon Sadiq, you were looking there, hey, maybe I go Kansas City at 9. Maybe I go 13 to the Rams.
Right.
No, I get to go 16 to the New York Jets, just where I wanted.
Stokely is so mad at me right now because B-Stoke hit me up today, and he's like, give me some of that insight. I said, Kenyon Sadiq, 19 to the Carolina Panthers. Book it. And the Jets screwed up my mock draft.
That's weird because they never screw anything up, so that's really weird. So, I think overall right there, James, two of the bigger names go 15 and 16. Ruben Bain, Kenyon Sadiq. Any surprises so far of anybody that's not off the board from either of you?
I do think we're going to have to keep our eye on Mekhi Lemon, who a lot of people have as the third best receiver in this draft. And I was told by somebody I was talking to just outside this fine establishment before we started this show that if the Rams don't take him at 13, his fall could be large. Some people around the league think he could fall out of the first round.
Right.
And that's because he's a little bit specific as a player compared to Payton Tyson, just more of that fully slot guy right there, Cecil. I'd keep an eye on the Panthers going with a wide receiver. I know it sounds crazy that they do it again, but I do think they want to really confirm that Bryce is the guy or not the guy. I think Carolina could be in play for a skill guy, but I think that's one guy to me. There was so much buzz. That's a Biletnikoff winner. Guy won the Biletnikoff as the college football's best wide receiver and still has not been picked, and we have two wide receivers off the board.
Yeah, Mekhi Lemon is the name there, and I did have the Rams taking him at 13, and instead we might see that fall. But someone's going to get tremendous value. They're going to get a playmaker there as well. Is it the Carolina Panthers? It makes a lot of sense with Tedero McMillan, last year's pick, teaming him there with Bryce Young to help out that young quarterback, as Bryce Young looked better than C.J. Stroud last year. Mm-hmm. So can that continue to build with Carolina in a division, as you mentioned earlier, John? It's very winnable for that team.
It's so. I mean, honestly, New Orleans could win it. Carolina could win it. It could go anyway. Atlanta, who knows? There's a name I teased. Kenyon Sadiq, not to the Chiefs. The Chiefs clearly weren't even looking that direction with how they traded up, took a cornerback. Cecil, you talked about it on your show at Dover this week. Kyle Pitts is a name that's been brought up to trade.
Yeah.
You talked about Kyle Pitts to Kansas City. We'll start with you, Cecil. Do you see that as a possibility? Do you see that with the Chiefs not even really aggressively looking at Sadiq in the top 10?
Right, and with Brett Veach, anything is possible. Again, I personally believe that Brett Veach is the best general manager in all of football. So making a move for Kyle Pitts to upgrade that offense and give Pat Mahomes another receiving weapon and a guy that when Kelsey is done – and he's kind of towards the end, James. I mean, just observing Travis Kelce, he's not the same player that he used to be. But even though he's not the same player he used to be, the best tight end in history can still get you 800 yards.
Yeah.
I don't even think that's a stretch for a guy like Kelce.
No.
Getting a guy like Pitts, they've been trying to find wide receivers left and right. How about you just get another tight end that's a wide receiver with Pitts?
It's an interesting thought. I would say you are right about Travis Kelce. I was actually talking to somebody in that building during this draft period, and they were like, I kind of feel like we underutilized Trav this past year.
Until the end.
And we kind of thought, like, yeah, he's changed as a player. He's lost a step in some capacity, but also he is one of the smartest players to maybe play in this league. He understands space so well.
Him and Mahomes have a mind meld.
Exactly. He's learned how to play after losing a step in terms of setting up defenders and making sure that he still can lull people to sleep with the way he changes tempo within his routes, all these different things. They said, don't be surprised if we kind of go back towards him a little bit more, specifically in clutch moments. They felt like that's where some of their drives really stalled last year, is on like third downs. They weren't, and just, why don't we just go to Travis here? He'll find a way to get open. Patrick will find a way to get him the ball. And they kind of went away from that a little bit this past year. Look for them to kind of go back to that a little bit with Travis, which could potentially be his last year.
Yeah.
I have a very love-hate relationship with Kyle Pitts. Nothing personal. I actually never even met the man. But it is like so interesting the way the previous regime in Atlanta had zero conversations with him about a contract extension. They were so upset time after time when he would go downfield against players that are not as athletic or not as big as him, and he wouldn't go up and win the football. He wouldn't go up and make plays over them. We do know the way that Kevin Stefanski looks at tight ends, a little bit different, but this is a different regime. And if this regime is also looking to shop you, that's now two different coaching staffs that are going, man, this guy has all the talent in the world, all the athletic ability in the world, and we don't really want him long term. That would give me some pause.
Yeah, but Brett Veach, with that culture that he's built in Kansas City, you fall in line or you're gone, and that's why
I don't think he has
chances.
problems about falling in line. They don't think he can make plays.
Well, he's got to be able to make plays when Mahomes is setting you up.
Yeah, Mahomes needs to trust you too. That's a huge part. Like, Mahomes might be one of the most trust quarterbacks in football. If he doesn't trust you, he's not throwing the ball.
He's not throwing.
But you're right. They have had other tight ends they thought were going to become the next Travis Kelce.
Yeah.
I
still love Jared Wiley, the guy they drafted at TCU a few years ago. Noah Gray.
They thought Noah Gray was going to be
Noah
the
Gray's
heir
still
apparent.
good.
He was kind of getting there. And we have a offensive tackle, Blake Miller, Clemson.
Blake Miller.
That's that's the right pick there.
Yeah,
in Detroit.
We're going to start. They were going to be tackle all along. They were going to be offensive line all along. We're going to see what they do with moving Penei Sewell to the left side. Cecil, do they keep him at the right?
Right.
They've talked about moving him to the left. That's what they want to do. And then we do have the next pick as well. I'm actually kind of behind.
We have
here.
Minnesota's pick.
Minnesota's pick. They're going Caleb Banks.
Okay.
Which is for some people a stretch. The defensive tackle group is a little bit interesting in this one, right, Cecil?
Right.
And then after that, we have Carolina, who I mentioned, looked at skill guys. They're going Freeland.
Wow. Okay.
So our offensive linemen are moving.
You're
right
having
now.
a run.
We're having the run that we said was going to happen.
The offensive tackle from Georgia, going at 21 to the Pittsburgh Steelers. So this draft is always in constant motion. He goes at 19 to Carolina Panthers, and that's another one of those things with Freeland. Okay, what's best for Bryce Young? Get you a big tackle that can help protect him up front.
Yeah, and they have a tackle right now coming off of patella tendon injury, right? So, obviously, that's a Kwanu, right? So they definitely have some question marks in front of Bryce Young. This is right where we thought this string of tackles are going to go. We really do believe that there was going to be 7 tackles to go in this first round, and after that 7, there's a pretty big gap, right, Cecil?
Right.
And so everybody wants to get their guy. I think we'll see if Howie Roseman gets aggressive here. He's made a lot of calls.
I had Howie getting Blake Miller with Clemson.
You had him with Blake Miller.
He's already gone.
So this is where I think we're going to see all of these tackles and start falling off the board.
There was one tackle I did not put in my first-round mock just because I kind of wanted it to be an option in case the Broncos wanted to make a massive
What
move.
did I just say?
Maxi Iheanacho, Arizona State. Now, most people have him going 31 to the New England Patriots, but we'll see what happens. A tackle run starting.
Howie just made his move.
Okay, I was about to say, when's Howie making a move? That was
my
question.
I just got to text Howie is making his move.
Okay.
Who did he trick this time?
They're trading up to this is wild. They're trading up to 20
with
Dallas.
They're trading with the division rival.
Eagles and Cowboys with a trade.
Wow.
Jerry.
Dogs and cats going to start getting along now.
Dogs and cats living together.
I don't know what Bill Murray thinks about this, but I will say it's an interesting for those two to get on the phone. It is. It certainly is. But we're going to see this is probably for an offensive lineman. We know Dallas is going, okay, well, that's not where we're thinking, right, Cecil?
Okay.
And there's probably a defensive player or two that we have our eye on that we can slide back and still get
so
who
of
that
the
is.
available tackles, would it be Iheanacho or would it be Caleb Lomu, the kid out of Utah?
I have heard Iheanacho just because this also could be ceiling thoughts.
That'd be pretty bold. Iheanacho has a ton of upside.
Who's our Lane Johnson heir apparent, right? Who's our – and the other part is people don't really understand – I think Jordan Mailata is outstanding, one of the most amazing athletes in the league. He's already 29. So, their line is, their tackles are getting older. Landon Dickerson already was contemplating retirement. So this Eagles team that has had so much offensive line continuity and dominance, I think they're looking to reload. Howie got kind of away from drafting offensive linemen the last couple of years in the first 2 rounds.
This is so the Eagles have traded up from 23 to 20 with the Dallas Cowboys. So we'll see how bad they fleece them.
23, 114, and 137, I'm told. They gave Dallas.
So they gave them the compensation. We're waiting to see who the Eagles take. Talking about the tackle run, talking about offensive linemen, this has got to be Howie's smart. And so he's trading up. He's trading up probably to go offensive line, but this is the move. The Eagles had stayed quiet. They watched their whole division get better so far in the draft.
Right.
Where did they need to get better? With that, the Eagles, they got kind of a bounce back. They've got, for a team that's like a year removed from the Super Bowl, so many questions around Jalen Hurts, so many questions about what they're going to do. Like I said, they watched the division get better. So right here, this pick, it's got to be important. So we're going to have that pick when we come back. It's the Fan Draft Party powered by Carrier, Colorado. Who do the Eagles take at 20? We'll check next.
Colorado comes in knowing exactly what this matchup demands. Patience, precision, and a willingness to fight through LA's defensive dragnet. The Avs have generated chances, but the Kings have been committed to slowing the game to their pace. Incredible! Can special teams swing momentum on the road? Will the goaltending stay elite? Game 3 is where the series tilts. It's where the road team can steal control, or a home team can seize momentum. What a save! Avalanche Kings, Game 3 in LA. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver's playoff headquarters.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hey, Broncos country, I'm Terrell Davis, and I'm here with Donnie, owner of the Fitness Gallery. There is nothing more important than your health. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on.
If you're ready to make fitness fit your schedule, don't wait. Secure pre-tariff pricing today.
You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store, Fitness Gallery, and get started on your goals today.
As temperatures rise, the last thing you want is an air conditioner that can't keep up. That's where Day and Night Mechanical Solutions of Denver comes in. They specialize in repairing and installing all types of heating and cooling systems, keeping your home comfortable no matter the season. From quick repairs to full system replacements, their expert technicians get the job done right the first time. Call Day and Night Mechanical Solutions or visit dnmech.com to schedule your service or free estimate. Day and Night Mechanical Solutions. Heating and cooling you can count on, day and night.
There's nothing more meaningful you could do for yourself, your family, and friends than finally getting rid of that pain so they can enjoy time with you again, especially heading into vacation season. If you say yes to any of these questions, you are the kind of patient QC Kinetics regenerative treatments help every single day. Do you have consistent joint pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or back? The pain keeps you from getting a good night's sleep. I'm missing work or saying no to activities that I enjoy. I don't want surgery and a long recovery. I'm at the end of my rope, taking medications every day to just get through. Moment of truth. Did you answer yes to more than one of those questions? Well, today could be your day to turn that corner and finally get relief. QC Kinetics treatments are easy. They're done right there in the office so you can go about your day. The consultation's free, so don't wait. Call today. 303-900-8986. That's 303-900-8986. With locations in Aurora, Superior, Highlands Ranch, and the Springs, it's QC Kinetics.
Your roof's the single most important part of your house. Snow and high winds can damage your roof. Don't trust your roof to any fly-by-night roofing companies. Call the professionals at Golden Spike for a free roof inspection and tell them you heard about it on The Fan. They're a locally owned company and a Team Dave Logan member.
Call Golden Spike Roofing when your roof needs a fix. 303-942-1386. Golden Spike Roofing.
Cecil Lammey here for Window Nation. Spring is a great time to open your windows and wait a second, what? Windows won't open? They leak? They're cracked? They need repainting? Again? Getting top quality custom fit windows from Window Nation is easy and affordable. During the More You Buy, the More You Save sale, you could save up to 50% off. Plus, you could get them with zero interest for 5 years. During uncertain times, one of the best investments you can make is in your home. So visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
The draft is here. Don't miss a single pick, trade, or surprise move. Head to DenverSports.com, your ultimate draft headquarters, powered by Piper Electric. Power your project with experience at PiperElectric.com.
The right financial strategies can make a huge difference, especially if you're nearing retirement. Adam Mueller talks retirement strategies with Mile High Money. Saturday mornings at 8 on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. It's the Fan Draft Party, powered by Carrier Colorado. Live from the Sportsbook Bar and Grill in Parker, here's John Davis, Cecil Lammey, and NFL insider James Palmer.
Sportsbook Bar and Grill in Parker. The Denver Nuggets are underway, and they're picking up where they left off, getting absolutely worked by the Minnesota Timberwolves already. It's 12-4. They got nothing for them. James, before the break, we had the trade. The Howie Roseman called the Dallas Cowboys, did the Jedi mind trick he does on everybody.
Yeah.
Got picked 20. We were thinking it was offensive line. Was it offensive line?
It was not offensive line. The Eagles give the Dallas Cowboys pick 23, 114, and 137. We thought, let's revamp that offensive line. But we also know the A.J. Brown buzz has been going on for some time, and there's going to be a departure of their number one wide receiver. Well, they just added to their wide receiver room as Mekhi Lemon, the Biletnikoff winner, as the nation's best receiver, is going to be a Philadelphia Eagle. And what the plan, I'm told, is this. Devontae Smith is going to take a big jump into that number one spot.
Into
a lot of people,
Jackson Smith and Jigba type role.
They do believe, like Cecil's saying, he can be a volume wide receiver. He can line up anywhere on the field. I had a conversation with Nick Sirianni on my show on Bleacher Report at the Combine where Nick said, I really, truly think we've only scratched the surface on how we can use Devontae. And I think he's right. A lot of people around the league believe he's a true number one. Yes, the Slim Reaper is 160 pounds. He plays way bigger than that. I mean, you look at him and Jerry Jeudy, and one looks like he's going to get hurt every play.
Right.
The other one's running people over at 160
One
pounds.
looks awkward when he moves, and one looks smooth and sharp.
Looks unbelievable. I mean, this guy won the Heisman. Let's remember. So Devontae Smith's going to be the one, and then we're going to have Mekhi Lemon be that slot inside guy. And then they made the trade for Dontavian Wicks. So now you have those three guys. They also have Hollywood Brown. I mean, it's a crowded room. The A.J. Brown trade is essentially done. It just has to be done post-June 1. You can't designate a trade post-June 1 like you can with releases. It has to go down after June 1st. That's when the finances shift in the Eagles' favor, and that's when the trade is expected to go down. With the New England Patriots, we'll see. There's still a lot of time between now and then.
Right. Who did Howie think was interested in Lemon here to make that move, to make that bold move? We knew the A.J. Brown thing was going to go down post-June 1.
The Chargers.
Who was going to leapfrog and get in front of them? It could have been the Chargers.
The Steelers were interested in receivers for sure.
Sure, but, man, who's their quarterback?
Well, they
Ty
need somebody
Simpson.
to throw the ball. Will Howard will not be throwing to Mekhi Lemon.
No, Buddy opens up OTAs as their number one quarterback.
He does. I think you had Pittsburgh, the Chargers. I would say the Browns were interested in receiver for sure at 24, but they were sitting behind Philly at 23 unless they thought with the extra ammo that the Browns got with trading down at the top of the draft, they could slide back up in front of Philly, which happens a lot of times when teams have 2 first-round picks. Everybody thinks when a team has 2 first-round picks, they're just going to be aggressive and move up. You talk to general managers, they'll say, the best part about this is I have the ability to now move up and back with both picks. And now I can be flexible with both of them. Philly gets aggressive and goes after a receiver where, let's be honest, they've missed on a lot of receivers in the first round.
The great thing about Howie, though, because he drafts Jalen Reagor the Jerry Jeudy year.
Yep.
He drafts Jalen Reagor in the first round. Doesn't care. Just gets rid of him. He doesn't hang on to the bad
They
picks.
picked Jalen Reagor. Then the Vikings turned in Justin Jefferson the very next pick.
Yep.
And Howie just said, I screwed that one. Who cares?
He doesn't bat an eye. He just goes back and he does it again. We'll see what Mekhi Lemon can do. What does Jalen Hurts think of this
That's
pick?
the big one. How does this affect Jalen Hurts?
Well, this might affect – I'll say it from the opposite side of things. Mekhi Lemon lives in the middle of the field. He is about as tough as they come as a guy in the middle of the field.
I don't want to piss off Philip Lindsay because he's always got at me because I said Jalen Hurts doesn't throw to the middle of the field.
He doesn't throw to the middle of the field. He doesn't feel comfortable throwing to the middle of the field. He doesn't want to. If I'm Mekhi Lemon and I'm like, hey, man, I'm killing myself. You look at some of the catches he made this year, Cecil, where he is just getting leveled by multiple guys over the middle of the field and will make every catch. I think Philly will love him for that. Will he get balls in the middle of the field? I'm not sure if he's going to get as many targets.
Or does this force Jalen Hurts to change his game? Like, dude, you've got to start because the book on Jalen Hurts is out.
It certainly
Everybody knows it. He's not going to throw to the middle of the field. Lemon changes that math.
Mm-hmm. Is this a message to Jalen Hurts? Like, you don't get to blame anybody anymore.
I think the offensive coordinator search was a message to Jalen Hurts. Yeah. There were guys like like Zach Robinson was going. He's like, I'm going to go to Tampa. Mm-hmm. I'd rather work with Baker Mayfield.
Right.
They called him multiple times. to come up to Philly and get a second
And
interview.
I know it didn't go well with Atlanta, but you know Zach's reputation across the league. Chatfield Charger.
I was going to say, from
Chatfield Chargers. Yes. Zach still has a good reputation, even though Atlanta didn't work out for him this last year. And he chose to not go to Philadelphia.
Oh, that's a big sign.
It's a good Simpson reference. Listen, I do think there's a lot at stake here in Philadelphia this year. I mean a lot. Strangely, he has one of the best winning percentages in the history of the NFL in Nick Sirianni. But for him, but for Mannion, for Jalen Hurts, there's a lot at stake here in Philadelphia this year.
It'd be weird to say this for Howie Roseman, Mekhi Lemon, the pick they trade up for. It's not like a panic move, is it? Given the field.
I don't think Howie ever really panics, honestly, like Cecil said. He's just always aggressive. He knows what he wants, and he goes after what he wants. And if he doesn't work out, he pivots very, very quickly.
Yeah, and that's the best asset for a general manager because all these guys, well, a lot of these guys are like really smart. Some former road scouts like a George Payton, right? Mm-hmm. But the ability to make a mistake and admit it by moving on from said mistake, there's a lot of GMs. John Elway. That would never do that. That would just stick. Well, we took him in the first round. We got to keep him. No, you don't. Move on. Jalen Reagor sucks. Move on.
Yeah, there's two things that play with that. One is that's your ego because you made the pick and you want to make sure you stick with it. We talk about John in that sense. But at the same time, you have to have faith from your ownership that they're going to allow you to make mistakes and correct them. Yes. Howie has that in spades from Jeffrey
Lurie
Lurie.
loves him. Yeah. Absolutely loves him.
I think the Steelers, they got a pick in at 21.
Here's the kid from Arizona State, the tackle from Arizona State.
So the tackle,
Maxi Anacho.
Well, you got it. You got to protect Will Howard in the upcoming season. So
they have offensive line needs for sure.
Yes, yeah.
And this is a project, but man, if it works out, the upside is through the roof.
They've had a hard time with who they put on their offensive line in recent years. With the Steelers, it is interesting because they were in the playoffs last year. Boy, they had nothing for that Texans defense. I mean, that was
not many did.
This pick could be. They probably realize it's not just the Texans. There's the Broncos. We get to the playoffs. Is Aaron Rodgers? It's happening, right? He's back to Pittsburgh.
Well, you would think that because of the Mike McCarthy hire. I mean, I'm the oldest one of our group. There's only been 3 Steelers head coaches in my lifetime. Now 4 because of McCarthy. So going to the trenches with a player with this type of upside, if you just say upside, if you say all these players hit their max potential, do you know where Maxi Anacho ends up in this draft class? Top 10. Mm-hmm. That's the type of potential that you see, and you get him at 21 here. And with an unknown quarterback or a short-term quarterback, we know Rodgers isn't playing a long time, a short-term quarterback situation, you're setting yourself up. So maybe in 27, you're one of those teams that's trying to make a run.
Yeah, remember, Broderick Jones has this neck issue that's going on as well. That's a big part of this. Yeah. So,
is he a guard? Is he a tackle, drafted tackle? They play him at guard first? Is he too? I don't think he profiles.
Yeah,
he's not one of those guys. So far with the draft, the tackles they're coming off. Mm-hmm. Who's missed out the most so far? Do you see a team that maybe something they should have had, a player they should have had? Everybody so far seems to be kind of doing what they should, and if it's not what they expected, like Tennessee, I don't know how many people really thought Carnell Tate was there. Jeremiah Love might have affected that, but they still made while unexpected, it was a good pick.
Let's look at the Lemon move and work off of that. Is it Carolina? And Freeland, I had his first-round pick to the Steelers, but still, you go with an offensive tackle when maybe that's all Howie's waiting for. Hey, if Lemon gets past the Panthers, I'm pouncing. Because, honestly, Mekhi Lemon would have made a lot of sense for the Carolina Panthers, as we talked about before that pick came in, and was Monroe Freeland. So maybe it's Carolina to say, hey, you might have been on the clock and didn't make the move you could have.
I know that Carolina, I think, like Sadiq as well. They were just everybody was really curious how far down Sadiq was going to go. Right,
I had
Cecil?
him to Carolina at 19.
So I knew that they were really interested in him. I knew they were looking at different receivers. I think this receiver group is really it's like 31 flavors, man. It's like whatever one you want is the one that you really, really like, and you don't like a lot of the other ones. Like there's been teams that I talked to who are like, I don't have Jordan Tyson in the first round. Like there were teams that go, I don't have Mekhi Lemon in the first round. And it's just their opinion on those particular players, but that just shows you how vast it is in terms of the opinion on a lot of these type of players. In terms of, the Ty Simpson one still sticks out to me.
Did the Rams miss
just
out?
Because the Rams, in my opinion, were the best team in football last year. Them and the Seahawks were the best 2 teams in football. Sadly, they're in the same division, so we couldn't see them in the Super Bowl. But I thought those were the 2 best teams in all of football. and you're that close, and you return pretty much everybody, you make a huge move for Trent McDuffie. You also bring in the other corner from Kansas City in Watson, right?
Right, yeah,
and
Jalen
so
Watson.
You really got better in a lot of ways. Fill up one more hole at 13.
Right.
Like, get a little deeper on your line, possibly, if you have an injury. Like, you were the best team in football arguably a year ago, and now at the 13th pick, you picked a player that most likely, if all goes right again, will not see the field.
Because, I mean, they have edge rushers, but they're going to have to pay both of them. And
exactly.
Ruben Bain
and
was
if we
there.
talk about the Los Angeles Rams specifically, they must feel good that Puka Nacua is going to get through everything that he's been through, and we don't need to bring that up, but, like, he'll go through his rehab. He'll be back right. And if they pick a wide receiver, maybe that says, oh, do they not trust Puka coming back? Is there something there? Is that something?
Devontae Adams
Devontae's older, right. But they obviously don't go with wide receiver, and they go with that luxury pick. But if you're Les Snead, I mean.
It makes more sense in the 20s to do the Aaron Rodgers, Jordan
I didn't
Love.
have Ty Simpson with a first-round grade, first off. And I didn't have Ty Simpson in my first-round mock. Doesn't mean whatever, but it's like, okay, that was at 13?
13.
At 13.
Yeah. Chargers turned this pick
He
in.
doesn't have 13 starts in college, and you just took him at 13.
Unbelievable.
How about this,
Akeem
Cecil?
Mesidor.
Akeem Mesidor's
There
off
he
the
goes. Yeah, Miami kid.
I like the way the Chargers are building their roster.
I was going to say,
by the way.
this was a great pick for them.
Everything is in the middle of the field. Everything is in the trenches. Everything is how do we get after quarterbacks and protect our quarterback. Mm-hmm. That is really the name of the game in this entire offseason for the Chargers. I think they're going to be if everybody stays healthy, and that's like the thing we always say with the Chargers, is if all these guys stay healthy, this is a great roster, right? Cecil, we always say that. So I think that that's if you look at the start they got off to last year, that's a dangerous team if Justin Herbert is not playing without both of his tackles for the entire season. They're not like their 6th, 7th tackle.
Yeah, and if he's not playing without Kamani Vidal as the starting running back, if you have Marion Hampton there healthy for that team, Chargers can be very dangerous. They're multiple. Yep. They can run and they can pass.
Yeah. Well, and this also helps because Khalil Mack's probably not there much longer.
No.
So they've got their edge rusher that's kind of coming in. No, they play tough. It's all about health. So far in this draft, I think the Chiefs made a good pick, but I don't think they made the pick that was most dangerous for the Broncos. This is the pick between the Raiders, the Chiefs, and the Chargers that I think should scare the Broncos fan base the most. This is the one. You already have had a hard time beating this team when they're fully healthy. The Chargers under Harbaugh have dominated the trenches against the Broncos, other than that last game last year where you could argue they still did, honestly. So this is a pick that only kind of is going to fortify what the Broncos have already struggled with against a Chargers team, like you pointed out, that had 5 backup tight ends on their offensive line at the end of last year. If they're healthy there, I mean, they
and
probably
look
go
at the
deep into
NFC
the
West. You've got the best quarterbacks in football in the division now with Fernando Mendoza. If he does work out in the way that some think he can, you got to be able to stop him.
You look at teams with identity, Cecil. Don't you feel like they very quickly have established who they are as an organization?
Yeah, well, that's Harbaugh, right?
Yep.
That's what he's going to do. He's going to show up. This is what you're going to do. I just can't believe he has Mike McDaniel as his OC because I never thought him and Greg Roman. I thought that was a pair forever. They would ride off into the sunset together. And, well, now you got Mike McDaniel running that offense. That could make them even more dangerous as he puts in little wrinkles.
I think that's what they're looking for. And specifically those wrinkles. And most people are going, oh, look at Mike does this with this motion, and he had Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle. It's like, no, man, Mike's bones are in the run game. That's where he made his bread and butter in San Francisco, was being a run game coordinator. And that's the lore that Harbaugh had for Mike. Obviously, he can put some wrinkles in the other aspects. But Jim is sitting there going like, no, how do we run the ball better? Like, how do we take some of this off of Justin Herbert? Like, I love that. We'll get to that. We'll get to that. You got any run secrets that you can tell me with our new fullback and our multiple tight ends? And the way we're going to play big boy ball all the time.
You know what they're wanting from Mike McDaniels? I sound like a country hick. They're wanting
that's okay.
Someone to be like the way Sean McVay uses Puka Nacua. I'm telling you, for a ground game, when you have insert motion, escort motion, and exit motion, that you get – Puka Nacua plays tight end. Mm-hmm. He's listed as a wide receiver, but he does tight end responsibilities in the blocking game and the ground game for the Rams. It's a wrinkle that McVay is the only one doing with the wide receiver. Would see if the Chargers would follow suit because that will help their ground game.
Is this what you thought the Chargers were going to target in the first round? Or were they looking – that's kind of my thing is On the outside,
I had the Chargers
receivers
going with Peter Woods, the defensive lineman from Clemson, so I did have him going defense.
D-line, I really do probably believe that they were looking at their board going, where we're at, we'll go with best available.
And
I can see certainly Joe having that thinking.
That's a great luxury to have,
it's
too,
a
at
great
that point in the draft.
They fixed a lot of things in free agency. They filled a lot of holes in free agency.
Yeah, they're very dangerous. I think Herbert, there's more than 5 top 5 quarterbacks in the league, and I think Herbert's in that category when he's hitting on all cylinders and they're healthy. He's very dangerous. So the Chargers, not excited about playing them next year. The Cowboys are going to be picking after the Chargers.
They're picking Malachi Lawrence out of UCF.
Right.
So Christian Parker, formerly of the Denver Broncos, where he cut his teeth with Vic Fangio and learned so much of the scheme that he's going to be running in Dallas.
Every day.
Gets Caleb Downs and Malachi Lawrence to help his group there at the Star.
Malachi Lawrence is the player I had going to Seattle because John Schneider likes him at 32.
Okay.
The Dallas Cowboys, we talked about it earlier. This is a team. They don't need to be the number 1 defense. They need to be like the 17th best defense to be a contender to maybe even win that division, as good as Philadelphia is. You look at Malachi Lawrence kind of with the Cowboys because they're fascinating. They went with the safety earlier, Downs. Is he a day 1 guy? Is he a developmental guy? They're going to need him to be a day 1 guy because he's probably better than whoever they have right now. But is this a guy that's going to be developing a little bit more for them?
They can run a rotation up front for sure, and I think that's something that I think CP would be interested in doing just because of his history. You look at what happened in Philadelphia. They ran like 5 guys through those 2 edge rusher positions, right? When they got Hunt rolling in there, and they got Nolan Smith, and
they
then they got no, they didn't have Clowney, and then Brandon Graham comes back into the mix for a minute, and so like they rotated a lot of guys in Philadelphia. They're about fresh bodies a little bit in terms of getting after the pass rusher, getting after the quarterback. I could see that being exactly where they're going as he continues to develop and grow. In all honesty, and there were some ties there, obviously, between the two.
So we've had multiple trades, multiple picks. The NFC East has kind of been the dominant,
the
dominant story.
Honestly,
of this
the
first
Cowboys,
round.
the Eagles, they've been some of the biggest stories here outside of the Ty Simpson pick, of course, which kind of shocked everyone, except for James Palmer.
Yeah, we had it.
The Penix thing that you had a few years ago in the Bo year, and you were the only one that had that, I still marvel at that to this day.
I really was a lone wolf on that, and almost when you're that alone on such a big pick, you know, it's easy. You start like questioning yourself. You're like, I don't know if I want to say anything because I'm the only person that has this.
Right.
And I kind of kept under wraps. And when I arrived, I was like, dude, Michael Penix is going to go to the Falcons. And all you guys stoked. Everybody's like, are you kidding me? I'm like, yeah, dude.
And then it happened.
That was a sleeper. I kept that one under the vest for a long time. Those ones are the tough ones to not tell anybody.
We're getting the Browns are on the clock.
My wife knows a lot. She knows a lot about the NFL.
Nice.
She's an insider.
Meg, do you understand that the Falcons are taking
They just signed Kirk
Michael
Cousins.
Penix Jr. at 8?
Right.
Are you kidding me? They just signed James. Can we talk about this later?
I have the Browns with this pick going with Denzel Boston. Personally, one of my favorite players in this draft because of his size, because of his go-get-it ability. He's a red zone threat. He's a big target. And I had the Browns going wide receiver earlier in my mock draft, and then Cleveland goes Spencer Fano, the tackle out of Utah. So they've got the tackle. I think they get a wide receiver here. Is that Denzel Boston?
They've had good luck with Denzels in the past. Denzel Ward is a great player there.
Look at you, hot
So
snot.
Cleveland, they're a team that's kind of quietly, we talked about it with the Jets, team that may be quietly trying to just make the right moves, get out of this purgatory that they've been in, not looking to go out and try to win the Super Bowl next year, trying to be a little bit more smart. We'll see if it's Denzel Boston here, but we are getting to the end of the first round. That means Buffalo. That means Houston. That means the New England
teams are going to be
Patriots.
in the way of the Broncos.
That's the thing. This is where it's what do these teams do? Because the Broncos aren't picking here.
Right,
They already got
right.
their guy. Buffalo has improved quite a bit. Like I said, I think the coaching change was necessary. We talked about Houston. As we head into the back of this round, we're going to have Cleveland pick and Chicago pick, and then we're going to have the Bills. Who do you got?
So Cleveland, we talked about we're going to go tackle and wide receiver.
Yeah.
Right?
Tell me it's a wide
either way.
receiver here. Tell me it's
It
a wide
is
receiver.
a wide receiver here.
Yes.
And it is KC Concepcion.
Whoa.
Best
is
name
going
in the draft.
to be
All right.
off the board
Kevin
here
Concepcion.
for the Cleveland Browns. Now, here's the deal. This guy's got some juice. I mean, like, serious juice. Yards after the catch is outstanding.
He could have been a pick for the Broncos at 30 if they had kept him.
He really could have. Now, drops are a very serious issue. He's got the dropsies. They happen. But when he catches the football, look out. Something's going to happen. And so this is an explosive playmaker. Him and Jerry Jeudy, dropsies can happen.
Right.
Deshaun Watson or Shador might be upset with some guys that might drop a couple of balls. But I'll say this. If they do figure out some of those drop issues, and there's some people in the league that do feel like some of that was quarterback play, some of that was offense, some of that was obviously on him, but it's been his big focal point, to my understanding, this entire offseason. He is, Cecil, he is one of the juice guys in this entire draft.
Electricity. That's what he is. Electric Avenue is what you get with Casey Concepcion. And he does the clapping thing. A lot of college players will do that. Like the ball's coming. Clap, drop. Thumbs together. Remember, Sean Payton said that.
Sean Payton,
thumbs together.
wide receiver coach. Sean Payton
together. Yep. It's the nipple line, too. Sean said, like, the belly button. No, you're not doing belly. It's the nipple line. You can say nipple, Sean. It's okay. Pinkies together below the nipple line. Thumbs together above the nipple line. And, well, that's something they're hoping Concepcion will get to.
I hope Sean opens his press conference tonight by going nipple anyway, and then he starts talking because you just gave him permission to say that. Casey Concepcion, the way this works, and to bring it back to Denver, Shador Sanders is there. They've gone offensive line. They've gone wide receiver. How does this affect – do you like Shador in that battle? Do you think they're giving Deshaun Watson a shot? Is Dylan Gabriel kind of – what is this? Because they –
I don't – Dylan Gabriel's a non-factor.
Do you remember last year when they drafted him?
Right. I was like, what? Before Shador?
You went the fix is in.
The fix is in. This whole thing is jump the shark.
These picks probably are for the future. It could be very similar –
who's your answer? You just answered your own question. Who's the future of Cleveland? It's not really Deshaun Watson, in my opinion, and maybe his play changes. And Watson had incredible upside when he came out of college in that same draft class as Pat Mahomes. We should have an NFL that features Mahomes and Deshaun Watson going head-to-head in a way that Brady and Manning did years ago. It just doesn't happen because of Watson falling off the charts. Does he come back? Does Shador take that job? Shador Sanders has the talent, he's got the motivation, and now another weapon in Kevin Concepcion.
There's one issue with him, and it was compared to me kind of like Emmanuel Sanders, and it was he is a body catcher. He lets the ball get in on his body, but the joke that I was having with an executive about Emmanuel was he still was just better at putting his body in positions to still make catches like that and make plays afterwards like that. It still didn't bother him. He still found ways to put himself between the defender and the ball. If Casey can get better at that and stop being such a body catcher, what happens there, Cecil? The transition into yards after the catch becomes much more smoother, right? It becomes easier to go from here to running with the football than he's a body guy. But we'll see what ends up happening at the quarterback position. Obviously, they're still one of the teams that's highly looking into quarterback in 27. And so, man, remember that last year of Deshaun Watson in Houston? You ever go back and look at those stats?
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
It was eye-popping.
Oh, he was
unbelievable.
Eye-popping. When Drew Lock and the Broncos went there and beat the Texans, you're like, whoa, how'd that happen?
It was the one half that Juwan James played for the Broncos, and they were good. And then he didn't play the second half, and they went and they completely tanked. In the second half, also, guys, Jadeveon Clowney did play for the Dallas Cowboys last year. They signed him midseason.
We were talking about the Eagles.
They signed him. Oh, okay.
Eagles,
okay.
Cowboys
I was talking,
trade.
I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay, we're good. It's the Fan Draft Party powered by Carrier, Colorado. We've got some Denver Broncos teams that could be in their way, picking at the end of the first round. What do? We'll get into that next.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's orchard.com.
Performance matters in intimate moments. Don't let ED ruin them. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and I want to assure you that if you're like the vast majority of guys, you don't have to suffer with ED anymore. In fact, you might be pleasantly surprised at how the right treatments could positively impact your love life. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, our advanced medical therapies go far beyond pills. We have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases, and we offer specific and combinative treatments that can dramatically enhance both your performance and your stamina. You could even last up to an hour or more and bring a far greater level of intimacy to both you and the one you love, perhaps performing like you haven't in years. So call us today and find out why our advanced treatment strategies offer so much more. Your first visit is just $99 and gets you blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, advanced medical science to improve men's lives.
Keep cool this summer and save on your energy bill with a high-efficiency Carrier system. With a range of innovative cooling solutions like the Carrier Infinity Heat Pump that delivers premium home heating and cooling performance. You make it a home. Let Carrier make it more comfortable year-round. For a limited time, take advantage of 0% financing for 60 months on select Carrier systems. Don't sweat out the summer. Find your ultimate home comfort solution today. Learn more and find a Carrier home comfort expert at CarrierColorado.com. Carrier, turn to the experts.
Hey, Broncos country, I'm Terrell Davis, and I'm here with Donnie, owner of the Fitness Gallery. There is nothing more important than your health. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on.
If you're ready to make fitness fit your schedule, don't wait. Secure pre-tariff pricing today.
You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store, Fitness Gallery, and get started on your goals today.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BACK5 to get up to a $5 bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BACK5 to get up to a $5 bonus on your first tank. That's code BACK5 to get up to a $5 bonus on your first tank.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-290-7100. That's 800-290-7100.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. It's the Fan Draft Party, powered by Carrier Colorado. Live from the Sportsbook Bar and Grill in Parker, here's John Davis, Cecil Lammey, and NFL insider James Palmer.
It's the Fan Draft Party, the Denver Broncos.
I see what you did there, Colin.
The Denver Nuggets.
Electric Avenue.
Oh, Electric Avenue. The Denver Nuggets have nothing for the Minnesota Vikings. I blame Kevin Kistner because about 20 years ago he went to a Nuggets Timberwolves game and cheered for the Timberwolves. So
because he loved Kevin Garnett.
Because he loved Kevin, baby
right.
KG. The Avalanche though up 1-0, so that's good. Get up early in that game against the Kings. Right now, I think the Chicago Bears are off on the clock. Do we have that pick, James?
Yes, we do.
The Bears? Yeah. Let me go back to the. I'm We're a lot of texts here, guys.
Oregon
We've got
safety.
Houston trading. Oregon safety.
Dylan Thieneman.
Dylan Thieneman. This guy, like, they designed this entire defense for him in Oregon. It was what kind of plays can he make? There were some people that did not have him that far below downs, honestly, in some of the stuff that he can do. This is a legit playmaker. Remember, they lost Kevin Byard on the back end of that defense. So I just think this was a really smart pick. I think Cecil and I were talking offline. A lot of the edge guys that they could have had a compliment on the other side. Most of them are gone. We have 4 already are off the board.
Right.
Yeah, 4.
Yeah.
So smart pick. Houston's now trading up, which I had a general manager joke with me the other day.
Okay.
A lot of people wanted a lot of trades. Most of them were going to be Nick Caserio. They give up 28, 69, and 167 to move up, and they're going to take Rutledge.
And they're trading with Buffalo.
Yes.
It's another
so
not divisional, but that's
and also not only interconference, but 2 teams that should be there in the postseason.
Right, right. So that's pretty interesting. And they gave up, sounds like a pretty good haul to move up a few spots. What was that again?
28, 69, and 167.
Okay, so they must really want Rutledge.
Yep. Well, listen.
How does that help them? I mean, they're great.
How does that help them? I mean,
they're a great team.
I think I got to check my texts again. Nick Caserio might have called me to play offensive line for the Texans. They need bodies up front. They need people in front of C.J. Stroud. They need to know if he's going to be the guy. They're in a kind of a holding pattern, in all honesty, on this contract situation. They jump at the chance to give Will Anderson Jr. $50 million a year. Layup type of contract for them in the eyes of the way they think of Will Anderson. They're waiting on C.J. Stroud. They're not sure if he's the guy. Teams have called Houston, just curious. Hey, what's your guys' thoughts on your quarterback? Because at one point, that rookie year, he's playing like a top 10 quarterback.
Right.
The wheels have come off a little bit, Cecil, the last couple of years. The offensive line has played a big, big part in that. The rest of this roster is almost perfectly put together.
Right.
From the skill position guys to
They
the entire
added wide
defense.
receivers last year.
Yeah, and so, like, They go and get David Montgomery in the backfield. Like, if there isn't maybe a position group that has more pressure on them than any other position group in the entire NFL this season, it might be the Houston Texans offensive line.
Yeah, and up front on the Texans pick, I had him at 28, of course, before this trade. I had him going with interior offensive lineman from Texas A&M, Chase Bisontis. So the fact that they make the move and they move up and they go offensive line, as we've had an offensive line run. Again, this has been an exciting day one. Maybe not as sexy because it's more defense, it's more offensive line, and the Texans needed to participate in that.
Well, you look at the Texans, that's a team that could potentially be in the Broncos' way as they try to move through. The way
that
the Broncos,
defense is always going to be in somebody's way.
That defense is great, and that's the thing is the Broncos' path, or anybody's path for that matter, is disrupting the passing game.
Yeah.
In Houston.
Well, and look at what you have in that division where you have a Colts team that can make some noise. Jacksonville, the only team that beat the crap out of the Denver Broncos was the Jacksonville Jaguars. So the Texans, they have to figure that out. They have to figure out if C.J. Stroud is going to be their guy or not, which is odd to say based on what we thought of Stroud just a year ago.
Well, James said one position group have more pressure on them, Houston Texans offensive line. You can take a step back and say one player that has the most pressure on him this year is C.J. Stroud.
No doubt.
Because of that contract. I don't think it helped C.J. Stroud last year when Davis Mills would come in and play well and win
6
games.
straight.
Yeah. And got the big comeback against Jacksonville.
Mm-hmm.
And so he played great.
And that's
so
why I didn't bag on people when they're like, oh, yeah, well, the Broncos beat him because Davis Mills came in. Davis Mills is a good quarterback.
He's balling.
He's a good quarterback. So
they gave him $7 million to be their backup.
Yeah.
I mean, like, they legitimately paid him.
So they make a trade with the Bills. I find that interesting. The Bills a few years ago, if we remember when we were sitting there, they made a trade with the Chiefs. And so they're willing to kind of make
They've made the trade with the Chiefs a couple of times. They made the trade with the Chiefs that got him Pat Mahomes. Thanks, Buffalo.
So Buffalo has no problem helping you get better. With that,
well, if you remember the picks that Buffalo had, I mean, they do the DJ Moore trade. They had what, 3rd round, 4th round, 5th round, 4 5th-round picks.
They needed more.
They needed more picks for sure.
It's a good move. I mean, Houston gets what they want. Buffalo gets more picks. It's just another case of this is where we're getting to the teams with the Broncos to where the margin of error, the difference between the teams is very minimal.
Well, and I'm here to tell you
improve.
That's why hypercritical these picks are, not only for the Buffalo Bills, but for those Houston Texans, for the teams like that New England Patriots that are going to be in the way, that are going to be in that top cluster of the AFC, and there's always some turnover. I think that turnover could be Baltimore jumping up. I think that could be Cincinnati jumping back into things. So with the turnover that we're going to have in this conference, it's why I've always said with the Broncos, go win your division, because it's the only way in this conference you're going to guarantee your playoff spot.
Yeah, that's a great point. Listen, you have to remember that I think Denver and New England were probably the biggest beneficiaries of what happened in Baltimore and Cincinnati this past season, and Kansas City this past year. Now you have to go out there and play a tougher schedule, which is part of this as well for both teams. It's part of why Howie Roseman, by the way, wants those picks in 27 instead of 26 with New England with his A.J. Brown deal, because he thinks the picks will be higher in each round, which they most likely will be, because I don't see the Patriots going back to the Super Bowl. But I think you're exactly right with the way the AFC is falling, and that's why everybody's kind of jockeying. There's a lot that has to be done, I was told, on that defensive side of the ball as they change schemes in Buffalo. And so you need some bodies and some picks to kind of turn that over in that group.
Did Buffalo get better? And they're picking here. Miami's on the clock, and then the Bills will be picking. And the Broncos had that game with Buffalo that went. It came down to turnovers, because outside of that, the Broncos had absolutely nothing to stop that Bills offense. Cooked that defense all game. Josh Allen was great. They just lucked out really with turnovers. The Buffalo Bills coaching change, I find that interesting. You don't see that often where you fire one guy just to promote the other. You look back in history, the 49ers probably should have told Seifert to get lost, promoted Mike Shanahan back in the day. So you do see it. Are the Bills better based on their coaching staff? Do you think there's a runway? There is familiarity there. Jim Leonard is there. Is that correct, from the Broncos? They took him. They took a couple guys.
Coach, by the way.
They took a couple guys from the Broncos staff. Is it same old Bills, or did they finally do what's right to get them over the hump?
Well, James, let's talk about it. The elephant in the room, because you and I had a little back and forth on Twitter about Sean McDermott.
Mm-hmm.
I take issue with what he said about 9/11. That's just me personally. I think Sean McDermott was their version of John Fox. I think now that you move on from Sean McDermott, it could be just what opens up. And it's nothing against Sean. What Buffalo people told me when he took over for Rex Ryan, that's how long ago it was. Mm-hmm. They're like, it's the first week and Sean is sleeping here in the building. Like, they loved Sean McDermott, but at a certain point, your message gets stale. And I think what Buffalo did, Buffalo could be the Super Bowl winner this year. And it's less about McDermott. It's just more about the fresh voice that they'll get.
I think it was needed, certainly. I think there's some change that was needed. By the way, Miami's going to pick Chris Johnson out of San Diego State, the corner.
I had to get
CJ2K back in the league.
Not the same individual, but
in my
common name.
Because he's a fantastic corner, and I actually did my first swipe, and I didn't have him in. I was like, I got to get Chris Johnson in here.
Yeah, it's been a very interesting rise for Joe Brady. We had a long sit-down and conversation at the Combine, him and I, as he goes from Josh Allen's quarterback coach to Josh Allen's offensive coordinator to Josh Allen's head coach, and how that relationship changes between the two of them, because it evidently will, because his role changes each and every time, I think is something that we do need to keep an eye on, because you are no longer the quarterback's best friend when you are the head coach.
Right,
There's a lot of different conversations.
You got to be a little bit of the bad guy now.
Yeah, you got to wear that bad guy cap a little bit. When you're in the quarterback room, you're sitting there going like, I would have never said, when the head coach says something, I would have never said that, bro. That's, well, you and I are together here. That doesn't happen now when you're the head coach. Joe knows that there's a lot of work that needs to be done. And I will say this about Joe, and this ties into Denver a little bit. Obviously, the Leonard aspect of it is a big part of it. The other part, he told me, I would not be sitting here as the head coach of the Buffalo Bills without Sean Payton. There is zero chance I'm the head coach of the Bills without Sean. And obviously, Sean gave him his start in the NFL. He's consulted with Sean on a lot of things in terms of putting that staff together. And put that staff together, by the way, Cecil, with a lot of people that he's not familiar with, and that was on purpose.
Yeah, well, and that's because the fresh eyes that Buffalo now has. I want to see James's face when I suggest this.
Mm-hmm.
Could we be seeing a similar situation unfold with the Denver Broncos? Because Davis Webb is so close with Bo Nix. And that relationship, I know that Evan Ingram is super excited about Davis Webb calling plays. We know the relationship with Bo Nix is very strong. And Sean, another Sean, not McDermott this time, but Sean Payton, I'm not saying his message is stale at all. And I give him full credit for turning this thing around. But my God, you've already lost Jim Leonard, I think, as a future head coach. Vance Joseph's probably going to move on eventually. He's a future head coach. I think Davis Webb also is that future head coach. So Denver, depending on what they do this year, and I've often said on the air, they're not winning 14 games, everybody. Okay? I'm the guy that said that they win 13 and people called me crazy. They won 14. They're probably going to win about 11 this year. Got to see the schedule. Got to see how things work out. James, I don't know if 11 gets you in the postseason
not
based on this conference. Yeah. So, maybe a little bit ahead of myself, but Davis Webb as future head coach of the Broncos sounds pretty nice to me.
Davis Webb was a runner-up, not in just one location. He was a runner-up at 2 spots. The reviews that I got on Davis Webb from talking to teams that interacted with him during the interview process were out of this world. The direct thing that was said to me, though, Cecil, was he is going to be a head coach, and maybe it's better he's a head coach next season than this season. And just one more year and maybe call plays, but he is skyrocketing. He combines everything in a building, from the analytics side to the former player side to the backup quarterback side.
Yep.
I remember having a long conversation.
Connects with players.
Yes, I had a long conversation with Nick Sirianni about this, why backup quarterbacks make such great head coaches. It's because they touch everything. They're a part of everything within the offense. They're around everybody. They manage personalities a lot of times. You're the intermediary between the staff and the quarterback a lot of times. A lot of times the staff will go to the backup quarterback and go, hey, I don't want to say this, but could you tell him blank, blank, and blank? Yeah. I got it. I got you. That's a role the backup plays. Davis Webb is a rising superstar in the NFL. And this is either a one-year rental or you're moving on from one of the most expensive coaches in football. I doubt it's the latter. It's going to be an interesting year in Denver.
It's Gary Kubiak. He was John's backup, John's OC, John's head coach, and backup coach. Everybody knew Gary was going to be a head coach. And he was the buffer between
Dan Reeves and John.
Yeah, he was a lot.
Like a marriage counselor, backup quarterback.
Yeah, that was a lot. It's the fan draft party powered by Carrier Colorado. The Bills, the Chiefs, the 49ers, the Patriots, the Seahawks. 2 teams are on the Broncos schedule. 3 of those teams are Broncos rivals. They're all left to pick. We keep this going, and we do that next.
Start the clock. The Denver Broncos traded their first-round pick, but they could surprise us all and trade their way back into day one action. Join us at the Sportsbook Bar and Grill in Parker Thursday, April 23rd for the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan Draft Party, presented by Carrier Colorado. Zach By and Philip Lindsay will broadcast live starting at 2 p.m. Brandon Stokely and Mark Schlereth join the action at 4. Then John Davis, Cecil Lammey, and NFL insider James Palmer take you through every first-round pick. We'll see you there. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Beth was a very successful dentist until her back pain made everyday life impossible. She couldn't sit or drive, and her pain was a 10.
So I ended up selling my dental practice, and it was quite the traumatic experience for several years of just chronic pain.
Beth's orthopedic doctor encouraged her to try natural, non-surgical treatments, and that's when she trusted the medical professionals at QC Kinetics.
You're using your own body to heal itself, and there's something to be said for that.
QC Kinetics used Beth's own healing tools in her blood to help relieve the pain that had robbed her of so many things. Fast forward, now Beth is able to
sit without pain longer than 10 minutes, drive my car 30 minutes, an hour without pain, sit at the dinner table with my husband,
and living the life she thought she'd lost. Get relief and start living again. Call QC Kinetics for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 303-900-8986. That's 303-900-8986. 303-900-8986.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the 3rd time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Introducing Mine to Shine, the world's most personal diamond. Here's Shayna and Dylan Williams.
Come experience the most revolutionary and transparent way to buy a diamond.
Mine to Shine by Kwiat and Williams Jewelers. The natural diamonds cut, polished, and designed just for you.
First, we'll help you select a natural, conflict-free, and ethically mined diamond.
Then you select one of Kwiat's legendary shapes. Kwiat Cushion, Oval, Radiant, Emerald, or Incredible Ashoka.
A wider, brighter, and larger looking diamond, cut to the world's highest standards.
Then trace the journey from rough stone to polished perfection by Kwiat's master cutters.
Perfectly cut for maximum brilliance. Simply brilliant.
Mine to Shine, the world's most personal diamond.
Only from Williams Jewelers of Inglewood, Colorado's exclusive Kwiat jeweler.
Where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
The
official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche. Williams Jewelers, where Colorado shines.
How was your break?
It was great until I stopped for gas. Prices have gone up almost $1 with no end in sight. I might have to start watching how much I drive.
That's exactly why I use Upside. I never pay full price for gas with the free Upside app.
Upside?
Yes, Upside. It's the free app that gives you cash back just for buying the gas you're already buying. So, even with the rising gas prices, I'll never have to limit how much I drive.
Does that actually add up to anything?
Just last year, I made over $200 with the Upside app.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app right now.
Download the free Upside app to earn cash back on the gas you're already buying. Use promo code FUEL for an extra 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FUEL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first fill-up. That's FUEL.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Cecil Lammey here from my friends at windownation.com. Listen, in Colorado, we get different types of weather all the time. So whether your cold air is escaping or your warm air is escaping, your windows are likely to blame. And getting top quality custom fit windows from Window Nation is easy and affordable. And during the More You Buy, the More You Save sale, you could save up to 50% off. Plus, you could get them with 0 interest for 5 years. During these uncertain times, one of the best investments you can make is in your home. So visit windownation.com now to book a consultation.
Thinking about upgrading your home's air conditioner? Then Day and Night Mechanical Solutions of Denver can help and save you money. Excel Energy is offering a bonus rebate for upgrading to a qualified cold climate heat pump with rebates up to $9,500 depending on your home size. Heat pumps can efficiently heat and cool your home and save you money in the process. Day and Night Mechanical will guide you through the process. Upgrade your HVAC and save big bucks at dnmech.com today.
One real Broncos talk. Cecil Lammey and Andrew Mason bring the heat on Orange and Blue today. The most passionate intelligence and in-depth Broncos coverage in the game. Weekdays at 5 p.m. on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan YouTube channel. Hit subscribe at Denver Sports 104.3 and never miss another take. Orange and Blue today, powered by Ramos Law, official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. It's the Fan Draft Party, powered by Carrier, Colorado. Live from the Sportsbook Bar and Grill in Parker, here's John Davis, Cecil Lammey, and NFL insider James Palmer.
You used to call me on my cell phone.
We had a couple trades while we were at break, but real quick, the Denver Nuggets are participating in their basketball game like the Broncos are participating in the first round. They're not. Anyways, it's 61-39 at halftime. The Avalanche are up 1-0, hopefully working towards that sweep of the Los Angeles Kings. But we had some trades during the break. The Bills traded with the Houston Texans earlier. They traded back. Then we had our second interdivision trade of the first round as the Bills make a trade with the New England Patriots. Who do the Patriots take? They've got Caleb Lomu, offensive tackle, Utah.
There you go.
Which is crazy because the Broncos usually draft every player that ever played for
If
Utah.
they're Utah, they want them in Denver. But Caleb Lomu I had at 27 to the San Francisco 49ers. So a lot of activity here late in the first round, James. It's interesting, interdivision trades, interconference trades. It's been a wild ride since, well, honestly, Ty Simpson, but it's been a wild ride since Howie Roseman said, hey, everybody, let's trade.
Yeah, you're never supposed to read your Twitter mentions, and I started reading them. A couple of guys were hey, man, you haven't said you told everybody there wasn't going to be a bunch of trades. And here we are, and now we're getting all the trades.
Yeah.
Now but these aren't real. Like, these are just jockeying for a couple of spots.
The Jets
here at the end of the The Jets just traded with San Francisco, I believe.
Wow.
And so everybody's just trying to get the guy that they kind of have their eye on. And I mentioned that earlier in the show, right, when I said, hey, when these tackles start to have a run and we start to get the back end of this first round, that's when you're going to see a lot of teams have these groupings of players that are very, very close in terms of grades. And that's when they're going to kind of make a move for a specific player or a specific player out of a different position group that they maybe only had one in that group. And that's why we're having all this action here at the end. And we're having all this action here at the end is because a lot of these guys have second-round grades on them, right, Cecil? Almost every player we're seeing going right here in the back end of this first round has a second-round grade in the vast majority of the buildings in the NFL. So what does that mean? This second round is massive in a lot of people's boards, where it's half the first round and the entire second round is all really guys you have with second-round grades. And that's why teams are comfortable sliding back and getting a couple more picks, where there's this next group of players in the third, fourth round where they're completely comfortable in adding ammo there, like George Payton did in the Waddle trade.
The Kansas City Chiefs traded up. They take defensive tackle Peter Woods out of Clemson. Cecil, you had him going a little higher.
Yeah, I had him going at 22 to the Chargers, so he was going to end up in the AFC West anyway. I don't know if I can count that as a win on my mock draft, which has gone quickly way out the window because of all these trades, James.
But it really has.
He's in the AFC West. I called it. I'm going to count that because this year is pretty desperate. But Woods is that big-body defensive lineman that can be active off the snap, quick off the snap, be disruptive, get you some middle pressure, but mainly known as a run stuffer.
And I like this next pick because the Jets are the ones who slid down, and I'm being told that the Jets are going to be taking Omar Cooper Jr. out of Indiana, a very different receiver than Garrett Wilson. I think a lot of times teams like to build their receiver room like a basketball team, right? You like to have a guy that does something different with each and every skill set that they have within the room. Garrett Wilson is essentially Cecil, right? He's that like wing player. He's that guy that's going to do everything for you. The body control is through the roof. He can do a lot of things. You have Omar Cooper Jr. is your power forward. This is a guy that is going to just push people around. He never is taken down by the first guy, and if he is, he's dragging him a few yards downfield with him. This guy can also make some amazing catches, but at the same time, he's a bit of a tweener in some people's minds. Even some people in Indiana thought he was a bit of a tweener, and they had struggled putting him outside. Played outside a ton 2 years ago, predominantly in the slot this past year. But what we were talking about with the way that the Rams use Puka Nacua and they use receivers that are closer to the formation, think of Omar Cooper Jr. filling that role, Cecil, right? Where he can play closer to the formation and get you some yards in the middle of the field. He's as tough as they come as well.
They need a quarterback. And, James, I will ask you if I'm allowed to do this. I had him at 16 to the Jets. Can I go ahead and count that?
You certainly can. Yeah. You certainly can, sir.
Okay.
You've accidentally gotten so many of these right tonight.
Well, Omar Cooper can play that Puka Nacua role for that team while Garrett Wilson plays that speed, that precision. Cooper is that wingspan, body, go up and get the ball, red zone threat. I mean, you're putting together a hell of an offense if you can find a way to keep Breece Hall, except your quarterback, with the Jets. So you can see signs of what they try to do. And the thing that I love the most about the draft is we don't have Jets versus Patriots. We have GM versus GM, right? It's not Kansas City versus Denver. It's George Payton versus Brett Veach. And that's what you get when the draft's here. And when you're put on the clock, you've got to make those decisions. The Jets liked Cooper. They don't draft him earlier, but they move back. They maneuver around in this draft, and they still get the big Indiana wideout.
The Jets take defensive edge David Bailey with the second overall pick. They get Kenyon Sadiq at 16. Then they trade back into the first round. They get Omar Cooper Jr.
Yeah.
This is the maybe not expected loudest team, I think, in the first round tonight.
Are they going to win too much to get them out of the
No, that's the thing is, does anybody care? But they
had a ton of capital, right? They had a lot of picks in this draft, a lot of them near the top. They still wanted to make sure that they don't give up anything in 27, which they still haven't done, which was extremely important. They're not alone in that thinking. There's a number of teams that I've talked to going, we're not giving up 27 draft capital, even though we're not even looking for a quarterback. Now, they are, and they have 3 first-round picks in 27, but I thought this was an interesting take when you think about all the quarterbacks that could go next year because of the lack of quarterback talent in this draft. There might be 12 guys the teams are interested in right now. Those quarterbacks what happens with them on the board? They get pushed up. What happens to the rest of the draft? Really good players get pushed down to you, which is why teams, without even looking for a quarterback, want to keep their 27
And we
picks.
just saw that 2 years ago in the Bo Nix draft, where all those 6 quarterbacks were clustered up top, pushed good talent behind them.
And that's why the Jalen Waddle trade is really easy for me to accept because there was no 27 capital involved
Broncos
in that
have
trade.
10 picks in 27. Do not be surprised. Daniel Jeremiah suggested this. Do not be surprised if the Denver Broncos maybe zig while others are zagging, and that's with those 10, 27 picks. They might be the one team that's willing to trade those picks.
The Buffalo Bills and Seattle Seahawks are the final 2 teams on the draft board. We are going to get to them next and look towards tomorrow as the Broncos pick in the second round. It's the fan draft party powered by Carrier Colorado. James, Cecil, and I, we do all of that next.
Avs playoffs. Nuggets playoffs. It's beautiful, it's brutal. The ups, the downs. We're here to help you through it because we get it. We're just like you. You're going to yell at your TV. You're going to text your group chat in all caps. You're going to have opinions. Well, guess what? So do we. Lots of them. We're here to tell you the truth. We'll talk. We're saying what everyone's thinking out loud. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver's playoff headquarters.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With a Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Meet Morgan Jones. Morgan is about to step into a world unknown to most, thanks to Progressive's Renters Insurance, a place of fresh linens and turn-down service. You see, Morgan temporarily vacated her apartment and has gone to a hotel because a pipe burst in her apartment. A pipe that made her sense of reality and apartment ceiling all come crashing down. Luckily, Morgan checked into Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers.
The right financial strategies can make a huge difference, especially if you're nearing retirement. Adam Mueller talks retirement strategies with Mile High Money. Saturday mornings at 8 on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Hey guys, it's Mark Schlereth. I just made one of the best decisions of my life. I got rid of my glasses. I went to Cutarelli Vision and had refractive lens exchange, RLE. I wore glasses for distance vision, but I got to that inevitable point in life where I was always needing those reading glasses just to do about anything, and half the time I couldn't find them. Seeing menus, texting, reading my computer, or studying film, it was a struggle. But now I see the world perfectly near and far without any glasses thanks to Cutarelli Vision RLE, the perfect permanent solution to spending your good active years not needing reading glasses. And here's the cherry on top. You'll never develop a cataract. Dr. Cutarelli is Colorado's most experienced with over 90,000 vision correction procedures. You can trust him to know if it's the right time for you and RLE. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at ColoradoRLE.com. Cutarelli Vision, RLE, no readers, glasses, or contacts, or cataracts. ColoradoRLE.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
The draft is here. Don't miss a single pick, trade, or surprise move. Head to DenverSports.com, your ultimate draft headquarters, powered by Piper Electric. Power your project with experience at PiperElectric.com.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. It's the Fan Draft Party, powered by Carrier Colorado. Live from the Sportsbook Bar and Grill in Parker, here's John Davis, Cecil Lammey, and NFL insider James Paul.
The Denver Nuggets are currently down 61, I think, to 39. Was that they're down like 5 touchdowns at halftime to the Minnesota Timberwolves. The Avalanche currently up 1-0. We are coming to the end of the first round. We had another trade. The Tennessee Titans get back into the end of the first round. They take Keldrick Falk, edge rusher. So a lot of people thought maybe that they might go defense early on, the Titans. They end up going with Carnell Tate. They do sneak back into the first round and take a defensive edge.
I like it. What I really like is that John Schneider only had 4 picks in this draft. He had a desperate need at running back, and he is going to pick Jadarian Price out of Notre Dame and stay at 32 and finish this draft out.
If you were thinking Broncos could get him at 62, obviously long gone.
Long gone there, and there is supposed to be, and the reason I wanted to talk about this as opposed to the other topic is there could be a wait for another running back for a while.
Yes.
There is a very good chance we have a pretty big gap here, Cecil, right? Between Price and what happens
and Mike Washington
next.
is the third back. Mike Washington is the next back up off the board, most likely. But Mike Washington is the third-round pick. We might go the entire second round without a running back.
There's a very good chance that happens.
Washington has great testing skills. He was impressive at the Senior Bowl, but that's also a player with a high fumble rate and a high drop rate. Teams look into that a little bit more, don't think they can fix it. Washington, who was real sexy around the end of January as people got used to his name, he might fall a little bit further. Not out of the third round by any means, but that's where the Broncos can strike with one of their fourth-rounders. That's where Jonah Coleman can come into play. My favorite back for the Broncos. They like Emmett Johnson out of Nebraska there as well, but it's going to be a gap now at the running back position. And Price, big play, return man option. I like the idea of the Broncos getting him not at 62 because he wasn't going to be there, but like moving up for a price like that. Now we'll see what they do with their 62nd pick. I still think a move up is coming for the Broncos in
within reason.
Round 2. Right.
Yeah, within reason.
With one of those fourth-rounders, they can move up to 55. So something from 62 to 55, secure the services. Maybe it is an Eli Stowers, but that Jadarian Price move, a lot of Broncos fans were holding out hope. Maybe they could get the Notre Dame rusher. Not going to happen.
Yeah, there was a thought that John Schneider would want to maybe trade out of this 32nd pick, acquire some more talent, and stay maybe at the top of the second and still get Price. But obviously he just ends up staying and picking after a flurry of trades happened before the Seahawks at 32. I also love this. He's coming out of a split backfield. I think it's great for Love and Price when they're coming into where they're at. And obviously Charbonnet's still a really good back.
Yeah, they just got hurt last year.
Just got hurt last year. So obviously this is, I think, another general manager that I think is in that top elite group, in all honesty, of guys that are just really, really good at this. And that's going to round out kind of the first round. And it was a flurry of trades at the end, but it wasn't the fireworks we thought we were going to see that some people predicted at the top. And when I talked to the teams that were picking like 3, 4, 5, they all got the sense pretty quickly when I talked to them today that nobody was going to come up all the way up to 3, all the way up to 4, all the way up to 5. And as one team put it, there's just not the talent at a premium position to pick the non-premium position and give up the capital to go out up and do that. That's why we didn't see any of the trades at the top.
And that's typically when we've seen that in the past, the big jump, it's for Mahomes, it's for Julio Jones.
For a quarterback, a tackle, an edge rusher.
A generational,
one of those 4 elite positions.
Yeah, you're jumping up. There was nobody like that in this draft. And seeing the way it broke down, seeing the way it went, if you're a Broncos fan, I think you're going to bed tonight saying, hey, there's a lot of good players in here, but we've got the guy that we know out of all these first-round guys, our first-round pick, quote-unquote, Jalen Waddle, we feel better about than anybody that we would have got here at the end of the first round.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Jalen Waddle, you weren't finding that guy at 30. And to be able to have that sort of playmaker, Waddle is going to make all the difference. And I don't know about you, James, but I still believe we haven't seen the full Sean Payton playbook. And it was a lack of the talent that they would be required to have to see the rest of his playbook. Waddle's going to open up a lot of things, not only for Cortland Sutton, as he's not going to get bracketed anymore. He's going to open things up for Evan Ingram, and it's going to make this offense look even more dynamic than some people can think.
Yeah, the shallow crosses, the stuff in the middle of the field that Waddle's outstanding at, and then it becomes a 5-yard pass for Bo. And he gets some of these plays. I'd love to see him work this offseason on just getting rid of the football really quickly in some of these and then let Waddle do the rest. And he has the ability to do that on some of those routes that Cecil Cecil's talking about, but at the same time, what he's going to do in a lot of those shallow crosses and the stuff that is going over the middle field, he's going to take defenders with him.
Right.
And then that's going to open things, and then you have Cortland one-on-one on one side. Then you bring Evan Ingram across underneath or over top over to the other side, and then you're going to find these spots that are the entire, like, the way it was described to me from the Broncos was this. Yes, we love that Jalen Waddle can stretch the field vertically. Great. We love that he makes you play sideline to sideline. And the way he stretches a defense horizontally is how Sean Payton's going to expand his playbook with
I know
Davis Webb.
EB was the OC then, but when 2018 Chiefs, which were on just a different level, didn't break Peyton Manning's 55 touchdowns, thank God. I want 55 and 54-77, right, Kev, to live forever and ever and ever in NFL lore.
Ever?
You remember ever? Do you remember what they did that year specifically, James? They spread things horizontally. And that's something you're going to be able to do now with the Denver Broncos and Jalen Waddle.
Good point.
And with Waddle, something I've thought about with this and how he changes things for the Broncos, because it's actually, we talked about C.J. Stroud, there's a lot on him. There is a lot on Bo Nix. Last year after the first, 3 games of the year when he was overthrowing every deep ball, they didn't throw it deep again. It's not like they kept missing on it. They stopped doing it altogether because Sean, and that's why when everybody's getting mad at the screens, I was like, well, there might be a little protecting Bo here with the struggles on the accuracy deep. Now they've got the weapons. He's got this receiver with Jalen Waddle. This does come back to Bo Nix. Okay, Bo, you can't overthrow this anymore. When we do have somebody go deep, it doesn't necessarily have to be Jalen. It can be Mims. Like you say, it opens it up for other guys. Bo has to start connecting on those deeper throws because the excuses aren't really there anymore for him. With that, the wide receiver room, there's a lot of guys. There's only one football with the Broncos.
Right.
They've said no to these wide receivers. Could Troy Franklin be on the move? Could Marvin Mims be on the move? Pat Bryant's only in his second year.
Yeah.
Could a wide receiver still be on the move? They've said no. All indications have been absolutely not.
Right.
The room is crowded. They might want to maneuver around the draft.
Yeah.
Is that something that could happen?
I think if there's any players that would be on the move, it would be on the defensive side of the ball where you have a bit more of a surplus. They were so excited about Troy Franklin when they picked him up a couple of years ago because Sean Payton actually got up early to text George Payton. It was like 6:30 in the morning. George was like, I can't believe Sean's awake. Yeah. It was because Troy Franklin was there. And Franklin, they still believe, and he got better with the dropsies. He's got that speed. I love Marvin Mims. Like, I love him. They just don't use him on offense. And that contract situation where Marvin Mims is going to be very complicated because he might want an opportunity to go somewhere else and have that wide receiver ability, wide receiver opportunity that he's not getting in Denver, while also bringing all-pro return man ability to the field. So I don't think Marvin Mims would be moved. I don't think Troy Franklin would be moved. I think defensive guys, maybe Riley Moss, would be a consideration if the Broncos found the right partner.
Do you feel like the Broncos are not giving Marvin Mims the opportunity to play the wide receiver position, or do you feel like this is Marvin Mims have shown them he can't be a traditional wide receiver?
Bills game, Pat Bryant goes down, and it was going to be a big Pat Bryant day. We remember that early on. I think he caught the first pass from Bo Nix against the Bills.
I think he caught the first 3.
Marvin comes in cold, quote-unquote, 8 for 93 and a touchdown. It seems to me, one, I think his route running has gotten better. He's still not precise, but he doesn't lean like he used to as a young receiver where he's like, I'm going this way. Like, okay, Marvin, we got it. But that speed, that playmaking ability, and the fact that every time you've asked him to do more, he's produced. So maybe it's not the traditional way, a traditional wide receiver, but that's a guy like, hey, chips are down, we got to go to Marvin, and he shows up.
Well,
that's a skill worth paying for.
The Giants game, the big comeback. He made a couple big catches down there, and Marvin Mims is the only guy on the Broncos I see catch contested footballs. He's the only guy that I've seen.
I think Cortland Sutton catches a lot of contested
late
footballs.
In the year. I'm still frustrated with Cortland late in the year, but Marvin Mims, he's caught it contested. He's caught it when he's covered, but then they go away from him. I didn't see a lot of deliberate targeting. You talk about the route running. To me, it would seem to be they don't trust him, and maybe he wasn't able to get that trust
There's
back,
something behind the
scenes
that he's not doing to show them he's worth a playing. And Johnny Morton's back. Johnny Moe and Marvin Mims yelling at Marvin. Johnny Moe and Marvin had some, and Marvin yelled back, by the way, at training camp publicly, so I'm comfortable saying that. But it's like, okay, does that spark Marvin away? Maybe Marvin's looking to find that opportunity somewhere else. It's why I do believe, and in my 7-round mock for the Broncos, I did have them taking Weegin, the kid from Iowa, the returner, because I think they're going to find a receiver that can return this year on day 3, 7th round, 6th round, somewhere in there.
There are still a ton of receivers on the board.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, a lot of receivers on the board, and there's a lot of them that'll go in the 3rd, 4th round, right? There's
a lot of them with return ability as well. Both the LSU kids
There's a lot with return ability. I would say this about Marvin. Like, I think they know who he is by now. I know we're bringing up a couple of games where we've seen
that
some
Buffalo
flashes
game, pretty
for
big
sure.
game.
Big
Pretty
game.
big game.
No, hey, big stage, big game. Like, I just feel like there is a belief in that building that they understand who he is as a receiver. And I think there's nothing wrong with getting him the football a variety of ways. There's a lot of guys in this draft. When I talk to scouts and coaches and executives, it's at worst he's a gadget guy. At best he's blank. Like, that is a thing. And that might be where Marvin is within an offense. Doesn't mean you don't make plays at times. You don't come up big in certain aspects. But they don't make the moves that they've made in the draft and acquiring Jalen Waddle if they didn't know exactly where Marvin is.
Because Waddle takes anything opportunity away
100%.
that Marvin could possibly have. And what you're describing, everything's a plus today, Disney Plus, all that kind of stuff. When's James Palmer Plus coming out?
I'm not sure.
And we should make that happen. But, like,
people don't want another streaming platform. But listen,
is he just Gadget Plus? Is Marvin Mims just Gadget Plus? Like, he's not true wide receiver, but he's not only just a gadget guy.
Is he good at the gadget stuff?
He's an all-pro return man.
Yeah, special teams. But, like, when they run the gadget
as far as
play,
the end-around, stuff like that.
He's fine at it.
I think
but
it's a
I don't know
tell
how effective he is.
from what Cecil said, where the route running's gotten better. There's some things that are not given away within a route. It's not perfect still. But specifically, I was told we are looking for a dynamic route runner to add this offseason.
That's Jalen Waddle.
That's Jalen Waddle.
Yeah.
But there's a reason that was the top trait of the list when they were looking to acquire a playmaker was we need a playmaker that is a route runner. And I think that was for a reason.
Enter Jalen Waddle to change the landscape of this Broncos offense because we've barely talked about it, and we will get more into running back tomorrow, certainly on the draft show. But I look at how Waddle can open up things for Court, open up things for Evan, but also defensively, when you face the Broncos, you're not really worried about the ground game. You should be, so long as J.K. Dobbins is healthy. J.K. Dobbins is a top 5 back when he's healthy. Now he's hurt all the time. So you have to be ready, Jonah Coleman, when he's down. R.J. Harvey, and James, I don't know where you come down on this, but to me, at the running back position, outside of Thomas Jones, and there's like 3 people in the city that know who I'm talking about, outside of one running back that I know in the last 30 years, guy that waited as a premium pick, and then finally got it years later. I think R.J. Harvey is pretty much what R.J. Harvey's going to be, which is really good. He's a nose for the end zone. He's a great receiver out of the backfield. You use him in space, but he's not the guy when J.K. goes down, hey, you got 20 carries this week. R.J.'s not that guy. You need that guy, and I think R.J. can continue to do R.J. type of things in this running back by committee.
I don't know. Maybe you got a crowded backfield in Arizona and they want to make a move.
Do they have Connor?
Well, it would be
Algier?
James Conner because they got Tyler Algier just this year.
They just got
Algier
Algier this year in free agency and they paid him.
Yeah.
It's going to be interesting to see what they do.
Well, and the Broncos didn't want Algier.
I wanted the Broncos to have Algier, by the way.
I did.
No tread on the tires.
That's what I wanted.
And a power guy to complement RJ because that's what you need. You've got the speed and space guy in RJ. Algier is just waiting to do more. And listen, Bijan Robinson is a stud. He's an absolute stud.
I'm not sold yet.
Not sold yet? Oh, God. I was going to say.
He's unbelievable, man.
He is. He's awesome.
One more thing I want to loop back to Waddle on, and I want to go back to the conversation we had about the Eagles earlier, talking about Devonta Smith with A.J. Brown being gone. Mm-hmm. We've seen Waddle 1 year without Tyreek Hill. But similar to Devonta Smith, with him having more of a focus on him in the offense, could it be something where some people are like, well, he's playing opposite Tyreek, where he actually benefits without having that superstar number one on the other side?
I do not think, and I'll bring up, because I'm the old head, I'll bring up Alvin Harper years ago with the Cowboys when he was the number 2 opposite of Michael Irvin. I'll bring up Peerless Price when he was in Buffalo opposite Eric Moulds. Very good. Nice pull. I don't think that Jalen Waddle is that number 2 who's going to be a glorified number 1, as Peerless Price was with Atlanta, as Alvin Harper was with the Buccaneers back in the day. We've seen it before in the NFL. I just haven't ever watched Waddle and thought, oh, well, he's a really good number 2. I've watched Waddle and thought, he's a 1. He just happens to be on a team with another 1. It's similarly different style receiver, but what we see with T. Higgins and Jamar Chase. Like, Higgins is a number 1. He's just next to Jamar Chase, who's a megastar.
Pickens, CeeDee Lamb. You get
similarly,
2 ones.
yes, yeah.
So, and that's his thing with Waddle. I saw that a lot of people saying we played opposite Tyreek. Well, he was good as a rookie without Tyreek. Also, Waddle, he succeeded right there. So he can open that back up. As the Broncos look tonight at the AFC West, the Chiefs, the Chargers, the Raiders. The Raiders, I don't think they're looking at them to take the crown from them next year. But when you look at the Chiefs and the Chargers go edge. They play really well in the trenches. They kind of bully the Broncos around. The Chiefs go cornerback, and they go defensive tackle. Are the Broncos looking at this tonight feeling any pressure? Do they feel like, okay, they got back ahead of us, or are they still feeling the Broncos looking at this saying, okay, this broke our way pretty well with who the Chiefs and the Chargers ended up with?
I think you should look at Kansas City as having caught the Broncos tonight. Okay. And it's something that I predicted on our show, Dover and Cecil, earlier today. And it's one of those things, I hate to say it, but you go in this draft and you see Kansas City make the moves that they did and to strengthen up that Steve Spagnuolo defense. And, of course, we have yet to see what else they're going to do throughout this draft process. And they have Pat Mahomes. So long as they have the greatest player on the planet, they're going to be a problem. And the one-score games thing from 2 years ago, they suffered that in 2025. Now we look at the Broncos. Are the Broncos that team the Chiefs were 2 years ago where in a one-score game, Broncos are winning? The next year, I could say, what were they, Kev? 11-2, 11-3 in one-score games, 11-2, I believe, in one-score games. Next year, is that 5-6 in one-score games? It's not going to be 11 wins by one scores again.
Hopefully they're not there. I do think their situation's a little bit – I think the way the Broncos won their one-score games, the way the Chiefs won their one-score games is a little different. The Broncos didn't have the Raiders snapping the ball into the backup quarterback's shoulder.
There were a handful of those, and I attended a number of those. I was getting texts from guys on the Chiefs staff going we shouldn't be winning these games. I remember that 2 years ago. I mean, the Chargers hit the upright with a field goal to win it, and you have the Raiders situation. I think you have the toe from Isaiah Likely in the back of the end zone.
Yep.
So
the
you
block
had
against
Denver.
Denver.
The block against. So you had so many of those. That do play a part. What I look at and what Kansas City did tonight to kind of maybe just, I don't want to say close the gap, but maybe reestablish themselves within the division would be they tackled two positions that are not deep at the top. There was a lot of people's minds one corner would go in this draft, and they got the best corner in this draft. A lot of people thought Cecil 1 to 2 defensive tackles would go in the first round in this draft. Chris Sims, by the way, had 5, so I just clicked out of his mock draft when I saw he had 5 defensive tackles in the first round, which was completely nuts. But what Brett Veach did, and you love him as a general manager, and I do too. I think he's outstanding at it. What did he do? I don't have it. He goes, I don't have a third-round pick, right? I have a second, I have a fourth, and then I have 2 5s. So let me just tackle 2 positions where I don't have the ability to have options later in the draft. I get the best corner, and in some people's minds, the best or second best defensive tackle in the draft. So be it. No argument. This is just who I'm going to go because we're thin there, and those positions are thin. I think that's where you see the way Brett Veach operates.
You made me nervous, James, because I was like, how many defensive line did I only had 2.
There you go.
You were about to check in and have 5.
I did.
Had 7.
But one of mine was Caden McDonald from
the Ohio State University. I'm a little upset he didn't go. I wanted more guys to go.
I know. Not as many Buckeyes as I had projected, but still a lot of Buckeyes.
I know.
Spread the love today, too, so there can be more the Ohio State.
Yeah, I know. You only had 24 of them go in the first round, so that was Cecil,
all in the green room.
When we look at Delaney with the Chiefs, it's a game I like to play. Give me a comp of a cornerback from previous years.
God, I don't want to say Pat Surtain, but I kind of want to say Pat Surtain.
No, you weren't supposed to do that.
You weren't going to say that, were you?
I wasn't going to say Pat Surtain. I don't want to say that.
Caleb Farley.
But not that either. Alfonso Smith, you want to go down that road?
Josh will trade a first rounder for that.
Yes. The best corner in this draft. I mean, that's.
But he does stack up to get into that category of Stingley, Sauce.
Yes, he's got the traits that you want in terms of ball instincts, being able to find things cleanly, understand plays as they break down in front of him. He understands late hands on a wide receiver, so he doesn't have to get grabby as you see other corners come out of college there. So not Pat Surtain, but he's going to be an upper-tier corner if
Day
he
one
hits.
starter. Day one ready to go.
For sure.
He can move between schemes. He's very versatile in that sense.
Scheme versatile.
He can play man, he can play off, he can play zone. He kind of understands all of it. With the ball in the air, he's outstanding. He's kind of a glider. It looks like he's not running very fast, but he actually is. The way he moves is just so smooth in that sense. Yeah, he's going to come right in and be their number one corner. Like, day one.
He's taking on your number one receiver no matter the matchup every week. So he'll be on Jalen Waddle, and, they're going to have some attention along with him to cover Jalen Waddle.
And that's one of those situations we talk about that opens things up for Cortland. With the Chargers, Akeem Mesidor, day one rotational guy out there with the Chargers.
You would expect
probably not out there right away. Like, when they announce the starters, maybe he's not there. But, I mean, with Khalil Mack, Khalil has a hard time playing the full season.
Right.
He's getting older. He's such a big guy. It's harder to stay healthy as you get older. So Mesidor, a lot could be asked of him this year. They probably want more out of him than they got out of their first-round pick last year with Omari and Hampton. But James pointed it out. I mean, the epidemic of injuries with the Chargers for the past 15 years. I mean, remember Verrett, the corner?
Oh, yeah,
and just,
TCU.
Just nothing. And even Keenan Allen, who's played a long time, always injuries. They just really struggle to keep their guys healthy. But if they can, I mean, the Chargers, if they can keep everybody healthy, they legitimately, I think, can go. I think they're a Super Bowl contender, and they can line up and beat anybody. I mean, we get excited about Houston. We expect New England and the Broncos to maybe fall back a little bit. The Chargers, along with maybe Cincinnati and Baltimore, are those teams that if they're healthy, they might pass
I want
everybody.
to play this game with you tomorrow, but we got James tonight. I got to play this game with you. I always ask the question, have we seen the best of blank? Have we seen the best of Justin Herbert?
No. No, I don't think we've come even close to
what
seeing
if we do see the best of Justin Herbert? That's scary.
Yeah, that's scary. That's similar to what we saw at the start of the season when everybody's going, this guy's the MVP of the league through the first 5 weeks, and they're having him run the football, and they're putting him a little bit more in harm's way in the way he was playing. I don't think you're going to see him play that style. It's going to be more like, hey, Justin, we need you to make a big play on a third down. And guess what? A lot of these third downs hopefully are going to be third and short with the way that we played a lot of these moves in free agency, and they believe a huge jump. My understanding for Omari and Hampton, like the plan that they had for him off-season wise, some of the stuff that they wanted him to go through is, I know that Derrick Henry is in a league of his own, but it's like, hey man, follow his model in terms of off-season because you are a similar runner. You're downhill, man. You are running people over. You're not cutting back and forth. Your stop-start isn't really what some of these other guys is. But man, when you get downfield, you get moving, and now we have all these extra bodies to help protect Justin Herbert and allow them to run the football. If they're healthy, this is one of the best tackle combinations in football, Cecil, in what they have at the right and left side. What I do think helps the Broncos is Jesse Minter is not there anymore. Nice. Like, that is one of the best defensive minds in football. And now that he is not running a defense that just makes young quarterbacks, and I still consider Bo a young quarterback, very, very confused, that's a bonus for
And
Denver.
I hate to be nerdy fantasy guy, but I'm nerdy fantasy guy, and I had to double check to make sure my memory was okay. Mike McDaniel's first ask was for Keaton Mitchell. Keaton Mitchell, and that's my R.J. Harvey comparison. So last year when I said that, people were like, who the hell is Keaton Mitchell? The Chargers have him now coming from Baltimore, and if you have Hampton with the power and you have Mitchell with, again,
There's
he's R.J.
some high
Harvey.
hopes for Mitchell, by the way.
There is.
Before
And
he got
when
hurt.
Mike McDaniel, his very first, hey, you're hired, can I have Keaton Mitchell? And the Chargers say yes. Let's watch out for this offense with those two backs.
Yeah, when I was 5, I watched Bo Jackson run over Carl Mecklenburg, and I cried. So I'm not excited to watch anybody run over the Denver Broncos since back then. Bo, when he's healthy, greatest running back of all time. It's the Fan Draft Party powered by Carrier, Colorado. I got a position that I want the Broncos to take tomorrow night. Cecil knows about it. I'm going to run it by James, and we're going to do that next.
Colorado comes in knowing exactly what this matchup demands. Patience, precision, and a willingness to fight through LA's defensive dragnet. The Avs have generated chances, but the Kings have been committed to slowing the game to their pace. Incredible! Can special teams swing momentum on the road? Will the goaltending stay elite? Game 3 is where the series tilts. It's where the road team can steal control, or a home team can seize momentum. What a save! Avalanche, Kings, Game 3 in LA. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver's playoff headquarters.
If you love distinctive, unique designer jewelry that doesn't look like everybody else, you have to experience Lika Bahar. I'm Bruce Williams.
And I'm Michelle Williams, inviting you to the Lika Bahar Trunk Show, Friday and Saturday, April 24th and 25th at Williams Jewelers in Cherry Creek North.
Designer Lika Bahar will be here in person to share with you all her latest creations direct from our Manhattan design studios.
Lika Bahar's pieces are crafted by hand using age-old jewelry making techniques from ancient Greek and Byzantine times. You're going to love it.
Come discover Lika Bahar's burnished sterling and 24-karat gold collection. It's wearable art that starts at just $450.
The Lika Bahar Trunk Show, Friday and Saturday, April 24th and 25th at Williams Jewelers.
For yourself or the one you love, we'll see you there.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
The official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
The #1 draft pick this spring is the Carrier Infinity System, keeping you comfortable year-round. With unmatched reliability, innovation, and efficiency, Carrier products deliver premium home comfort solutions for whatever the Colorado weather brings. From heating and cooling to healthier indoor air and full control with the touch of a button, Carrier is the expert in home comfort with over 120 years of changing how we live, work, and play. Visit CarrierColorado.com to find a local Carrier expert and feel the comfort. Carrier, turn to the experts.
When the dollar's convertibility into gold ended in 1971, gold was fixed at $35 an ounce. Fast forward to today, and the U.S. dollar has lost over 85% of its purchasing power. Meanwhile, gold has increased in value by over 12,000%. Central banks are buying gold at record levels. Major firms are holding significant positions in gold. And I choose to buy gold from Birch Gold Group. It's Dan Bongino, and it all starts with education. Birch Gold just announced their Learn and Earn Precious Metals event. This free online event rewards you for learning the basics of investing in precious metals. Sign up to get free silver on your next purchase if you qualify. And you can get even larger incentives as you go. The more you learn, the more you can earn. But act now. This special event only runs through April 30th, so text my name Dan to the number 989898 to join Birch Gold's Learn and Earn Precious Metals event by April 30th. Text Dan to 989898 today. Message and data rates may apply.
How was your break? It was great until I stopped for gas. Prices have gone up almost $1 with no end in sight. I might have to start watching how much I drive.
That's exactly why I use Upside. I never pay full price for gas with the free Upside app.
Upside?
Yes, Upside. It's the free app that gives you cash back just for buying the gas you're already buying. So even with the rising gas prices, I'll never have to limit how much I drive.
Does that actually add up to anything?
Just last year, I made over $200 with the Upside app.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app right now.
Download the free Upside app to earn cash back on the gas you're already buying. Use promo code THRIVE25 for an extra 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code THRIVE25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first fill-up. That's THRIVE25.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
I lost 60 pounds with soda weight loss a few years ago, and it changed my life. I look and feel 10 years younger. I'm moving better. I got my confidence back. You want your confidence back? Go to the website, sodadietandnutrition.com, or call them up, 1-866-800-SODA. And soda weight loss is incredible because it's knowing how to eat, what to eat, and when to eat. It's working with a real nutritionist. It's having a plan in place to lose the weight naturally and change your life. Online, sodadietandnutrition.com. Or 1-866-800-SODA. Soda weight loss is state-of-the-art.
Hey, Broncos country, I'm Terrell Davis, and I'm here with Donnie, owner of the Fitness Gallery. There is nothing more important than your health. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on.
You're ready to make fitness fit your schedule. Don't wait. Secure pre-tariff pricing today.
You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store, Fitness Gallery, and get started on your goals today.
Hey, what's up? It's Zach here. And if you're looking for your new go-to spot in Centennial, the Basketball Social House is it. Award-winning food and drinks, an incredible weekend brunch, and a brand new sports bar entertainment space where you can catch every Colorado game. Even if you're not playing, it's a great hang. But if you are, their private basketball suites are unreal. Full court, lounge, music, TVs, the whole setup. And because you're hearing this from me, get half off your first private basketball suite rental. Just use code HALFOFFHOOPS. Trust me, you're going to love this place.
It's the Fan Draft Party, powered by Carrier Colorado. Live from the Sportsbook Bar and Grill in Parker, here's John Davis.
Oh my God!
They deserve it.
I just looked at the score.
It is 80-57. The Timberwolves over the Nuggets. The Avalanche up 2-0. It's 2-0. We had McCarr, a goal from Cale McCarr. 2-1. Avalanche up 2-1.
Fire David Adelman.
Yeah, I mean, this is
like, oh my God, it's embarrassing.
At some point, aren't you? I keep saying, aren't you tired of getting your butt whooped by the same team all the time? Like, don't you want that to stop? But anyways, great first round. Very exciting first round. With the NFL draft tonight, we turn towards tomorrow, the second round. The Broncos have a pick. Maybe they trade back up into the third round. But this is, from what a lot of people talked about, middle linebacker. That maybe not right off the bat, but as you get into those middle rounds, it's a deeper middle linebacker class, Cecil.
Yeah, a deeper middle linebacker class. In fact, not only deep, JD, this is the best inside linebacker class I've ever seen. It's a historic ILB class. In doing this 20-plus years, I've never seen this many off-ball linebackers. It's so hot right now, the trendy term, because nobody says ILB. The off-ball linebackers are off the charts. So Anthony Hill, C.J. Allen, Jacob Rodriguez, Josiah Trotter, not Jeremiah Trotter. He's not as good as his dad, but my God, he's a two-down thumper that can play. And that's only day 2 guys. There's a few day 3 guys that could fit the bill as well. So if you want an off-ball linebacker, this is the year you can get one. The Broncos really haven't spent the resources there in recent years. Justin Sternad has turned into a great find for this team.
Very much so.
I give Alex Singleton a lot of credit for helping to develop Sternad. Sternad wasn't this coming out of Wake Forest, and he was hurt at the Combine, so he had historically bad numbers at the Combine. But I look at Danny Trevathan as the last ILB that they took out of Kentucky. Kind of, that type of Danny Trevathan. Could you get that sort of player in this draft? My answer is yes.
And that's where I think, me personally, I'd like the Broncos to go at 62.
Well, when I talk to evaluators across the league, a lot of them do say this might be the most complete roster in football. What you're banking on tomorrow is maybe best available. Maybe you can be specific, like Cecil said, you move some spots and you have a clump of players that you're interested in, and it's at a position like inside linebacker that you go, well, maybe our need here is a little bit more than others. Whoever they're picking is most likely not going to be starting in 2026. What a luxury to have. You should look – that's like – we talked about it earlier. That's like in Philadelphia, and it's ironic, Cecil, that it's the exact same position. Right. But they had no idea that Jahad Campbell was going to fall to them in the first round, and they already had Zach Bond. They already had Nakobe Dean, and they were like, well, this guy's just too good to pass up. Our grade on him is way above where we're picking. We're just going to pick him and figure it out. And they have, and they moved from him with his contract and let Nakobe Dean walk in free agency. And they have the ability, the Broncos, the way they're built, to kind of just create depth at some of those positions, right? Cecil, what I think Denver has in this position, these off-ball linebacker, as Cecil loves to eloquently say it, is they have a lot of football IQ at that position here in this building. They lack the playmaking sideline to sideline, like superior athlete at the position that some of these teams are really, really going with, Cecil. So I think that part of it, do you add to the group and add a little bit of that? By the way, big Jacob Rodriguez fan over here. Just a real big
And his
Jacob
wife's
Rodriguez
a larger badass than he is because
flies
she's
like
a
Black Hawk
helicopter pilot in the Army.
She does.
Yeah, she's amazing. And Jacob Rodriguez, strong mustache game. Did you ever have a mustache
Tremendous.
game?
Never had a mustache.
You have the greatest hair of mankind.
I would look so creepy
Could you imagine, James,
with a mustache.
the backlash if you showed up with a mustache on social media?
Is that
It's
like
wild
a
because
for you and your wife of like she says no mustache?
It's weird because my son is 13. He's got a rockin' mustache already right now.
Your
It's
son's
the
a
Hispanic,
superstar,
it's the
man.
Hispanic side of things. Yeah, you love him because he can draw real well. But
yeah, he's a superstar.
Appreciate it. But I do think like Jacob Rodriguez has that ability, dissecting things, his being a former quarterback.
Can punch the ball out like Charles Tillman.
God, peanut punch like crazy. I mean, it's 7 forced fumbles, I think it was this past year.
Yep.
So, yeah, I do think that's a position you can look at, but I do think Denver is in the luxury of going like, let's look at our board. Let's see who's who's pretty high on our board that we still have the availability to get. You have a luxury that you don't have needs to fill.
Real quick, with Jacob Rodriguez, is 62 a possibility for him, or is he somebody you'd have to jump to get?
Might need to slide up a little bit.
Yeah,
possibly.
You don't have to get to like 35 though.
55.
Yeah, in
okay,
that range.
So that's
some people
have
Cecil doesn't, but some people have like C.J. Allen out of Georgia, just because I also think there's that pedigree coming out of Georgia with that position, right, Cecil? That plays a little bit of a factor there. Some guys I talked to that had Allen in their meetings, they were like, I closed my eyes and I was like, this is just a Georgia linebacker. Like, this is what it is. He's just, and so he's right there with Rodriguez, I would say. You might have to slide up a little bit to get him.
George Payton a week ago, or whenever they had their pre-draft press conference, he said that 6 players. They had 6 players. I don't want to say do you buy that, but how do you think they arrive at these 6 players and how they're monitoring these 6 players?
They say 6
tomorrow?
players so they can be like, we got our guy.
Yeah.
And
so
6 players gives them a range. I talked about it today on the show of like, who's your number one of those 6? Is it Eli Stowers? Because if it is, I move up and I get him. And you're going to move up probably in the 50s somewhere. Maybe Stowers is there. I still think that's a big maybe as I go over the best available for tomorrow. I'm going to write about that at DenverSports. Going to talk about it on Orange Blue today. Tonight, I'm not done yet.
You're not done?
I did a 4-hour show, then I did another 4-hour show. I'm going to jump on Orange Blue today with Andrew Mason when I get home, and I'm going to talk about my best available. Eli Stowers is going to be near the top of that list, so Denver might have to get a little lucky. And I'm okay with that because it's the draft, and if you get a little bit of luck and Stowers falls to you within the range where you can move up 10 spots to 52, that's more manageable for this team.
And that's kind of what we'll see how they rank up. But, whoever they get, that'll be the guy that was at the top.
Who's the number one of the 6? That's what I want to know.
That's the thing, because they won't come out and be like, he was 5 of the 6. So we got
the same thing. It's the same thing as like every college head coach during National Signing Day says we got everybody that we wanted. No, you didn't. No, you didn't.
Right.
Unless you're Ohio State.
Get half. Well, they got. Yeah, we got most of the guys.
Your hat was on the table, and someone chose another
Somebody
hat.
chose another hat, man. You didn't get everybody you wanted. But listen, you do have the ability to mask that. But I do think there are clusters, oftentimes, that general managers operate within. And you go, all right, well, this is our cluster, and it's not even
it's
within
a neighborhood.
Position. It's exactly
right.
And it's like, okay, these are the 6 that we would love are available within our neighborhood. And if there's a guy that is at a position that's starting to go and he's at the top of your cluster, that's usually when you see a team make a move.
Yeah, and you don't want to be at the end of runs. The Broncos were at the end of the run when they drafted Audric Estime. So and Mike Washington is kind of a separate story, so I don't think the run on running back starts with Mike Washington, perhaps in the end of the second round, perhaps in the third round. I think the run on running back starts in round 4, and that is Jonah Coleman, who I love. I love Jonah Coleman. I'm taking my shirt off if they get Jonah Coleman on Saturday.
I thought you were saying right now, and I was like, all right, we should probably give these people a heads up. But
look out, everybody. There's some nudity coming. But anyway, like for me, Jonah Coleman, Emmett Johnson, these type of Seth McGowan, these type of players, they're the ones that you're going to be watching for, and there's a running back run that's going to happen. If you're the Broncos, you don't want to be caught shirtless or with your pants down. You want to be ready so that you are either starting that run on that position or you're getting a really good piece, not the end of the running back run.
What do you think's more likely tonight? And I'll throw it or tomorrow night. The Broncos trade into the third round or trade up in the second round?
I say trade up. I think James disagrees, but it's a conversation.
Yeah, I think it's a conversation. Obviously, you don't know how this board's going to fall. Like, there are so many second-round grades in this draft, like so many. And I do think there is that next cluster that Cecil's talking about, and I think that's why Denver pushed so hard to make that flop with the 4th-round pick in the Waddle trade, because I think they do think end of the 3rd, top of the 4th, they have a chance, if they get the players they want, to legitimately get starters there. And if they do get starters there and they want multiple shots at getting starters there, then maybe that makes it a little more difficult to sell moving up, because those are probably the pit. One of those, Cecil, maybe you give up if you have to move up. So I do think there's the aspect of how is round 2 going? Is it falling the way that we've played this? Then that's going to start to go, okay, this isn't falling the way we wanted. We need to make a move for one of these guys because we're going to be stuck on an island here with where our picks are, or this is operating the way we want and who we want in terms of 4th round. Nobody's even close to that group. Let's keep all of these picks
Fun
at the top
question
of the 4th.
for everybody. Do they trade a 27 pick?
You said they have 10?
They have 10 of them. They have 10 27 picks. And Daniel Jeremiah suggested this on his conference call. Hey, you can zig while everyone else is zagging. No one's trading 27 picks. James, you talk to everybody. Yep. Nobody's trading 27 picks.
They're not.
George Payton could he could do something a little different here, and perhaps even let's say 27 fourth-rounder is actually worth a third-rounder this year. Like, you're going to get a premium price for those 27 picks if you find the right buyer, because you just merely say, hey, we got 27 picks available. It's like when I find Topo Chico at the grocery store.
Let's go.
It's usually out. It's usually out, but I want the lime, girl. Like, give me that glass bottle. When I see it, I got to grab it. So maybe you could offer that 27 pick as that refreshing, sparkling water for some team out there.
I like that. Yeah, I mean,
I guess I'm thirsty.
Yeah, you really got after that. I think it'll be splashy if they do. I think if they do that, you'll see 2 picks very close together, versus like a trade up. It'll be they get one deal and then they get another. Okay. Back in the day when they got Raheem Moore and Orlando Franklin back to back. Remember that type of situation?
Yeah.
Orlando, they told him they were drafting him. They took Raheem Moore and he got all mad. His agent was like, no, they're picking again. they're going to pick you. The first round of the draft is over. As we reflect on it, what do we think will be the biggest story from this first round tomorrow? James, Cecil, and I, we do that next. It's the Fan Draft Party, powered by Carrier Colorado.
Hey guys, it's Mark Schlereth. I just made one of the best decisions of my life. I got rid of my glasses. I went to Cutarelli Vision and had refractive lens exchange, RLE. I wore glasses for distance vision, but I got to that inevitable point in life where I was always needing those reading glasses just to do about anything, and half the time I couldn't find them. Seeing menus, texting, reading my computer, or studying film, it was a struggle. But now I see the world perfectly, near and far, without any glasses, thanks to Cutarelli Vision RLE, the perfect permanent solution to spending your good active years not needing reading glasses. And here's the cherry on top. You'll never develop a cataract. Dr. Cutarelli is Colorado's most experienced with over 90,000 vision correction procedures. You can trust him to know if it's the right time for you and RLE. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at coloradorle.com. Cutarelli Vision, RLE, no readers, glasses, or contacts, or cataracts. coloradorle.com.
As temperatures rise, the last thing you want is an air conditioner that can't keep up. That's where Day and Night Mechanical Solutions of Denver comes in. They specialize in repairing and installing all types of heating and cooling systems, keeping your home comfortable no matter the season. From quick repairs to full system replacements, their expert technicians get the job done right the first time. Call Day and Night Mechanical Solutions or visit dnmech.com to schedule your service or free estimate. Day and Night Mechanical Solutions. Heating and cooling you can count on. Day and night. Your roof's the single most important part of your house. Snow and high winds can damage your roof. Don't trust your roof to any fly-by-night roofing companies. Call the professionals at Golden Spike for a free roof inspection and tell them you heard about it on The Fan. They're a locally owned company and a Team Dave Logan member.
Call Golden Spike Roofing when your roof needs a fix. 303-942-1386. Golden Spike Roofing.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Whoa. Okay, this one says you get a free phone if you switch. Hey, this one also says you get a free phone if you switch.
Yeah, they all do, hon.
Wait. The T-Mobile one says families saved over $3,700 versus the other big guys in the past 5 years. And their experience plans have Netflix included, plus a year of Dash Pass by DoorDash.
Hang on, let me see that. And a 5-year price guarantee? Oh yeah, we're switching.
That's what I'm talking about. Do we clap now, or...?
I'm thinking high five.
At T-Mobile, get savings that keep stacking up. That's value you can feel every day. Switch now at T-Mobile.
Savings based on Harris X billing snapshots from Q3 2021 to Q4 2025 among accounts with 3+ voice lines compared to AT&T and Verizon, excluding discounts, credits, and optional charges. See harrisx.com/T-Mobile. Price guarantee on talk, text, and data. Exclusions like taxes and fees apply. See T-Mobile.com.
Performance matters in intimate moments. Don't let ED ruin them. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and I want to assure you that if you're like the vast majority of guys, you don't have to suffer with ED anymore. In fact, you might be pleasantly surprised at how the right treatments could positively impact your love life. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, our advanced medical therapies go far beyond pills. We have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases, and we offer specific and combinative treatments that can dramatically enhance both your performance and your stamina. You could even last up to an hour or more and bring a far greater level of intimacy to both you and the one you love, perhaps performing like you haven't in years. So call us today and find out why our advanced treatment strategies offer so much more. Your first visit is just $99 and gets you blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, advanced medical science to improve men's lives.
Start the clock. The Denver Broncos traded their first-round pick, but they could surprise us all and trade their way back into day one action. Join us at the Sportsbook Bar and Grill in Parker Thursday, April 23rd for the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan Draft Party, presented by Carrier Colorado. Zach Bai and Philip Lindsay will broadcast live starting at 2 p.m. Brandon Stokely and Mark Schlereth join the action at 4. Then John Davis, Cecil Lammey, and NFL insider James Palmer take you through every first-round pick. We'll see you there. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. It's the Fan Draft Party, powered by Carrier Colorado. Live from the Sportsbook Bar and Grill in Parker, here's John Davis, Cecil Lammey, and NFL insider James Paul.
The Nuggets have narrowed the lead. Oh, no, it's back to 20. 72-92 as they trail the Timberwolves in the fourth quarter. This was never a game with the Nuggets. The Avalanche getting ready to start the third period. They are up 2-1. Right now, so hopefully they hang on to that, continue to work towards a sweep. Guys, the first round is done. The Broncos pick was Jalen Waddle. It happened a while ago. A lot happened tonight in this first round. Players went where they were not necessarily thought to go. There was a lot of trades. The Jets ended up with 3 first-round. New York had 5 first-round picks tonight between the Jets and the Giants.
The internet is undefeated because I saw the memes already on Twitter of like, hey, when your phone rings and it's a New Jersey area code, and you're just like, oh. I think it was the stressed out one, right?
Yeah.
I was like, oh, man, what are we doing? Why do I answer this phone? But, yeah, some interesting stories, an interesting night, and we'll see what tomorrow brings.
What's the headline tomorrow about the first round?
Ty Simpson?
Ty Simpson, I think
Simpson,
so.
Yeah.
I think it's Ty Simpson. I think it's also Jeremiah Love. I really think so. I mean, you take a running back at 3. I think it says a lot about what Mike LaFleur wants to do. I think it shows that they were the true team that was going to take best available on their board at 3. I think it also is a tell for the way that this draft was unfolding. Nobody wanted to come up for that pick. Nobody wanted to go to 4. It just shows you what everybody kind of thought of the premium positions in this draft season.
Right.
We know that there's some real unbelievable athletes that we're kind of excited to see in 26, like Arvell Reese and how he's going to be deployed. I think he's going to be used as an off-ball linebacker and an edge rusher.
Yeah.
I think he's going to utilize both because I think he's just really, really good at both of them. Well, I had Thomas
Not
Davis.
quite Micah Parsons, but that sort of vibe where you can just line them up and put them anywhere.
I mean, Steve Smith and I had Thomas Davis on our show, and I think TD was a very good linebacker. He spent a ton of time with all the off-ball guys the whole week at the Combine, and he's told me I think he's already better than Micah as an off-ball linebacker already. Wow. Maybe not as good as Micah as an edge rusher yet, but from the off-ball standpoint, he's like, I think he's already better than Micah in terms of
Thomas Davis is one of the best to ever get it done.
TD knows it, and he played against one of the best to ever do it as well, and Luke Kuechly next to him. And so I think just what Sonny Styles is going to do, what Arvell Reese is going to do, those guys are probably, like, in terms of just just a physical freak.
Impact
Right away, our players. But I think the Ty Simpson one is going to draw headlines tomorrow. But at the same time, he's not going to play football, most likely, in 26. It's just shocking that they ended up picking him. And I think the rest of the rounds, Cecil kind of went the way we thought it was going to go. We thought there was going to be a run on tackles on the back end for sure. Howie Roseman makes a splash, as always, where he goes wide receiver in a specific spot where we thought he was going to go tackle and go on the offensive line. So I think the receivers were pushed back by the tackles, which we kind of predicted and thought was going to happen as well. A lot of people had Omar Cooper Jr. going much higher. A lot of people had Lemon going much higher. Cooper goes after Casey Concepcion.
Yeah.
And so I think that part with the receivers was a little bit of a storyline, but I think it's Love at the top and Ty Simpson.
And what this draft was, and again, putting together my mock draft and then noticing how this draft unfolded, it was pretty chalky. Like your first rounders that should have been first rounders were first rounders, outside of a few exceptions. And knew John Schneider liked Jadarian Price. I should have put him in there, but I wanted him available.
You
should
have
have
got here sooner. Because I would have told you that.
Again, I almost reached out last night because I'm like, what are the Cowboys going to do? A couple of these teams that I didn't quite have a good read on what they were going to do had some surprises today.
I think the Mekhi Lemon pick will be a pretty big story. Kind of how it unfolded, who he went to, the A.J. Brown.
It ties into the A.J. Brown situation. There's some other storylines going on in New England, I heard. There's a lot that's tied in and connected to the A.J. Brown situation, and adding another receiver in that room in Philadelphia is going to make the buzz in Philadelphia go even further. That A.J. Brown was pushed his way out, and now they're going to make a move for him, and that's that's going to keep the NFL calendar, Cecil, going through June 2nd.
I'm not going to talk to you about the extra stuff, but I just want to ask about Chase Daniel because he might not be podcasting as much. I'll just say that.
I used to do a show with Chase. Yeah.
Well, would he ever have an interest in coaching? And I'm stuck on the Davis Webb thing, but I'm like, God bless America if this team loses Davis Webb next year. I'm going to hate that. And I thought of like former Sean Payton guys that know, and listening to Chase break down film with you, listening to Chase on his own show, like he's so smart about this game. And if he wanted to get into coaching, look at what Davis Webb could still be holding a clipboard. Think about that.
Yep.
He could still be in the NFL as a backup quarterback, some second or third string guy, and, chips are down. Oh, we got Davis Webb coming in, and, he's okay. He chose the coaching route, and I'm curious because I know your relationship with Chase. Would he ever have any interest in, it seems like Sean Payton respects him. Would he have any interest in, kind of coming up the chain in the way that Davis Webb did?
Yeah, Sean loves Chase. I mean, absolutely adores him and the stuff. He's like my inner. What is Sean thinking, Chase? And then, I'm still using him the way we joked about backup quarterbacks.
Right.
Instead of asking Sean, I'll ask Chase, and Chase will figure it out for me.
Right.
But I do think the tell and what Chase is going to do is exactly what you said about Davis. When you said Davis went from playing right into coaching. Davis is wired to be a coach. Chase has spent this much time away from that transition. He is coaching. They're 6 and they're 7 years old, and they're playing flag football in San Diego right now.
Okay.
And that's what Chase is coaching.
Okay.
I think family-wise, I think family-wise, I think he's where he wants to be. He loves breaking down film. He's done an awesome job with it.
Yes, he does.
All those Rams fans should go watch. He had Ty Simpson on his show breaking down film for a half hour together with the two of them. He's really, really good at this, and I think he likes the spot he's in. I don't want to speak for Chase by any stretch, but I do think he does like where he's at in terms of the breakdown side and being in control family-wise.
You know who else I thought of, even though I don't think he played under Sean Payton, correct me if I'm wrong, and Broncos fans will remember him. I always thought Trevor Siemian to be a coach.
Dude.
He did
you know what I mean?
Like, you're looking at like Trevor Siemian. You look at Trevor and Siemian, like super fan number one.
I'm just like, Trevor is such a great guy, has such a great knowledge for this game. His brain always kept him,
he's
it's
still
kept
in the
him
league
employed.
now.
Right. So I'm like, there's got to be some other. Again, you're going to lose Davis Webb, most likely. There's got to be someone else you could bring up on the come up that's like a Davis Webb, and Trevor Siemian would fit that bill.
I think having that role with Bo is important with the way that this staff is constructed, for sure. Trevor's demeanor would actually fit this staff really well because it's kind of the antithesis of the way the rest of the group is. But, man, really, I mean, he's a guy that I was always told he will be in the NFL as long as he wants to be in the NFL.
Nice.
He's starting to follow essentially like a Case Keenum type of route, honestly. Case is a coach. Like,
yeah,
he barely dressed for the Bears games last year, but he's there with Caleb Williams every day. And that was one thing, we talked about him earlier, that people in Houston do kind of piece together is the departure of Case Keenum for C.J. Stroud playing a factor in a little bit of the play dropping off.
I can see that.
That's an interesting one. So tomorrow, I mean, it is the second round. This is where the Broncos are picking tomorrow. One last name. We've only got about a minute here. If the running back's not there, is Alvin Kamara a possibility for the Denver Broncos?
Saturday. They'd have to miss out on Emmett Johnson. They'd have to miss out on Jonah Coleman. I think there's a line that if they get to, it's like, oh, we don't really like those backs as much. Maybe Kalen Black they like in the 7th round or whatever. Kamara's not out of the realm of possibility, but I think there's a line on Saturday where it becomes more of a possibility.
I think Mickey was very clear about the way that this draft fell and how it would impact somebody like Alvin and how it would impact somebody like Cam Jordan, guys that they're kind of uncertain to with where they are in their careers and where they are with their contracts. I think how the draft fell played a part in that. Like if Love would have fallen to them at 8 or they went up a couple of spots at 8, like obviously it's a layup to move on. But I do think how this draft plays out is a little bit in play there for Mickey.
Awesome. Guys, we did it. 4 hours on the first round. Cecil Lammey, always great. James, we love that you join us.
Loved it.
We get to jump on
So
the picks.
awesome.
Rock and Roll Brian, thank you. Kevin Kistner, thank you. Colin Behind the Glass, thank you. Cease, we'll be back at it tomorrow night, 6 to 10. You'll be on. You're doing 80 hours of radio tomorrow.
Yes, that's exactly
so
right.
Tune into us reacting to Avalanche Nuggets draft all day tomorrow on The Fan.
I'm all jacked up on Mountain Dew.
Start the clock. The Denver Broncos traded their first-round pick. But they could surprise us all and trade their way back into day one action. Join us at the Sportsbook Bar and Grill in Parker Thursday, April 23rd for the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan Draft Party, presented by Carrier Colorado. Zach By and Philip Lindsay will broadcast live starting at 2 p.m. Brandon Stokely and Mark Schlereth join the action at 4. Then John Davis, Cecil Lammey, and NFL insider James Palmer take you through every first-round pick. We'll see you there. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
There's nothing more meaningful you could do for yourself, your family, and friends than finally getting rid of that pain so they can enjoy time with you again, especially heading into vacation season. If you say yes to any of these questions, you are the kind of patient QC Kinetics regenerative treatments help every single day. Do you have consistent joint pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, or back? The pain keeps you from getting a good night's sleep. I'm missing work or saying no to activities that I enjoy. I don't want surgery and a long recovery. I'm at the end of my rope, taking medications every day to just get through. Moment of truth. Did you answer yes to more than one of those questions? Well, today could be your day to turn that corner and finally get relief. QC Kinetics treatments are easy. They're done right there in the office so you can go about your day. The consultation's free, so don't wait. Call today. 303-900-8986. That's 303-900-8986. With locations in Aurora, Superior, Highlands Ranch, and the Springs, it's QC Kinetics.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your
How was
timeshare
your
exit
break?
kit.
It was great until I stopped for gas. Prices have gone up almost $1 with no end in sight. I might have to start watching how much I drive.
That's exactly why I use Upside. I never pay full price for gas with the free Upside app.
Upside?
Yes, Upside. It's the free app that gives you cash back just for buying the gas you're already buying. So even with the rising gas prices, I'll never have to limit how much I drive.
Does that actually add up to anything?
Just last year, I made over $200 with the Upside app.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app right now.
Download the free Upside app to earn cash back on the gas you're already buying. Use promo code THRIVE25 for an extra 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank account or an e-gift card favorite for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code THRIVE25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first fill-up. That's THRIVE25.
Offers vary by user and location. Go to upside.com for terms.
And KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
I'm Gabe Neitzel. Night one of the NFL Draft from Pittsburgh in the books. As expected, Fernando Mendoza goes number 1 overall to the Raiders. Jeremiah Love, running back out of Notre Dame, ended up going number 3. And one of the surprises of the night, Eagles and Cowboys pulled off a trade that ended up with the Eagles taking USC wide receiver Mekhi Lemon at number 20. If you want the complete draft order from tonight, just head over to ESPN.com. Busy night on the hardwood. NBA playoffs. Atlanta Hawks take a 2-1 series lead over the Knicks thanks to their 109-108 victory over the Knicks tonight. 12.6 seconds left. C.J. McCollum hit that go-ahead basket. He had 23 points for the Hawks. Jalen Johnson finished with 24 points, 10 rebounds, and 8 assists. Raptors get their first win in the series against the Cleveland Cavaliers in Toronto tonight, 126-104. R.J. Barrett, Scotty Barnes finished with 33 points apiece for the Raptors. T-Wolves on the verge of taking a 2-1 series lead over the Denver Nuggets in Minnesota tonight. They currently lead 103-86, 4:10 left in the fourth quarter. Jaden McDaniels has 20 points to pace the starters for the T-Wolves in tonight's contest. Rough one for Nikola Jokic. Even though the Joker's got 27 points, he's just 7 of 26 from the field. Meanwhile, the Milwaukee Bucks are going to be hiring their new head coach. It's Taylor Jenkins, the former head coach of the Memphis Grizzlies. That's according to Shams Charania and Ramona Shelbourne. You can read that complete story over at ESPN.com. Lakers are going to be listing Austin Reeves, who's been sidelined because of a grade 2 left oblique strain. He's questionable for Game 3 as the Lakers get ready to take on the Rockets. Kevin Durant also listed as questionable because of a left sprained ankle. More Game Night. Myself, Andy Gresh, next on ESPN Radio.
Coming up on the Friday edition of Unsportsmanlike with Evan Cohen, Chris Canty, and me, Michelle Smallman. We'll react to the first round of the NFL Draft, plus I'll tell you all the small things that caught my attention on night one. It's Unsportsmanlike, 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on ESPN Radio, ESPN2, and ESPNU.
Here we go.
This is Game Night on ESPN Radio.
Trades galore, especially in the back half of the first round. Plus, we did have 2 quarterbacks go night one of the NFL Draft in Pittsburgh. It's Game Night, ESPN Radio, ESPN app, SiriusXM Channel 80. Game Night is presented by Progressive Insurance. Along with Andy Gresh, I am Gabe Neitzel to help us break down night one of the draft. Somebody who was there, part of the ESPN Radio draft coverage. Of course, the host of Amber and Ian Fitzsimmons, joins the program. Ian, what's going on, my man?
I'll let you get it first. Right. I get the. Oh man, crazy night where we had 2 in-division trades. Of course, Jerry Jones is involved in one of them. Ty Simpson going 13th overall to the Rams caught some people by surprise. Some of us had gotten wind of that a few days ago. I even talked about it with Ty when I was there for the Alabama spring game, and then Jeremiah Love going 3 overall. A lot of people were all concerned about salary cap and whatnot, guys, but I wasn't. And most of my crew wasn't also. I mean, it was like, hey, he's the best damn player on the board. He's not just a running back. He's a weapon. He can tote it, catch it, block it. I thought Arizona made the right pick at 3.
Well, let's go ahead and start with Ty Simpson, though. So you said you were not surprised to see him go at 13. I guess the only surprising part for me is because I get it. You want to draft a quarterback when you don't need one. But the Rams, I mean, this has been a team that's traded away so many draft picks. They want to use those picks and try to help them in the now. This is one that's obviously going to help them for the future.
Yeah, I didn't see the presser, but Jordan Reed, obviously our top draft analyst here with us here at ESPN Radio, he said he saw the presser, and Les Snead, the GM of the Rams, was like all pumped and excited. What'd you say, Jordan? Like Sean McVay, not exactly. Jordan, because he didn't look too thrilled. So I like Ty. I think it's a perfect situation, as you mentioned, for him to learn and watch Matthew Stafford. He's not going to have to play right away. And that's something Ron Wolf used to do all the time. The Hall of Fame GM for the Green Bay Packers. When you didn't need a quarterback, he'd draft one anyway, develop them, and maybe ship them off for more pieces, more commodity. But I think Ty, being a coach's son, only playing in 15 games, and he was banged up last year. But as he told me when I visited with him 2 weeks ago, he's not going to use injuries as an excuse. He just wanted to get in a room and go to work, and he's in a pretty damn good room, and he's ready to go to work.
Ian, did the New York Jets actually have a good night?
Okay, I'm gonna put you on speaker with that question. Hang on a second. Hold
okay.
On. We got Max Starks, we got Tannenbaum, we got Chris Carlin, and we got Jordan Reed. Go ahead, say that again one more time.
All right, so I will ask it again. Did the New York Jets have a good night?
Chris Carlin, host of what's that show called again? Carlin and Scott?
Bart and Carlin.
Bart and Carlin? There you go, right there. Based out of New York. Go ahead, Carlin, it's all yours.
Did the Jets have a good night? I didn't check. Is the moon bleeding? Because I think they did. I think they did.
Carlin, it's Gresh. I can't believe it. Like this is like you and I walking past the pizza. This never happens.
It's usually not happening. And I'm stunned that, first of all, they had their choice between Lemon and Sadiq at 16, and they took Sadiq. And then they get Cooper, who they probably would have considered there if neither wasn't available. They had a good night. Holy cow. I can't believe
Gresh. Hey, Gabe, let's go to the former GM of the Jets. Mike T, what do you think?
I absolutely echo that. I really like Bailey. Probably would have taken Reese if he can, but I think Bailey will be outstanding. Sadiq with Mason Taylor will be a very good, they go 12 personnel, and now you got Garrett Wilson with Omar Cooper and A.D. Mitchell. That's a much better offensive group.
So I listened over to Jordan Reed, but he's in the middle of returning 782 text messages. I'm not joking when I say that, by the way.
I was also going to say it took 6. Mike Tannenbaum was the last Jets GM that had a good draft, for crying out loud. It was 16 years that Mike was able to sit on that or have that crown.
Good point. He's smiling, and he said thank you. There you go.
Yeah.
So, but overall, guys, it was a unique night because we got off around the same time as we normally do, but it felt so much faster with all the trades.
Oh, yeah.
And some of the shocking moves. It didn't feel like it was the same length as normal drafts, but there was so much action and so many different surprises. And the trades, obviously, we ended up with 8, which tied a record. So it was an insane night, and we're going to crank it all back up tomorrow because there's a lot of talent left on that board.
Ian Fitzsimmons, host of Amber and Ian, also part of the draft coverage right here on ESPN Radio, joining us on game night. And you brought up, and I agree with you in terms of Jeremiah Love, like if the dude's the best player, like if you're picking in the top 5, why not take him? You're obviously picking the top 5 for a reason. But the crazy part to me is running backs, again, did they go in the first round? Did they not? The crazy part for me tonight, Ian, and I'm curious if you feel the same way, is there are 2 running backs that go in the first round, and they're both from the same school. Both from Notre Dame are the 2 running backs that go in the first round tonight.
Yeah, and that was long odds, by the way, on DraftKings. I think it was plus 400 or somewhere plus 380 that 2 running backs or over 1.5 would go in the first round. And it happened. And, to both be from the same team, Man, I know Carlin brought it up. When was the last time Carlin had 2 running backs go in the first round from the same team? Do you remember?
Oh, God, that Felix Jones.
Felix Jones, yeah, Arkansas. There you go.
Ooh.
So, I mean, it's been more than a minute, but those 2 dudes, they can tote it, man. And Price was worthy of it. And think about Seattle. Where'd they get Kenneth Walker III? Second round, right? Mm-hmm. And then you look at Zach Charbonnet, second round. Right at the back end of the first, where Jordan Reed only had 11 first-round grades, Jordan? Yeah, so he only had 11 players were graded as true first-round talent. So you basically, taking Price as a second-round pick, and that's something John Snyder, arguably the best GM right now in the NFL, he said, you know what, I got to go get my 1-2 punch, and he pulled the trigger on Price, and I think it's an outstanding selection.
Ian, I'm curious for your thoughts and maybe the group's thoughts on now there's always the fight to get to the top of the second round. What is left at the top of the second round that has first-round value? Are there a couple of names that you will be looking at in particular when we get back to it tomorrow?
I think Kyle Lewis out of Pittsburgh is a remarkably underrated, underappreciated player. And Keelan Rutledge was our guy, our number 1 for tonight, to possibly creep into the back end of the first round. He was my favorite interior offensive lineman coming out of Georgia Tech. Jordan described him as he doesn't eat cereal. He eats nails with milk for breakfast. He's just a mean SOB that just wants to pulverize you. His head coach, Brent Key, actually sent me a picture after he got drafted, and he still hasn't smiled. I mean, he is an absolute menace. That was my number 1 tonight. I'm a huge fan of Kyle Lewis, linebacker out of Pittsburgh. Coach Key, when I talked to him last week, brought up and invoked the name Derek Brooks. And I didn't see Louis Riddick say this also, but he kind of compared him to, one of the best to do it for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and the Super Bowl champion. So if your team gets Kyle Lewis tomorrow to Pittsburgh, you're getting a hell of a football player and a steal.
Ian, always appreciate the time, man, especially after a long day, first round.